Let me present exactly what I mean by the word vertical time zones. Then I'll try to share what is the need for us to understand about vertical time zones. See, all of us know the time zones like Pacific time zone. We say East Coast time zone, West Coast, Central time zone. In India, we have Indian Standard Time. The time zones in this planet Earth is horizontal time zone. Based on the sunrise to sunset in this planet Earth, various countries practice different time zones. All the time zones observed, practiced in the planet Earth, I call them horizontal time zone. There is something called vertical time zone. What I mean by the word vertical time zone? What I mean by the word vertical time zone? For us, 1 year is 1 day for the higher time zone, Swargaloka. That is why Nataraja, the god of Swargaloka, receives 6 Abhishekam in a year. Because for Devatas, in Swargaloka, the 1 year of Bhumandala, Bhuloka, 1 year of planet Earth is 1 day in Swargaloka. There are vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya. The Satyaloka, where Brahma resides, there, 1 day of Brahmaloka is 4.32 billion human years. Understand? 1 day of Swargaloka means the vertical time zone above us. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa. It goes and Satya, then beyond Satya is Vaikunta, beyond Vaikunta is Kailasa. Below Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Batala. Understand? I am not giving you some superstitious theories. No. I'll give you precise understanding and experience of these vertical time zones. And understanding about these vertical time zones as a direct utility for your day-to-day life. It can bring tremendous physical health, mental health, psychological wellness, a very powerful way of existing, and above all, life of Paramashivam Jnana. You can exist embodying the space of Paramashiva, state space of Paramashiva, and manifest powers of Paramashiva. Understand? The idea you carry about you is very important because that is the foundation from which you manifest your life. Knowledge about the vertical time zone, especially experientially, can change absolutely your life for best, highest, supreme form of existence. The Paramashivam Jnana makes you experience the state, space, powers of Paramashiva. That super consciousness entering into individual consciousness of you, your individual consciousness, and mutation happening, you manifesting. That superconscious mutation is the ultimate, we call it moksha, ultimate liberation, Paramadvaita Anubhuti. In Sanskrit, we use the word Paramadvaita Anubhuti, ultimate oneness. Hindu tradition, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is focused on this superconscious mutation, ultimate oneness. Sanatana Hindu Dharma reveals about this cosmos It has vertical time zones, higher worlds. Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Jana, Brahma, Vaikunta, Kailasa. The higher worlds and the lower worlds. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. I'll project a simple description diagram of these lokas. Understand? Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Hinduism, reveals about the cosmos, the higher planes, vertical time zones, and the lower planes, both. Just physical mutation and mental mutation happens in the lower planes of the universe. But conscious mutation and superconscious mutation happens in the higher planes of the universe, vertical time zones of the universe. Here I am projecting a simple description diagram of the vertical time zone. So understand, this is the rough description of cosmos revealed by Hinduism. The vertical time zones, Suvarloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, Brahmaloka, is where conscious and superconscious mutations happen. Great news is, even while you are in this body, your parallel universe being exists in Mahakailasa. You can start importing products from Mahakailasa through that being into you. It's like you have a company branch in China, India, London. So you can get products from all those countries and get it to United States. You have your parallel universe personality in Nagaloka, in Tapoloka, in all the higher lokas and even lower lokas. Up to Kailasa, your parallel university personality exists. You can directly, through that personality, buy whatever you want to buy in Mahakailasa and get it imported to this body. I'm not telling you stories. I'm telling you very powerful truths. Understand, last few satsangs I was explaining about these 4 points. Matter, mind which experiences matter, intelligence, buddhi which makes decision, consciousness, pure space of Paramashiva. This 4 component put together is your reality. In horizontal time, all these 4 are equally felt. I can roughly compare like a 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. 25% matter, 25% mind, 25% intelligence, 25% consciousness. That's the way you experience the reality. If the intensity of the consciousness increases, for example, the consciousness becomes 30%. So, its influence on the buddhi, intelligence also increases. So, intelligence becomes 30%. Then naturally the mind's intensity drops. The matter's intensity drops. So, this 2 becomes 20-20 and this 2 becomes 30-30. So, the whole thing tilts, means you enter into the vertical time zones. 100% only pure consciousness and 0 intelligence and 0 mind and 0 matter. That is Kailasa. Because you don't need buddhi, you don't need mind, you don't need matter for your existence. You exist as a pure space, pure consciousness. That is Kailasa. And same way, you neither feel conscious, almost 99.99999% only matter, less than 0.0000001% mind, then lesser than that 0.1000001%, 0.00001% intelligence, and lesser than that 0.0000001% is consciousness. That is what is Patala. That is what is called eternal hell, lowest in the vertical time zone. Understand? Highest peak point of the vertical time zone is Kailasa, where 100% consciousness, pure consciousness, Paramashivatva. No need for intelligence or mind or matter. Then next is Satyaloka, where 99% is consciousness and 1% is divided into 33. 0.33 is intelligence and 0.33 is mind and 0.33 is matter. I'm giving you all rough equations for you to understand. Then little lesser consciousness, Tapoloka. This is the way the vertical time zones are placed. Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Satya and Kailasa. In the lower part, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Patala. Lower time zones. Your spine. Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. It's like their bodies are capable of receiving kerosene as the fuel, maximum diesel, but they can't handle petrol or flight petrol, white petrol. Understand this example. Same way, only the human bodies can handle, due to the vertical spine, the fuel like white petrol. Traditionally, the word ojas is used. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces. With consciousness as a fuel, you can straight shoot up to the different time zones. Move to different time zones. See, if you go to the higher altitude, in the world, many governments have established that station in the space research station. If you go there, your body goes through certain changes, hair growth and whatever changes. Same way, if your body is lifted with a conscious empowered vehicle to the vertical time zone, it goes through superconscious mutation. That is why if you go to Indraloka, automatically you will have 4 hands. If you go to the Swargaloka, automatically you will grow 2 hands more. Because the superconscious mutation will happen. Listen. If you go to the space station, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Same way, if you go to the Swargaloka, automatically your body goes through certain changes. Because superconscious mutation happens. Now focus on, because these statements are too important. See, if you die without this introduction, when you go to the first loka, second time zone, second vertical time zone or third vertical time zone, you will feel shy. You will have a cultural shock. It's like somebody from Indian village comes to New York. Due to cultural shock, he will not talk to anyone. He will just move to a car or into a shell. He will escape from life. People asked me, when I came to US, that was the first time I got into the flight in my life. I have not even seen the flight from distance. The first time I got into the flight is the flight for US, United States. And as you all know that I am from a village, but I never had a cultural shock. I just started going around and speaking in English, giving satsangs, classes, programs. The day one, I landed in US, I went to Chicago to pay respects to Vivekananda. The same stage, the auditorium in which Vivekananda spoke, I went there and offered my respects. Second day, my ASP, Anandaspurna program. First time I am doing it in English. Before that, I have spoken in my own bottled English. But first time in outside India in my own English. People asked me, can we get a translator, Swamiji? I said no. I like to learn. Let me learn. Not only in language, any problem. I did not have any cultural shock. All of you listen. Now initiation time. So no moments. Every word I am uttering is important for your soul to move through the vertical time zone when you are alive or when you after you leave the body. So listen carefully. Listen. People asked me, Swamiji, don't you feel a cultural shock? I said no. Because from the young age, in my village, Tiruvannamalai, I have seen tons of foreigners from all countries coming for seeking enlightenment. My gurus always had people from all over the world coming to them for enlightenment. So I was always near my gurus and saw all of that. Saw many of them. So how my gurus used to teach, I have seen. My gurus have already trained me to teach for the whole world, to be Jagat Guru. So I did not have a cultural shock. Now I am trying to train you not to have cultural shock when you go to Kailasa. See now, whatever I am telling you, if you internalize, you will not have a cultural shock, or you won't feel shy, you won't feel inadequate. Not enough when you go to the vertical time zones. Elaborately, now I'll give this example so that I can help you to understand how you can face yourself in the multiverses, parallel multiverses. So for now, internalize this cognition. You exist in your waking state and dream state simultaneously and spontaneously. That is why without any difficulty, you can just slip into that state, that body, that self, and come back to this state, this body, this self. Your biochemistry is naturally prepared for you to slip into these different states and different cells and experience different existence, different universes. In waking state, the universe you experience is different, and the dream state, the universe you experience is different. So with this understanding, expand your cognition. You exist in parallel multiverses like Swargaloka, Maharloka, Janaloka, Tapaloka, and Kailasa itself. More than next to Tapoloka is Satyaloka, and beyond the Satyaloka is Vaikunta, the Parandama space. Satyaloka is the space of Parabrahma. Then the Vaikunta, Parandama space. Then Shripuram, Parameshwari's space. Then above all, Kailasa. Above the Kailasa, Kailasa, Paramashiva space. Kailasa is where all the Anga Devatas and Avarana Devatas, everyone lives. People who achieve the Salogya, Samipya, Sarupya, Sayujya, Mukti with Paramashiva, all of them exist in Kailasa. In Kailasa, he alone exists. In Paramatvaita Swarupa, Paramatvaita Satya. All of you have your presence in all 14 lokas. For example, in Nagaloka, there is a being with your face and snake body. I'm giving you this as an example. In Tapoloka, there is a rishi with your face and the body of the rishi, Tapasvi. I give you one more example. In all 14 lokas, you have your bank account opened. If you are intense in your tapas, in your Tapoloka account, you have $1 million. If you are very shallow with your demonic attitude and aptitude, your demonic loka, the Patala, your personality has practically zero money. Understand carefully. I'll repeat the example. All of you have your presence established already in all 14 lokas. The human body, human frame is such highly evolved hardware, highly evolved framework. If your consciousness is matured enough to handle the human hardware, you already have your presence in all 14 lokas. I'm giving you the example. In Patala, where the demons, Rakshasas, exist, there is a Rakshasa with your face and the Rakshasa body, the demon body and your face. Same way, in Tapoloka, your identity exists. There is a person with your face and a tapasvi, great rishi body. The more tapas you do, your Tapoloka identity is strengthened, empowered. The less demonic activities you do, your demonic personality in Patala Loka is slowly dissolved. He loses his power over you and he is also slowly dissolved and you are liberated. You have the freedom to strengthen any of this identity in this 14. You have a freedom to strengthen or weaken any of these 14 identities. You can be demon if you continuously come to powerful conclusions that demonic qualities are the best to succeed in this world. If you come to this conclusion again and again and start acting on this conclusion, be very clear, you are strengthening your demonic identity and you start planning your future in Patala, the Asura Loka. If you come to the conclusion, very dharmic way of living, win-win, will always be the best strategy. For success in the life, whenever you come to the conclusion, hey, I should also win, he should also win. That is the best strategy to achieve success in the life. And you start executing those strategies, those conclusions. Then your personality in Swargaloka gets strengthened and more your intensity in Swargaloka gets strengthened. And you start manifesting your future time in Swargaloka. And if you feel tyaga, giving up, vairagya, the absolute tyaga is the best strategy for success. Your personality in Tapoloka, highest zone, your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. That gets empowered. And naturally your future starts manifesting in Tapoloka. So each of these loka opens up for you based on the powerful conclusions you arrive, based on the actions and activities you do. So understand this truth deeply so you can start manifesting not only the highest zone, Tapoloka, Satyaloka, all that, you can manifest Kailasa itself. Pure integrity, absolute integrity to Guru and Paramashiva.
Yes, Nithyananda. So beautifully, Swamiji had revealed to us about how, like, the existence of horizontal time zone. We have something called as the vertical time zone. So Swamiji elaborately explained it to us how the vertical time zones, the lokas exist, how we all are in this plane where we all are in the Bhuloka. Then above this is Bhuvarloka, Suvarloka. So every loka, so beautifully Swamiji had explained it to us. Now, we are going to be understanding about this a little more deeply. If you have any questions, you all can post it and you can ask. And I request all of you to intensely participate in this. Feel free to ask because you understanding the vertical time zones is too important for today's session. Kriyapada itself is connecting with the gods and goddesses existing in the vertical time zone.
Actually, please understand, right now, all of you are sitting here right now, you exist in the 14 lokas. Listen very carefully. There are, like, we have planet Earth, Mars, Mercury, Jupiter, different planets, correct? And all the planets, like if you travel horizontally, you go to the different planets. Listen very carefully. In Mrigendra Agama, there's an elaborate description, not just in Mrigendra Agama, in so many different Hindu scriptures, there's an elaborate description of the parallel universes. There's an elaborate description of 14 such lokas, 14 such worlds that exist. Nithyananda is asking Kailasa, Paramashiva is outside of this universe. Yes. Paramashiva, like Swami explained yesterday, he is inside you also. And he is on the higher up in the vertical time zones also. Listen very carefully. Right now, your same existence exists in the 14 lokas. For example, let's say Ma Ankita, your face with a human body is in Bhuloka, correct? That's what we all call as Bhuloka, planet Earth. Your face with a Devata's body, which means 2 extra hands and 3 eyes, all of it, that superconscious mutation exists in Swargaloka. Your same face with a Rishi body exists in Tapoloka. Your same face with a snake body exists in Nagaloka. All of you listen to this carefully. Each of us exists in all the 14 lokas. Right now, there are 14 versions of you in all the 14 lokas. In the lower loka, your same face with a in the Asura body is in the Patala, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Rasatala, Talatala, Mahatala, Patala, all the 7 lokas down. In the Nagaloka, your same face with the snake body exists, which means you exist in all the 14 lokas. The face, by face, because face only is our identity. When we close your eyes, if someone says, remember you remember your face before even you remember your body. Because face is what we closely associate as our identity. So with the face only, we realize, recognize, cognize ourselves. So we exist in all the 14 lokas with the same face, but different bodies.
Okay, I have a very beautiful question from Pavan K. Aya has posted. Ma, it looks like that even in the loka we are in, the Bhuloka is part of the 14 vertical time zones too. Except that here we are measuring time in a different unit of time as compared to other vertical time zones. For example, 1 year here is 1 day in Swargaloka. Now, my question is, the way we have different places in Bhuloka that have a slightly different reading of time based on where the sun is, are there such different places in each of the other vertical time zones where different places in the same vertical time zone level that has slightly different reading of time? For example, in Bhuloka, in India, if India is 10 a.m., then Los Angeles is 9:30 p.m. and so on. Like that in each of the various other vertical time zones where the unit in which the time is measured is different. Are there places where time reading is different in different places? Beautiful question. See, first thing, when we say Bhuloka, let's have a better understanding of this Bhuloka plane first. Does it mean just as planet Earth? No. Bhugol is different, Bhuloka is different. Bhumandala is described as flat, Bhugol is described as round. When we say Bhugol, meaning it's round, our rishis describe how our Earth, planet Earth is round. But Bhuloka is this entire galaxies, everything that we know as the known universe. And what the scientists are thinking as, okay, those are few, okay, for example, the next nearest galaxy to us is the Andromeda galaxy. Now, like this, all these descriptions are part of the Bhuloka plane only. So, and why I'm saying this is because the time reading is different here and completely different in the moon, right? Like you see the moon's days are much, much, much faster. Now, you need to understand this a little deeply. The other planes of existence also have various lokas within them. For example, Vaikuntha Loka has Vaikuntha Loka and Goloka inside it. The Swargaloka plane is not just one, like, how they show in movies, like fully cloudy and just like how I have seen in movies, based on that I'm saying, they'll show that there's a big city that's floating on the sky, and that's shown as Swargaloka. Swargaloka is an entire universe. It's not a city or a country or even a planet. It is consisting planets. It is consisting galaxies.
Like, for example, Trishanku's Swarga exists in the Swargaloka category. It is just below, a few thousand yojanas below the Swargaloka. Dhruva, the Loka that Mahavishnu created also is part of the Swargaloka. Like that, within Swargaloka itself, like how we have Earth, Jupiter, Mars, everything, like that, within Swargaloka itself, multiple exist.
And the sun that we know is only one of the 12 suns. Our sun is actually extremely small compared to the Adityas. There are 12 suns. Surya is different, Aditya is different. The sun that we have is Aditya, not Surya. There's actually very detailed descriptions that Swamiji gives on this. These are completely different than what we generally understand, cognize. This is the things that are revealed in the Agamas and elaborately given. Listen, Brikendra Agama has clear descriptions of each of these lokas. I'll give you one more example. Heaven and hell, roughly equated to Swarga and Naraka, correct? I used to always think, oh, Swarga means you go up, Naraka is like probably in Patala Loka. I was shocked. In Brigendra Agama, it is clearly given Swarga Loka and Naraka Loka, Yama Loka also exist in the same universe as Swarga Loka. these planes of existence are not, see, when we see the image of the 14 lokas, it just looks like, oh, okay, you see, it's like a small, like all of them are like looking continuous. There's just one loka, you consider probably like a city, a floating city. But these are galaxies, planets, like it's an entire universe by itself. Like as Nithyananda was mentioning, the Dhruva Loka, the universe that Mahavishnu manifested for Dhruva, is an entire universe. And that again is part of the Swargaloka, Goloka, where Bhagavān Krishna resides eternally. That Loka, where Bhagavān Krishna and all the devotees of Krishna, they don't go just to Vaikunta. In Vaikunta, there is a separate Loka called Goloka. Same way, Hayagriva exists. Each avatars of Vishnu, as Varaha, the Varaha avatar of Vishnu even now exists. He has his own universe within the Vaikuntha Loka. I know it's like, what? There is actually a lot of it which we all don't understand. When we go and worship a deity, the gods and goddesses exist. They exist physically in their respective parallel universes. Devi Parashakti exists as Adishakti in Shripuram, simultaneously exists as Parvati, as Parameshwari. She exists in Kailasa. Mahavishnu, Pavannaya, if you are able to listen and understand, please let me know. Because I'm only seeing your camera is black, so I can't really see you. So let me know if you're listening to the answer. Okay. See, the one more thing, the existence of each of these deities, one of the most, like, I'm still cognizing it, is Swamiji revealed how Parandama, as Mahavishnu Parandama, exists in Vaikuntha. Vishnu exists in Sargaloka. That's why in Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavān Krishna reveals Adityanamaham Vishnu Jyotisha Raviram Shuman. He says, out of the Adityas, I am Vishnu. He does not say that the Vishnu that is existing in Parandama space in Vaikuntha. He talks about Vishnu in Sargaloka, who's part of the Adityas. So if you actually understand our scriptures, you would be your mind will feel like it's just expanding. It's too much to cognize.
And also one more thing we need to understand, Pavanaya, right? Within Earth and Moon itself, there's so much of difference. Like, for example, we all know that one lunar day is 14 Earth days, correct? By the time the Moon finishes it is 14 Earth days, which becomes one lunar day and night. Time acts differently within Earth, within the Bhuloka, the Bhumandala itself. Now, the way Tapoloka, the gravity that acts on Tapoloka and the gravity that acts on planet Earth is completely different. Listen very carefully. In planet Earth, the more thoughts you have, the more you are pulled down. The mass acts that way. In Tapoloka, the more you have, like the less you have the thoughts, the less gravity pulls you. Sorry, the more gravity pulls you. Gravity in Tapoloka is unclutching. Whoever is unclutched are pulled down and are existing in Tapoloka. Like this, time acts differently. Like how so many Earth days makes one day in Devaloka, 1 year makes 1 day in Devaloka. Like that, one whole year of Devaloka makes 1 day in Brahmaloka. Like that, the time calculation differs. And actually, our Agamas give elaborate description of each of this, but none of us would have understood it the way Swamiji has mapped it. We all, like, if it were me, and if someone would have normally told to study the scripture, it has about this, I would have been like, oh God, it's going to be too hard to understand. What am I going to do with it? But the way Swamiji has mapped it so beautifully. When I say mapped, Swamiji has taken exactly as it is in the Agamas and revealed it to us in a language that me and you can understand. These 14 lokas, understand? The only thing that connects you, your existence in all these 14 lokas, is your breath. Right now, as you inhale, when you take a breath, you are breathing in all the 14 lokas. The only thing that connects you, each of the loka, your existence is independent. You're not, nothing else is going to be conflicting each other. The only thing that connects all the 14 lokas, your existence, is your breath. When you breathe in on all the lokas. When you breathe out in all the 14 lokas. So the unit measurement of time, gravity differs a lot in each of the lokas. The physical reactions that happens in your body in each of the lokas is different. Like, for example, Swamiji tells in black hole, right? It's a lot. I know it's going to be a lot of things, but just bear with me because Swamiji has given too many things and I'll not do justice if I don't cover everything, right? So Swamiji tells in black hole, the component of time does not exist. There is no time in black hole. In black hole, time does not act on your body because time and space bends to merge with each other, which means time cancels out space, space cancels out time. So they're nullified. The black hole, that's why it's called black hole. It's beyond even vacuum. It is not just vacuum. Swamiji tells black hole to Big Bang. It's like a wormhole. So that whole merging of time and space. So time, right now what is happening? There is time, length, breadth, depth, and time are acting on space. That is why the length, breadth, depth, we use all of these as different coordinates to measure time, as each of them act against space. In black hole, the space and time just merge with each other. So somebody tells, if you enter into black hole, you will exist eternally, like you will not age, because time cannot act on you. At the same time, anything that is bound by time, which happens because of time, will not happen. It's very interesting. You should hear this. Somebody tells, if you go to black hole, your nails won't grow. Your nails will get discarded. Your hands will, the hair will get discarded, because these two are growing because of aging, because of cells dying, because of that whole process happening. Only these all exist. So those components get discarded. You remain as you are in black hole, which means time does not act upon you. Now, all this is happening in the known universe. So imagine what happens when you go up to the unknown universes, to the Swargaloka. When you start traveling higher up, like for example, when you go to Swargaloka, you get 2 extra set of hands and 2 extra set of legs. The physical mutation happens. The superconscious mutation happens physically. And when you go to Swargaloka, the hunger that you feel, right now in Bhuloka, when you feel hungry, what do? You go and you eat something, correct? You eat fruits, you eat something, you eat some food. In Swargaloka, Swamiji tells, the food is havis, which means you actually don't eat physically. You will feel so satiated. The hunger will feel so filled when you just smell the amrita, smell the food. The food is havis, which is only the smell of the food is the actual consumption of the food. It's all right. It's like different truths, but it's amazing. How many are eating with it?
Yeah, actually, I just want to read out Pavanaya's message. I was going to say, it feels like other than Swamiji, none of us have fully grasped the concept of these vertical time zones. We fall back on discussions in Agamas or Swamiji's descriptions, but Swamiji is speaking about them from direct experience. I just want to glimpse one day on how Swamiji's experiences life for even 1 second. I should say this. One day we all were sitting in the courtyard, okay? And Swamiji was sitting, just like some Balasans here all sitting around Swamiji, and Swamiji was having Swamiji was just, it was like a very, very normal, like all of us are there sitting around, and suddenly Swamiji is just looking up, and like you'll actually see many times Swamiji will be doing signals, like you won't really understand. It'll feel as if Swamiji is talking to someone else, like not really talking also. Just some eye movements. If you have lived around Swamiji and observed it very closely, you will be able to catch these. And Swamiji will be in Samadhi. Suddenly Swamiji will just bless like this. Suddenly it will be so sweet to just witness these. One day, suddenly Swamiji just looked up. It's courtyard, right? So there's like a opening in the middle. Swamiji sits on the swing and he just looked up straight. And then he laughed loudly, and Swamiji said, I'm sitting here, not just monitoring all you guys. I'm not running just this a few Adinams here. I'm running the whole cosmos and the multiverses. It was just so powerful, like so powerful. I got goosebumps, like literally, that's true. I'm sitting at the feet of Paramashiva. He's here physically, that's all we know. He's ruling the whole cosmos. Sometime later, there was one attack that had happened, and one of the Adinavasis, a persecution that was done, and one of the Adinavasis got very badly injured. And they had actually, they wanted to attack Swamiji, and therefore they bursted a gas cylinder into the Adinam. So it was a huge attack that the anti-Hindu elements did. And one of the Adinavasis got severely injured, 3rd degree burns, and they said 75% of his body has been completely burnt, and the chance of survival was 0. I think 3% or 3%, and they said like impossible. He doesn't even need to be admitted into the hospital, like he won't survive. Swamiji said, tell the doctors to do their work, I'll take care, I'll do my work. And then, so Swamiji said, like Swamiji made sure that the Adinavasi is getting admitted in the ICU, and he's being attended to, given the best medical care. And then Swamiji said, I'm going to enter into Samadhi now, and I'll take care. So Swamiji goes into Samadhi. The room is completely dark. Okay. So this person is like in his last breath. That's how it was. Heart rate is crashing down. And the sannyasi who's taking care of this assistant, who's actually taking care of this whole thing, was updating to Swamiji. So after Swamiji enters into Samadhi, no one will go there. This person was waiting, this sannyasi was waiting outside and gets a call from the hospital. The doctors are saying that clinically this person is dead, and the life has left, heart rate stopped, we couldn't save. So the sannyasi immediately rushed to inform Swamiji, and usually you're supposed to, tell, because Swamiji will be in high Samadhi state. You won't be able to handle that. tell and then only go. But because it was such an emergency, the sannyasi rushed inside. Swamiji was, so what this person described was, when they saw that there's a huge form just sitting, like a huge form, double, triple the size of Swamiji, and intense, like an intense ray of light. It's going even through the ceiling. This intense blue shaft of light. And this person saw that, freaked out, ran and came outside because human mind can't understand it. Right? See, for us now listening to it, like as an experience, it's easy. Like, oh wow, if that happened, I would have definitely said that. No, the energy, human mind cannot handle it. So he rushed and came out. And then sometime later, just a few minutes later, Swamiji had settled from Samadhi. Swamiji called that person to come back. And then Swamiji asked, what happened? Why did you rush and go off? Then this person was trembling, shivering, and told Swamiji, I came here to give this update, but then I saw like this. My mind didn't work. I just got so afraid and I ran away. And then Swamiji laughed and said, that is why I tell you guys, warn you guys not to come when I'm in Samadhi. And then before even this person updated Swamiji, saying that the doctor said that the person has left his body. Swamiji said, tell the doctors not to worry. Soul has re-entered the body. I have taken care. Soul has re-entered the body. It's like, just taking and putting it back inside. And then Swamiji said, and I have myself entered into that body and completely healing it. And this person was shocked. This person said, Swamiji, just like 20 minutes before, I got a call from the hospital and this is what the doctor said. So then, of course, Swamiji said, so called back and checked with the hospital. Actually, the hospital, they said that we've been trying to reach you. Your number was not reachable. I don't know, some miracle happened right after we called you. In just a few minutes, suddenly this person started breathing. The soul, it just felt like the person came back alive. And all of a sudden, rapid healing is happening in every cell. The doctors could not believe what was happening. But of course, we know it was Swamiji. Swamiji is, there's this beautiful line comes in the Kirtans. It says, Leela Manusha Vesha Nitya, where like literally he's playing this whole thing. Like it's this Leela. Swamiji will tell him in Satsang, no? It's too difficult for you to prove that Swamiji is a human being because he lives these, it's like the kind of experiences you'll be having, it's beyond your human mind's even understanding. What Swamiji does, when Swamiji says, I'll take care, I'll heal you now, I'm giving you healing now, or I'm entering into your body now, it's not a joke. It's not that Swamiji is just sending some energy. Physically, he is attending to you. He is connecting with your very bioenergy. He's sending this very energy inside of you. And this is like a very, very, very powerful, this Pavanaya's message reminded me, we cannot understand how Swamiji exists. Because the way he exists, it's like
a different frequency altogether. It's very difficult to try and wrap it around. But one thing you can do is definitely enjoy these, just being a part of these. Imagine even learning about the 14 lokas, right? How would you know? Like what does it mean? 14 lokas, how does it exist and how you can apply it? How will you know it? Right? It's Swamiji who's making it available for us in such a beautiful way, making it so practically available and applicable for us. Anyways, so there are here two more questions that I want to take. Ma Fei Li and Ma Xiangxing. Both of you asked, and it's the same similar questions. I'm just going to take it together. So Ma Xiangxing Zhao has asked, who created gods such as Shiva and Vishnu? Ma Fei Li has asked, new to Hinduism, seems there are many different Hinduism sects. What is the relationship between Krishna and Shiva, please? Okay. Now, I'll tell you all one thing. Listen very carefully. If you read our Hindu scriptures, you will see Shiva Purana will tell the Shiva related Shaiva Agama, the Shaiva Sampradaya will tell that Shiva created the whole world. So they will say that, Shiva, just when he was Ananda Natana, when he was doing Ananda Tandava, he creates Brahma, he creates Vishnu, he creates Devi Parashakti, he creates the whole world. And Vaishnava Sampradaya will tell the whole world came from Vishnu's Nabi, means Vishnu's navel. He births Brahma and Shiva and all the universes, and he's just in Ananta Shayana, he runs the whole multiverses together. In Devi, Shakta Sampradaya, they will tell when Devi was just walking from the feet, dust of Devi, the whole universes get created. And they tell that Adi Parashakti herself extends her own amshas as Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva. And she manifests herself as Lakshmi, Durga and Saraswati. Understand, if you try to find out the creation of gods, you're not going to get this thing for it because it is too powerful for you to understand. So once someone asked Swamiji that, which is true, each Sampradaya is telling 111 Swamiji, it's conflicting with each other. Swamiji laughed and Swamiji said, because human mind is too stuck in binary. We only will want one at a time. We want it only clear, fulfilling our logic. We can never understand the scriptures. When Shaivagamas tells Paramashiva created the universes in his Ananda Tandava, it is 100% true as Vaishnavagamas declaration that whole universes, even Shiva was created by Vishnu. And it is very true when they say when Devi walks from her Hiranya Garbha, all the universes get created. It is not conflicting with each other. The truths come from absolute Paramasatya, the Paramadvaita, that the whole logic that is revealed is multidimensional logic. All of them ultimately lead you to one experience, the experience of Advaita. Whether you connect to Devi, then follow the Devi, Shakta Sampradaya. You connect to Subramanya, you connect to youth, valor and power, follow the Kaumara. You connect to that whole love, romance, follow the Vaishnava Sampradaya. whether you connect intense like Tyaga, Tapas, or joy of life, connect to the Shaiva Sampradaya. Each aspects of Hinduism is given for you to experience Advaita. That's the goal. To realize you're one with the divine. For that, however you want to connect with the divine, all those options are available to you. So you will have, in Hinduism alone, you have like a huge pantheon of gods. You have 33 crore gods. If you're there not enough, you want to create one more god, even that much permission you have. You can create your own god, you can worship. You can worship. If you want to have a sect where you want to deny the existence of God, you want to deny the existence of deities, Hinduism gives a separate sampradaya for that also called Nastika, who don't worship God in form of deities. Everything is given to you. So what I will tell you is, Faili, if you try to understand all that, you're going to go all over the place because still human logic is not mature enough to understand that. What you can do is, God himself has come down as Guru. Enjoy him. That's all. Paramashiva himself has come down as Guru. Just connect to him. He will make you experience the ultimate. Can anyone else tell you? See, can someone who has never been like it's like this. It is like saying that a blind person, trying to explain a blind person how the world will look, nature will look. No, nobody can do it. If you have, someone can give you the sight and give you that one glimpse, only they can teach you how nature looks. So you are trying to understand something without knowing what it is from people who are not the right resources for you for that. Swamiji can give you the glimpse. So just connect to Swamiji will give you the glimpse. Okay. And also there was one more question pertaining to the 14 lokas. Yes, Nithyananda Jnana Yogini is asking. I have a question. Our ancestors can be different in different lokas. Like for example, my deceased father can be in Pitru Loka and mother can be in different loka and other ancestors also. All deceased beings, the waiting lounge for all the deceased beings is Pitru Loka. They don't go to any other loka unless they do tapas. Like for example, certain beings, Swamiji will say, I will liberate. They'll come in, they'll rest in Kailasa. All those beings directly go to Kailasa. It is like if you have a VIP pass, you'll have the VIP waiting lounge. You'll have a VIP lounge, right? It's like that. So having the initiation, that is what is Shiva Diksha and Vishesha Diksha. If you have received Shiva Diksha, you will not go to Pitru Loka. You will directly go to Kailasa. Shiva Bhutas will come and take you. So you will not have the normal procedures. You'll have a VIP pass. So there was one more question.
Hope all of you are enjoying the sessions. You all can ask your questions.
Oh, wow. Okay. So, Nithyananda Jnana Yogini is asking, after Maheshwara Puja, they still will be in Pitru Loka? No. After Maheshwara Puja, they get liberated and Swamiji directly takes them in oneness with him. They merge. So they'll not have births anymore. See, actually at the end of the life, right, we are given two choices. We are given the choice of whether you want to have one more life or whether do you want to merge with Paramashiva, because we all have met Swamiji and whoever has done the death process or you've received the Vishesha Diksha and Shiva Diksha, you'll be given a choice. So at the end of your life, Swamiji himself will appear and he will ask you a choice. If you say, Swamiji, I want to just merge with you, I don't want births anymore, you will just merge with Paramashiva and you'll just go to Kailasa. Or if you want to choose another body, you'll have like a conscious birth. Means you'll be like a yoga brashta. You'll come down again, you will live around the enlightened master and you'll work towards enlightenment.
One more question is there. Rahul Khanna is asking, Swamiji once said that in 3 kshanas, you should take a new body. Then how does Pitru Loka exist? 3 kshanas is gap between 3 thoughts. A kshana, definition of a kshana is gap between 2 thoughts is a kshana. 3 kshanas it takes for you to assume a new body. Second, every being has certain amount of time that you need to spend in this body. Like, it's not just that when your body gets worn out, only then you leave your body. Sometimes much ahead of it, where you actually have certain karma, the agamya karma that is there, which you have, the prarabdha karma that you have, where you, out of your sanchita karma is like a bank. You have a bank of karmas that you have that you need to exhaust. So from that, you take a part of it, and that is a prarabdha karma. So that part of the karmas you want to exhaust. So you choose that and you have a certain time by when you want to exhaust those karmas in this body. Now, you take this body, assume this body for a certain period of time. But due to unfortunate reasons, sometimes sickness, sometimes accident, something, it makes you leave your body ahead of the time you're supposed to leave. You will still have the time that you're supposed to spend in this body, in this lifetime. So your soul will be with the memory of this birth, with whatever you've done in this birth, with that memory. You will be in a waiting lounge called as the Pitru Loka. And the Pitru Loka also will have, now for example, let us say your ancestors passed away long back, right? Like, let's say even 60, 70 years back. The parallel universe existence of them would have already assumed another body. All of us do have certain component of us existing in Janaloka. Janaloka is where Pitru Loka is. Janaloka is the universe where Pitru Loka exists. You have your own parallel universe existence, which is existing in that Rahul Khanna Ayya is existing in Bhuloka. Rahul Khanna, address Bhuloka, is existing here right now. You're talking to us. Now Rahul Khanna, who is also existing in Janaloka, is there with address called Janaloka. We all stop our address probably in our state or in our country. Now, maybe if we start knowing the existence and start this colonization in Mars, all of that, then we'll start putting address of Earth also. But Hinduism has 14 lokas. So your address will probably end in Bhuloka here. So now in Janaloka, there is your parallel universe existence. Now, whenever you assume a body, when you say that this person shall get liberated and you're offering Maheshwara Puja, so if the person has already assumed another body, the karmas that are there with that person who has assumed another body, that karma load will get dissolved. But the person will have a conscious choice to either continue that birth or leave the body. I hope now it's clear, Rahul Kanaya.
And that is why it varies. So when people are taking like the long time gaps between each, that 3 kshanas varies. And one more thing also, Swamiji tells, see, your existence in all the 14 lokas gets strengthened by the thought currents that you entertain. For example, if you believe strongly that the best strategy in life is to constantly grab things, like as much as possible, grab whatever you can, you live happily, don't worry about anything else, then understand you are existing, empowering your existence in the lower loka, in the Atala, Vitala, Sutala lokas. If you believe the best strategy for life is win-win strategy, means like, I should also get best, others should also get best, you strengthen your existence in Swargaloka. If you believe the best quality aspect of life, strategy of life is Tyaga, tapas, doing tapas for everything, then you strengthen your existence in Tapoloka. If you believe the best quality for life is integrity to Guru, you strengthen your existence in Kailasa. If you believe the best strategy for life is oneness with Paramashiva, constantly residing in him, you strengthen your existence in Mahakailasa. So in all the 14 lokas we exist, depending upon that, which thought current we cherish.
This, what all of you are seeing now, is the Shastra Pramana of what exactly Swamiji had revealed, right? This is from Mrigendra Agama. See, whatever Swamiji reveals, it's Swamiji himself authenticates it by giving us the scriptural reference, which is called as the Shastra Pramana, and Apta Pramana, experience of the various masters, and Atma Pramana from Swamiji's own experience. The Shastra Pramana for this science is found in the Mrigendra Agama. It says, Tadu nakote swalokaha swargivaryam samashrayaha. Swargaloka is absolute peace and joy, an upgraded life. And this is the dwelling place of prominent denizens of heaven, which is above the Bhuvar Loka, and its height is 85 lakhs of yojanas. 1 yojana is approximately equal to 8 miles. So you all can calculate what's 85 lakhs times 8 miles. So that's the distance between Bhuvar Loka and Swargaloka. Mahodvikote vyastraste marichadi munivrajaha. Maharloka, the abode of Marichi and other such eminent sages, is above the Swargaloka, raising to the height of 2 crores of yojanas. So Maharloka is much, much higher than Swargaloka, and higher level beings go there. And this is the largest universe in the cosmos.
Our Agamas have described each one. It's so beautiful, right? The next is Janaloka. Janaloka is a vertical time zone where you can exist in multiple bodies at the same time. Anyone who experiences Janaloka loses all violence because you exist in everyone. Actually, Janaloka is where all deceased people go to. Please understand, Janaloka is where Pitraloka exists. Like how in the Bhuloka, Mars exists, in the Bhuloka, Pluto exists, in the Bhuloka, Mercury exists. Like that in Janaloka, Pitraloka also exists. So it says, Janoshta Kotischa Pitrujagush Janashrayaha. Above is the Janaloka, where Pitrus, ancestors, and the sages such as Jahnu and others are living. Its height is 8 crores of yojanas. Understand, all these 14 lokas, all these vertical time zones, each of this exists. And only human beings can travel to the 14 lokas. Listen very carefully. This is something that I wanted to share. Only human beings, animals can't travel to 14 lokas. You know why? Only human beings have vertical spinal cord. Only human beings have the spine straight. Because of which only human beings can travel to the 14 lokas. Other animals, because most of their life they spend their spinal cord in horizontal manner, they do not have the ability to travel. We have a unique fuel called Ojas. The Ojas, the Kundalini energy, which is fueled by Ojas, takes us to the 14 lokas. And
how there are certain vehicles, like for example, airplanes, you can't use normal petrol for them. they have something called as white petrol. That's a fuel for airplanes. Rockets have a completely different fuel. Like that, the fuel for you to travel to the multiverses is Ojas. Ojas is that fuel which gets more and more awakened when your Kundalini Shakti gets awakened in you. Ojas is the fuel for us to be able to travel to the higher dimensions. And Swamiji also very beautifully explains in Swargaloka, the Devatas can only do right. Like for example, Indra has to drink the Somapana, has to enjoy the dance of Ramba, Urvasi, Menaka. He has the freedom only to change probably the steps of their dance or which one to dance. That's all. But he cannot change the dancing or the Somapana. All these he cannot change. And from Swargaloka, there's no direct flight to Kailasa or direct flight to Vaikuntha. No. Every time they want to travel, like they want to exist in the, they want to travel to the higher lokas, they need to come to Bhuloka, because only in Bhuloka we have the freedom to choose between right and wrong. You have the freedom to choose wrong or right. It's up to you.
That is why in our Puranas, if you see, when Indra does a mistake, he comes to Bhuloka to do the tapas. Understand? All the lower lokas. If you go to the lower lokas, you are bound to only do wrong. Asuras can never do right. By the very flow of its existence, the law of life of the lower lokas is they are bound to do only wrong. The law of life for the higher lokas is they're only bound to do right. They cannot do wrong. Means it's not like by choice. They just don't have that choice. They can only do right. Only Bhuloka is the plane where the individual free will has the power to choose between the right or wrong. Even for someone from Tapoloka to go to Kailasa, they should come to Bhuloka, and from Bhuloka, they should go to Kailasa. From someone from Janaloka to go to Tapoloka, they should come to Bhuloka and then go to Tapoloka. That, like how we have these flights, right? We have these, what do you say, the layoffs. In between, we have the layover, right? So you come to one place, you have the layover, and then you connecting flight. So you go to the other, you continue your journey. Like that, sometimes these layovers are a choice when we fly. But for people in the vertical time zones, it is a must. They have to come and they have a layover and then they go to higher lokas. This is the law of how it functions.
How many of you have seen that, like for example, this is the Linga worshipped by Devi. This is the place where Indra came and did penance. How many of you have heard of these? Indra came and worshipped here. This is where Devi worshipped. This is where this person worshipped. Like where Brahma came and worshipped. We hear these, right? We go to those temples. You see these places. Why are there so many places where gods and goddesses came down and did penance? Because only in Bhuloka, that this is the connecting airport for every flight to any other loka. Rahul Kanaya, I would say even this question is coming from a very our limited understanding of these stories and the way things happen. There is a certain flow. See, for example, why he did what he did. There are certain thought currents that are frozen. He does not have the choice. See, based on what are we saying, something is right and something is wrong. It's based on our understanding. For example, we will also say, then how is it right? We are saying Sargaloka, always Devatas can only choose right. Then how is it right that he's enjoying with all the apsaras there? That is the right understand. Every loka has a certain flow of existence, which is called as Sanatana Dharma. In World Peace Day, Swamiji revealed this. Every loka, every element, every being has certain flow of existence as Paramashiva wants, as Paramashiva intended them to be when he created them. That is called as the Sanatana Dharma for that loka, which is very different from what it is for Bhuloka, which is very different. In Bhuloka itself, it's very different. For example, in Ramayana, there's a reference where it says Rama had killed Vali. And when Sugriva was away, Vali was having Sugriva's wife. And then when Sugriva came back, then he took his wife back. If you look at it from the logic of human beings, the dharma for human beings, it's wrong. But as per the Vanara dharma, the Sanatana dharma, which is given for Vanaras, it is right. It is not wrong for Rakshasa which is Ravana, to kidnap and marry Sita. It's not wrong according to the Rakshasa Dharma, the code of conduct, which is there for the Rakshasas. They can marry someone only whom they win in a battle, which is not the same for Manushya Dharma. It's completely different. I know what we are discussing right now, these are all not anything people can understand with binary logic. It requires a lot more listening and a lot more depth and understanding. Unless we already are initiated by Swamiji and have the multidimensional thinking awakened in us, it's very difficult to cognize this. The Sanatana Dharma for human beings, for Vanaras, for Rakshasas, Everything, even within Bhuloka, it's different. So the understanding of what is right, what is wrong is very different. We need to understand it contextual. So for right now, let's just understand this much, because that is why Rama cannot kill Ravana just because he kidnapped Sita. You're understanding? This very different. Aya has also posted very true. These questions are what people asked me when I was talking about Hinduism. I didn't have an answer. I have no problem. I really appreciate your sincere participation. I also do see that you're clicking. See, when I was explaining, you were clicking with it. So I do know that being initiated by Swamiji, you are already having the multidimensional thinking awakened, which is why you're able to grasp all these. The understanding. So I was just telling, so we understand that we need to answer it contextually. So if you just study the story and look at it from the context, the Devatas can only decide what is right. You'll be able to get the answer for it based on the context that is there in the story.
Question. Nithyananda Jnana Yogini is asking, Ma, which is the biggest universe in the cosmos? It is Maharloka. Maharloka is the largest universe. And where do the 9 planets exist? In what lokas? Navagrahas are energies. Navagrahas are not the 9 lokas you see in Bhuloka. It's not that, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter is all 9 lokas. No. The Navagrahas are the 9 energies, the cosmic forms. Each of them have their designated places of existence. They exist in Swargaloka, some exist in Kailasa. Each of them have their designated places of existence. So the 9 planets exist in their respective thing as energies. Their energies, like what do we say? Like for example, in planet Earth, one of you had asked about the Buddhist place, right? I forget the name. Yes, Mark Xiangmi Xi had asked also something similar. She said, if I held Rudraksha, can I in my afterlife choose to go to the Buddhist Shukhavati apart from Kailasa? Listen very carefully, Ma. Xiangmi Xi and Ma Jnana Yogini. Similar answers for both. In the Bhuloka, planet Earth, certain places are portals to parallel universes, like shortcuts. For example, Swamiji says Shangri-La is true. Shangri-La exists. Shangri-La is one of the portals to parallel universes. Kailasa, we all Hindus go to a place called Kailasa, right? We all like Mount Kailash, correct? So Mount Kailash is a physical place that exists, but Mount Kailash is not where Paramashiva lives. Mount Kailash is a portal to the parallel universe. Like for example, if you go to Mount Kailasa, and if Paramashiva chooses to allow you, that portal opens up to the Mahakailasa, where you can straight go to Paramashiva and see the Kailasa, have the darshan of Kailasa. So each place is a portal to a certain parallel universe. For example, if you go to Venkatachalam, Tirupati, you literally like a wormhole will open up for you to go to Vaikunta. So each of them exists and acts as an airport for you to travel to a certain lokas. Shangri-La exists, Tapovan exists. Each of them are only a portal to the parallel universes. So the place Sukhavati is a portal to the parallel universes. So you can go, you don't even need to wait for afterlife. If your intent in this life to connect and experience oneness with the cosmos, you can go experience that place and it will open up only to the people who are ready to travel. Like even now, thousands of pilgrims go to Amarnath, Kedarnath, thousands of people go to places like Kailash, Mount Kailash. But not everyone have the physical darshan of Paramashiva. Only those who are mature enough, who qualify for that, for them Paramashiva will open up that plains. Okay, and then yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Akash Geronimus has asked, how many miles is 1 yojana? Approximately equal to 8 miles. It's 8 miles is the approximate value. Okay, I think a lot of questions.
have come. We are trying to do our best to answer them as much as possible. Ma Isk also has asked a question: where we start when we assume human body? Are we ascending from lower lokas to higher lokas? What does determine to be able to ascend? Is there a guru in every loka? And how they got the higher lokas? By being in this loka before, or just manifested in that particular higher loka?
Okay, so there are many questions. First, we'll take a few minutes. We're going to project a table, seeing which first you'll understand the thought currents that you need to have. This will also answer, I see one of the Chinese male participants, the name is in Chinese. They're asking what can we do with the knowledge of these lokas and how to make it stronger. This particular table we're showing you right now will help you a lot in this. Take a few minutes and note down this table. This will show you each loka, what is the thought current and who lives in those lokas.
Here you all can see clearly each loka, what are the existence, what is the inner space you need to have for you to exist in each of these lokas. Right? Now, all of you listen very carefully. The parallel universe existence of you gets strengthened, empowered, which you want to empower is like a conscious freedom and choice that you have. Now, this will provide a very beautiful understanding. I think we have had like a lot of time with question answers. Almost 1 hour has passed, and I still see so many people asking questions. So we will do our best to answer all of your questions through the day. Okay, so through the day, you all can ask different questions. Each of you can ask your questions through the day, because as we learn more, we'll get more answers.
So don't worry, I still see many questions, and it's really nice to see all of your participation. I do want to keep answering more and more because so many questions are coming. Keep listening, as and when you have questions, feel free to ask. And after the session, also, if you still have the same question, you can pop up your question. Now we are going to enter into the next session, where Swamiji is going to be describing about who is Bhagavān Sadashiva Murti, the darshan of whom we are going to have today. Swamiji is going to be describing about Sadashiva Murti and the Panchakrityas, meaning when we say God, we only understand it as generator, operator, destroyer. But God is not, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, God is not G-O-D. He is G-O-D-D-E-L, Godel. Generator, operator, destroyer, the one who puts you into delusion, pulls you out of delusion and liberates you. So this in detail, beautifully, Swamiji is going to be explained to us now.
And I have one request. I see many of you have asked some important questions. So I request you all, do not feel bad that your questions are not answered. Please do save your questions, which means you can copy paste it somewhere. And we request you all to top it up. The next time, again, we are having the question and answers after the next session, when we're addressing regarding the parallel universes, etc. You can post your questions. So Ma Vimala and Ma Azita Marak, all of you, please do post your question once again at the time where we'll be addressing the question and answers. Please don't feel like your questions are missed. You all can post it once more. We will definitely take all of your questions and we will have the answers.
And if you're enjoying, do not forget to invite your family members to join now. Take a few minutes, because everything we're learning is a preparation for today's darshan. The revelation Swamiji is going to give. So please do not miss out. Make sure you're inviting them right now. Let them come and join and let them start listening, and surely they'll enjoy. So don't worry, get them. And let's now enter into the next session, where Swamiji is going to be revealing to us on who is Bhagavān Sadashiva Murti.
Without realizing your astitva, perception is incomplete expression of the experience. More you start seeing beyond perception, more of the existential physics is understood by you. Understand? The physics of perceived is energy cannot be created or destroyed. Physics of the physics is energy can be created, manifested, transformed, interchanged, maintained, destroyed, withdrawn. Creation is different, generation is different. For generation, you need some raw material. For creation, you don't need. Srishti, Icha Matra Srishti. Without even having Sangalpa, Icha as the source material. Manifestation. With or without or no reason. It can be generated, created, manifested in any quantity and quality. Maintained, sustained, interchanged, transformed, transferred, played with, hidden, stored, covered, withdrawn, destroyed, can be made to disappear without even the trace that it existed. Understand these two principles. How to transform your death into rejuvenation, and how to transform your delusion into liberation, pulling out of the delusion. The fear of death is an unusual, abnormal, irrational fear of personally dying, or somebody who is part of you, they dying. Understand these two, you will realize your Sadashivatva. Creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, getting out of delusion and liberation. Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, Anugraha, all these 5 will become your powers. You will manifest Sadashivatva. You will manifest these 5 dimensions, 5 phases, PHASES of you, your existence. I tell you, when you get out of delusion, which you created, see, when you create, oh, this is difficult, this is bad, this is wrong, I can't, and made small mole into mountain and destroyed your life energy flow, but you decide, no, work is not bad. Being workaholic is not bad. It's not wrong. Nobody is exploiting me. I am stretching myself and becoming alive, active. By working, nobody died. Only by lying, everyone fell into depression and died, destroyed themselves. By being active and overactive, nobody died. Only by over lying, people fell into depression and destroyed their life. When you realize and go on declaring, hey, I'm working, it is good, it is life positive, and get out of that laziness even once. You will gain so much confidence to declare the highest realities of you and stand up to it. Once I got addicted to this hotel coffee. In Tiruvannamala, there's a hotel, Udupi Hotel. My guru, Prabhupada Yogi, used to take me every day, morning, and give me that coffee and take me for the yoga. I got addicted. And morning when I get up and come with my guru, first thing I'll say, get me coffee, I'll tell. After a few days, I myself understood I am becoming addicted. Then I asked him how to get out of this. He said, just go and tell 3 people that I hate coffee, I don't want to drink coffee anymore. To my mother, to his wife, my Guru's Prabhupada Yogi's wife, and Udupi Hotel owner. All 3. Only these 3 will give coffee for me. He told me, go and tell all these 3 people that you hate coffee and you don't like coffee, you don't want coffee, it's bad. I did it. I saw all 3 stop giving me. In 2-3 days, I even forgot coffee. Listen, really this happened. When I started declaring, telling, first time when I told my mother I hate coffee, I don't like coffee, neither she believed nor I believed. But second time when I went and told my guru's wife, she thought maybe I'm a little cranky and my mood is not good. Or her husband would have told me to do this because she knows all the trick. Even if you are a great enlightened Siddha, your wife knows all your tricks. You are not beyond your wife. Your wife is the bigger Siddha, bigger person than all your enlightenment. And she knows all his tricks, all his techniques, all his methods. So she thought maybe he only told him to do this. That time when I went and declared to that hotel owner, Udupi Hotel owner, I also started believing and he also started believing. I tell you, that's all. Creation, operation, rejuvenation, delusion, liberation. Please understand, Supreme cannot be just GOD, generator, operator, destroyer. Please understand. The Supreme, as per Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Bhagavān, Brahman, Sadashiva, cannot be translated by the word God. The Western definition of God is generator, operator, destroyer. Only 3 aspects. The Hindu understanding of Supreme reality is generator, operator, destroyer, deluder, and liberator. The major 2 aspects of life, unfortunately, was never grasped anywhere else other than this Saraswati Ganges civilization. Only the Saraswati Ganges civilization understood the world beyond seen. If you don't understand delusion, you can't understand beyond the 4 dimensions. You can't understand reality in its completion. God is not Sadashiva. Maybe I can contribute a new word, Godel. Godel. So Godel should be the word, not God. God is not Sadashiva. Sadashiva, Brahman, Bhagavān, all these words used in the Brahman used in Upanishad, Bhagavān used in Puranas, Sadashiva used in Agamas cannot be translated as God, God, used in Western theologies. Understand? These 5 aspects of Sadashiva in the manifest form is called Ishvara, unmanifest form is Avyakta. Even this 5 is only the manifest form of God El, Sadashiva. Paramashiva's message directly from Sri Kailasa. Existence of Ishwaratva is nothing but the decision to own up the principle of creation, principle of sustenance, principle of rejuvenation, principle of delusion, principle of liberation in your existence. Understand? If you own up what you created, you sustained, you destroyed or rejuvenated, or you put yourself in delusion or freed from delusion, or from which you are liberated or liberating, want liberation. If you own up these 5 principles of your life, you become Ishvara for you. If you own up these 5 principles for a group of people, you become Kulapati to them, Ishvara to them. If you own up for a large number of people, you become Mandaleshwara. If you own up the same 5 principles for Mahamandala, you become Mahamandaleshwara. If you own up these 5 principles for the whole universe, you become Ishvara of Brahmanda. That's all. Principle of existence of Ishvara. I'll tell you. In the cosmic level, Paramashiva has 5 of his dimensions: creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, destruction and rejuvenation, putting in and pulling out of delusion, and liberation. All these 5. In your microcosmic life, in your Pindanda microcosmic level, you play the same game. Every day, the new cells getting created, new organs getting manifested in your body is your creation. All of you need to know. Including your brain, everything gets newly created. New cells are created every minute, every second. This is your creation. In microcosmic level, in macrocosmic level, the planets which manifest planets are getting created. In microcosmic level, the cells are created. In the macrocosmic level, whatever is created is continuously getting sustained. In microcosmic level, the body you create is getting sustained. The life you manifest is getting sustained by you. You continuously breathing, inhaling and exhaling, keeping you alive is sustenance, maintenance in microcosmic level. In the macrocosmic level, destruction, rejuvenation, samhara is black holes swallowing big bangs. In the microcosmic level, the old cells getting killed and new cells getting formed is rejuvenation, samhara in your body, in your microcosmic level, Pindanda level. Same way, in the Brahmanda level, the delusion is cosmos creating deluges, pralayas to rejuvenate itself, clean itself. I told you, this year, not just corona, there are so many other natural calamities to clean. The collective negativity will happen. This deluge, pralaya, will clean up a lot of collective negativity. You can see the heat wave all over the world. All the Panchabhutas playing and aligning itself. In the cosmic level, this is the delusion, Prabhava going on. In the macrocosm, Pindanda level, you forgetting your existence as Paramashiva, higher reality, falling into the nightmares and going through, is the small scale Tobhava. Delusion in the Pindanda, microcosmic level you go through. In the cosmic level, Brahmanda level, liberation, Anugraha is Paramashiva himself manifesting as this Nijavadara Nithyananda and making this Kailasa happen. And guiding all the beings. In microcosmic level, Pindanda level, you receiving these powerful cognitions and liberating yourself from all these deluge by holding on to the Guru's feet is the liberation happening in you. Understand? Whatever is happening in Brahmanda, macrocosm, is happening in your Pindanda, microcosm. So don't worry about your delusions. Don't be powerless about it. Don't try to work with the facts and figures externally. Don't try to work with the seen. Work on the seer.
Nithyanandam. Now, let us all prepare ourselves to experience a very, very powerful process, a meditation process to experience and manifest Bhagavān Sadashiva Murti. Swamiji himself is now going to be conducting this process for us. Please sit straight. And Swamiji is going to be chanting the mantra of each of the faces of Bhagavān Sadashiva Murti. And we are going to be experiencing those dimensions in us. Let us now get ready for the process. Please sit straight.
Just listen to this powerful cognition. Paramashiva exists with an individual, independent identity with unimaginable form, formlessness, and the pure beauty. He manifests as Mahasadashiva and Sadashiva and Tatpurusha, Ishana, Agora, Satyojata, Vamadeva Murtis. In that forms also he manifests. Pray to each one of them. Connect with each one of them. And I commit with you. They have blessed. I tell you the truth. They have blessed me. And they have authorized me to share the knowledge about them and introduce them to all of you and initiate all of you into the connection with them. So now, I'm directly connecting all of you with them. One by one. First, I'll start with Satyojata Murti. Meditate on them. Don't close your eyes. Keep your eyes open. See how they look. This is the Archavadara Murti of Satyojata Murti. I'll chant the mantra. I'll connect you one by one with all the 7 forms, Satyojatam Vamadevam Tatpurusham Ishanam Agoram Sadashivam Mahasadashivam. Of course, Paramashiva. I'll connect you with all the Murtis one by one, connect you ultimately with Paramashiva. I really want you to have intense connection. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam Bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam Bhavudbhavaya namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Satyojatam prabhatyami Satyojataya vai namo namaha. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam Bhavudbhavaya namaha. Devaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya namo Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balapramadhanaya nama Sarvabhuta damanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balapramadhanaya namo Sarvabhuta damanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Vamadevaya namo Jyeshtaya nama Sreshtaya nama Rudraya nama Kalaya nama Kalavigaranaya namo Balaya namo Balavigaranaya namo Balapramadhanaya nama Sarvabhuta damanaya namo Manonmanaya namaha. Aghoramurti. Aghorebhyo tagorebhyo gora gora darebhyaha. Sarvebhyo sarva sarvebhyo namaste astu Rudrarubebhyaha. Aghorebhyo tagorebhyo gora gora darebhyaha. Aghorebhyo tagorebhyo agora gora darebhyaha. Sarvata sarva sarvebhyo namaste Rudrarubebhyaha. Om 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 Aghorebhyo tagorebhyo agora gora darebhyaha. Sarvata sarva sarvebhyo namaste Rudrarubebhyaha. Aghorebhyo tagorebhyo agora gora darebhyaha. Sarvata sarva sarvebhyo namaste Rudrarubebhyaha. Tatpurushaya vidmahe Mahadevaya dhimahi Tanno Rudra prachodayat. Tatpurushaya vidmahe Mahadevaya dhimahi Tanno Rudra prachodayat. Tatpurushaya vidmahe Mahadevaya dhimahi Tanno Rudra prachodayat.
பூஜை வேண்டும் என்னாலும் அது மறைவேதம் சொன்ன சொல்லாகும். மதுரையிலே இன்று மன்னவனாய் கைலை மலை தலைவன் நின்றான். தனக்கென தானே ஆலயம் கண்டு தனையே பணிந்தான் சிவபெருமான். பொன்னே தந்தாலும் பொருளே வந்தாலும் இறைவனை மறப்பது சரியாகுமா? அது நலம் வாழ வைக்கும் சிவரூபம் எம்மையிலும் நன்மை தரும் தெய்வம் அது தென் மதுரை நின்ற குல தெய்வம் சிவமயமே என் அருகினிலே
ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोम् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु स एव Sadashiva Om Sadashiva Om Sadashiva Om. Now connect with Sadashiva. Satyo jatam prapatyami satyo jataya vai namo namaha Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavasvamam Bhavodbhavaya namaha वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय मनोन्मनाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमः सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् अघोरेभ्यो तघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वसर्वेभ्यो नमस्ते अस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्र प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानाम् ब्रह्माधिपति ब्रह्मणोऽधिपति ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्तु सदाशिवोम् ओम 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 connect with Paramashiva Sadashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Shrunut brahmana sarve guhyat guhyataram param asti meror utakbaghe Kailasa parvatah sambasya sagunasyayam sabaktasyentu maulinah sambase yojananancha vimshat kodi prayatah dauhadyamedat vigunam asaya nyayam tvijottamaha नवरत्नमयं तस्य मध्ये शिखरमुत्तमं तत्रालयं महेशस्य नानारत्नविचित्रितं प्रकारगोपुराट्टाल वलबीभिर्विराजितं तदा सिंहासने तत्र महान् शम्भुः सदाशिवः प्रफुल्लकमलोल्लास पञ्चविंशन्मुखज्वलः धृतनानायुनोद्भासी पञ्चाशत्करमण्डितः प्रफुल्लरक्ताम्बुजाट्ट श्रीनाभ्यां श्रीयुगपाज्वलः विचित्ररत्नकसितः भूषणैरभिभूषितः अनेककोटि सूर्याभः परमानन्दविग्रहः अप्राक्तकृततनुः श्रीमान् लक्ष्यलक्षणवर्जितः यतो वाचो निवर्तन्ते अप्राप्य मनसा सह गङ्गाश्रयजटाचूट चन्द्ररेखाविभूषितः भस्मोद्दूलित सर्वांग व्यालयज्ञोपविता वीदवान् कपालमालाधारी च व्याक्रचर्माम्बरावृतः प्रतिपत्रं त्रिनयनः भक्तसर्वार्थसिद्धितः प्रसार्य दक्षिणं पादं कुञ्जयित्वेदरं पदम् अभयं चक्रशूले च दङ्गबाणौ गदां भजे कट्कतोमरशक्तिश्च परशुस् सुप्रासपञ्चपान् हलाङ्कुशाक्षमालाश्च सुरिकां ध्वजदण्डकौ वज्रकुण्डासितं श्राश्च ग्रहञ्च पिण्डिपालकम् पञ्चविंशतिभिरस्तैः तथा नो दक्षिणैश्चुभैः वरसावौ मृगं शङ्खं केटपाश परश्वतान् मुत्करं डमरुं गण्डां रुद्रवीणां च पुस्तकम् कपालमुण्डकट्वाङ्ग कुशुण्डीपरिधानभिः बालं भट्टसंवेत्रं कमण्डलूहुदासनौ कर्तरीं मुसलं पिच्छं पिप्रत्मामैस्तथाकरैः महान् सदाशिवस्योऽयं राजते तत्र पर्वते। ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्। 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 ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्।
Sadashiva is a manifestation of Paramashiva, through which he performs the Panchakrityas of the cosmos. Swamiji very beautifully revealed in this session, right? Satyojata, Vamadeva, Aghora, Ishana, and Tatpurusha. Each of these phases of Paramashiva performs the Panchakrityas. The Western concept of God, as Swamiji beautifully explained, is only generation, operation, and destruction. It ends with that. Because the idea, the conceptualization of God is very, very limited. And the existence in Hinduism, we have no gods, we have godels. Because Godel, where the Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha, all the five happens together. Are you all catching it? Ma, Vimala is asking if all the deities are beings in the higher dimensions, then whom do we refer as Devam? It's the same. See, Ma, for example, the being of Parandhama, the consciousness of Parandhama, through the being of Mahavishnu, embodies in the Nijavatara as Venkateshwara. Understand, the consciousness of the deity, the consciousness is formless, like pure. Paramashiva, the consciousness of Paramashiva is absolute formlessness. The consciousness of Paramashiva manifests through the being of Sadashiva in the embodied form as that particular avatar. For example, the consciousness of Parandhama through the being of Mahavishnu embodies himself as Krishna. So what we connect to are all the same. That's why we say all the deities lead to the same truth. Okay, and understand, Sadashiva Murti is that form of Paramashiva through which he performs the Panchakrityas of the cosmos. The Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha. All the five, the Panchakrityas put together, we experience the reality in front of us. Today, all of us are going to be having a very, very, very powerful initiation. Today, we all learned about parallel universe. We all learned about Sadashiva Murti. Please listen very carefully. Today, there's an exclusive, powerful process where you're going to be traveling to the parallel universe of Pitruloka and you will be meeting your ancestors. Any one of you looking to meet your ancestors, all of you, please bring the photo of your ancestors. Anyone who's not in the body, today we have, along with this very special session with Swamiji, we have a very special initiation where you all will be meeting with your ancestors. So you can bring their photos. If any of your friends have, they have a near and dear one that they just recently, they passed away and they're really missing, don't worry, invite them. And this powerful initiation today, they will literally be traveling to Janaloka. And remember, Janaloka is higher up, even above Swargaloka. So they're going to be going we're all going to be going to the second parallel universe and we're going to be meeting our ancestors. Okay, now all of us learned about Sadashiva Murti, correct? If you just cognize how you do the Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Throbhava, and Anugraha, you will understand the Sadashiva manifesting in you. Now, there's a very beautiful power we're all going to be manifesting. It's called the power of synesthesia. Understand, what does synesthesia mean? Synesthesia means where you use more than one sense to perceive the reality. Let's say, for example, now you're all seeing. You're perceiving me through two senses, correct? You're seeing and you're hearing. Now, you can listen very carefully. You can not just hear the sounds, you can also taste the sounds. You can taste the colors. This power of synesthesia is where you experience that whole completion and breakthrough, where you're able to see, feel, experience the different things through all your senses. For example, let's say I'm going to show you all what you're all going to do now is I'll be showing you all picture of some random different things. Like I'll zoom in one particular thing and I'll be showing you all. Okay, let's say for example, I zoom in the picture of a sugar cube, and I'm going to show you all that. What you will be doing is you're going to be perceiving it not just by seeing, but consciously deciding and perceiving it by your will of seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, all the five senses. Understanding? If you're all understanding, could you all put yes in the chat? Please put yes in the chat if you all understood. Perfect. Okay, great. Ma Virupaksha, I think you were saying no sound, ma. Everyone else is hearing, I guess. Is there some audio issue on your side? Could you check? Others are all hearing. Okay. All right. So now listen very carefully. You're going to just sit as Sadashiva. You're going to manifest the space of Sadashiva. Sit and intensely connect and manifest. Okay, ready? Shall we all start? I'm going to be projecting the first picture for all of you. You're all going to be connecting and identifying what exactly is this. You're going to be describing the smell, the taste of it, and if you touch it, how it will feel. All of this you all can type, scan through the third eye, and connect intensely, chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, can I request every one of you to post in the chat what exactly did you see? So what you're going to do now is, I request each of you to describe all the 5 things. You're going to be telling how it feels to touch it. Like you can say, is it rough? Is it very smooth? Is it very coarse? Or is it very, like, what is the feeling you get when you touch it? And what is the smell of it like? Is it sweet? Is it a bad smell? Is it something like a particular smell? What exactly do you smell? Right? And how do you see it? Okay, like right now you're all seeing it, even the whole object, what it is. And then you're going to also tell the sound of it. Like if you knock on it, what sound does it come? What sound does it give? So I request each of you to describe all the 5. And of course, the taste. Is it bitter, sweet, sour, spicy? What is the taste of it? Come on, I'm curious to see. Okay, my Hedi Shlak is saying lemon slice, but you should describe it. Can each of you put all the 5? Touch, taste, smell, and seeing, and sound. All the 5. You all can list. So touch is like this, taste is like this, and sound is like this. Can I request each of you to post? Come on, I request all the participants to go ahead and describe. Touch has texture and little moist taste, sour and juicy smell, fresh. Okay. Balmiest, okay. Come on, all the others. Mahedi Shlak, Makiti Punekar, come on. Tasty food, okay. Sweet, hard, hello, rough, smells like coconut. Okay, very, very interesting. Okay, now I'm going to show you all the answer. You all will be surprised to see the answer. Ma Nithyananda Jnana Yogini, you are absolutely right. It is a pineapple. That was what is projected, and you found out precisely. And Guru Prasadini, you said the taste is sweet and sour. That's right, you have manifested. And so many of you have correctly described. And not really smooth, but a little crunchy, and sweet and a sour taste. That's right. Fragrant and feel very tender and crispy. Ma Xiangxing, exactly, very right. Ma Jenny Tran, you manifested the smell correctly. And Ma Vinuta Nagaraj, you also started manifesting. Wow, many of you have told. Ma Virupaksha, right? Wow. See, understand? Each time you manifest this power, you are literally experiencing the space of oneness and the space of the manifestation. When you're experiencing it, right? Instantly, you experience the space of being beyond, in unclutched space, where you're not limited to perceiving reality only through one sense or two. We perceive reality simultaneously through the same sense. Many times, first we hear the sound, then the other senses get integrated. But with this, simultaneously, spontaneously, through all the 5 senses, you'll be able to perceive. Your awareness increases multifold. You're all understanding? So that is why this power is very, very special. With this power, you literally awaken your own ability to experience reality, the nature of reality. Very, very powerful way. Now, we are going to be entering into the next session. It's very important one, where we will be learning about 25 states of consciousness. We learned about 14 lokas. We will now be learning about 25 states of consciousness. Each of it is very, very important. So I request all of you to provide your complete listening to this. See, normally we all know dream state, okay, waking state, but there are 25 states that your consciousness exists in. And in this session now, we're going to be learning. Today, you're all going to be learning a lot, of course, because we have to prepare for the very special session with Swamiji that we have. So this is a very special session, and it's a very important one. It gives us a basic understanding for what we're going to be learning today. So please listen to this session where we learn about the 25 states of consciousness.
You have two levels of existing. Listen carefully. Two levels of existing. One, with the thought currents, without the thought currents. With the thought currents means an active inner image, constantly spitting thoughts. Without thoughts, in deep sleep, where I think some of you are in that state now. If you are not hearing me, you are in that state. If you are hearing me, you are not, fortunately. I'll repeat, listen. With thoughts, without thoughts. With thoughts, all of you know, constantly picking fight with everyone, everything. Actually, with thoughts is nothing but constantly picking fight with everything. When you stop picking fight with everything, there will be no thought. Thought is Tan in your existence. When there is uneasiness and you decide to pick fight with some part of you or the other, then comes thought. Without thought, you know, deep sleep, in the night time, or sometimes in the daytime. Whenever you are in the deep sleep, no thought. So these two, same way, listen. With thought, without thought. Same way, with your existence, remembrance of your existence, without the remembrance of your existence. Listen. You need to listen to these words very carefully. With the idea, I exist, I consciousness. Without the idea, I exist. These two states, how many of you are able to understand? See now, all of you have the idea, I exist. Am I right? The deep sleep, do you have that? That is why it is sleep. So, there are two ways and two states. Two ways is with thought, without thought. Two states is with the idea I exist and without the idea I exist. How many of you understand that? Project. Listen. With the idea I exist, and with thoughts, listen carefully, because you need to understand this unit. This is the fundamental unit. How the states of consciousness is formed in you. Why you go through what you go through in your life. Understand? Ignorance is not cute. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from the traffic ticket. Ignorance of traffic rules is not going to save you from ticket. Ignorance cannot be a reason for not following. Same way in the cosmos, ignorance is not cute. Yes, you can be victim, singing song, oh, I'm ignorant, innocent devotee. Who is going to care? No. A devotee cannot be ignorant. Jnana varishta bhakti. Devotion established on knowledge and understanding. That is devotion. Understand? I am talking about the fundamental units of life. So let me go to the next word. I am introducing these 4 words. With thoughts, without the idea that I exist. That's called swapna. You may say, no. In dream also I remember I exist. No, listen carefully. In the dream, you will be writing your college examination sitting with your son. How can that be? College exam you wrote much before the marriage. How many of you had this kind of a completely overlapping dream? You need to know the identity I you feel in the dream does not have independent understanding. It is just overlapping, crisscrossing of few thought currents. See, like laser beam, if 4 or 5 beams cross, that point looks like independently shining, which is not. Same way, in the dream, few thought currents crossing, you feel as if your identity exists, but it is not. It does not have consistency. In one dream itself, that will change 20 times. How many of you have observed? In the waking state itself, it changes. Why? Dream state. How many of you say that? But in the waking state, at least little decent. In the waking state, it's more like an unstable spouse. Every half an hour divorce. And every 1 hour patch up. But in the dream state, it doesn't even behave like an unstable spouse. It behaves like a 10 minutes son, 10 minutes boss, 5 minutes brother, 5 minutes enemy. You just don't know how it behaves. Listen carefully. The number of thoughts gives idea that you exist for a spark. That's what happens in the dream state. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? That is why the idea of I in the dream state is so illusory. Many times you don't even remember you when you come back from dream. What was your idea about you? Seen but does not exist. That's a direct translation of the word swapna. Seen but does not exist. Where the idea of I does not exist, but the thoughts exist. Means the frequency of the thoughts is much higher. The idea of I, it has no existence. That frequency is almost like a zero. Then third word I am introducing, listen, where neither the idea I exist nor the idea thoughts exist. That is what is called deep sleep. Sushupti. This day all of us experience in our day-to-day life. The fourth word I am going to introduce, it has no word. That is why it is called Turiya. Turiya means fourth in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit, the word Turiya means fourth. That's all. Because there is no word for it. Where the idea that I exist is there. I am there, but there is no thoughts. That is called the fourth state, Turiya. With the idea I exist, but without thoughts, is Turiya. With I plus with thoughts is waking state. Without I but thoughts is dream state. Neither I nor thoughts is deep sleep state. Only I, no thoughts is Turiya. Now I want you to remember these 4 words. Let me repeat. Jagrat means waking state. Swapna means dream state. Sushupti means deep sleep state. Turiya means fourth state, awakened state. There's a 5th word Mahadeva introduces in Agama called Turiyatita. Means not only you are awake, you are alive, you can move anything you want. See, if you have manifested the powers of moving a matter, how many of you are successfully able to move a matter? You have seen the glimpse of Turiyatita. Turiyatita is the state where awakening becomes power manifestation. All these 5 states, deep sleep, dream, waking, awakened, alive. All these 5 states in Sanskrit, Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. All these 5 states cross each other. You may ask, how? Because you are no more a single integrated being. All the time, one part of you is planning, strategizing about your future and possibilities. The other part of you is just interested in denying you, which is strategizing. The part which goes on strategizing about you and your future is called mind, head, intellect, logic. The part which goes on denying you does not want the direction. Not because it is right or wrong, just it does not want. It's like a tantrum throwing child, what you call as heart emotion. Please understand, you have been given a very wrong idea, your heart and emotion is always right. No. Both are corrupt. Understand, both are corrupt. Both carry deep incompletions. Heart wants something just because it does not want that. Heart denies something just because head wants it. It's not that always heart is right. No. If you feel heart is right, no. You are wrong. Head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Head is wrong does not mean heart is right. Sometimes head is right. That does not mean heart is wrong. Sometimes head is wrong. That does not mean heart is right. Both have their incompletions. Both have their problems. Because you are no more a single being. See, invariably when the whole humanity has started experiencing this dual being, two part, that is when our masters declare the Kali started. So two parts of you experiences two different states at a time always. Please understand. If your head, which is strategizing about your future, is now awake, your heart is in dream state, sitting somewhere and doing something else. If you have to put your head and heart together, keep yourself in the waking state, you feel stressed, tensed. Oh, I can't be like that for a long time. Maybe a few minutes, okay. Not more than that. How many of you understand what I am saying? How many of you experientially feel, yes, I go through this? Understand, the line, vertical line is a heart. Vertical line is heart's line. Horizontal line is logic's line, head's line. So listen, when your head is in Sushupti, heart is also in Sushupti. It is called Sushupta Sushupti, deep sleep, deep sleep. Very rarely you experience this. Even in your deep sleep, if you are lying on your bed for 8 hours, maximum you may experience this deep sleep for 20 to 30 minutes, not more than that. Please understand. Head, heart, both parts of you experiencing Sushupti and Sushupti, deep sleep and deep sleep. It may happen just for a few minutes. In the whole 6 hours or 8 hours, you are lying on your bed. When your head experiencing dream state and your heart experiencing deep sleep, you can perceive this experience. When you dream and just fall asleep without even waking up, you will dream something and you will fall asleep without waking up. Again you will dream something, you will fall asleep. Maybe third time or fourth time when you dream only you will wake up. How many of you have experienced this? When you wake up you will remember all the 3-4 dreams. That is what this state, the Sushupti and Swapna. How many of you are understanding? State is not bad. Understand? All these 25 states of consciousness is 25 dimensions of you. You are 25 faces. You are 25 dimensions. In the waking state, how you are able to control larger part of you. You can control your hands. You can control your legs. Many things you can control in your waking state. When you want, you can get up and go and pick up a cup of tea. When you want, you can go and use the restroom. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use it. It's a trap. Once more, I am repeating, if you missed it. In the dream state, if you find a restroom, don't use it. It's a trap. When your bladder is full, it is capable of sending instruction to your brain and the whole restroom will be built. And you'll be made to feel comfortable. Only things are a little wet or hot, you will realize what has happened. Understand, your ability to have power over your internal and external things makes certain state is good or bad. That's all. If you are in delusion, don't be afraid. It is actually delusion kicks you to the next level of liberation. See, 3 seconds of nightmare not only gets you out of nightmare, it pushes you to the next level of state of consciousness called waking state. From dream, you are just kicked to the waking state. High. From dream, moving to waking state is like enlightenment in dream state. So, if you had a very sweet dream, normal dream in your dream state, you would have just gone again back to dream state or deep sleep state. But if you had a nightmare, you can neither go back to dream state or deep sleep state. You have to be kicked to waking state. So delusion in the delusion in the dream state is nightmare. But ultimately that nightmare does a great good thing that you are enlightened, pushed out of the dream state to the waking state. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is enlightenment. Same way, from dream, if you are pushed to waking, that is enlightenment in this level. Understand? Enlightenment means getting pushed to the next higher state of consciousness. From deep sleep, if you are pushed to the dream state, that's one level enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, that is one level of enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to the Turiya, that is next level of enlightenment. From Turiya, if you are pushed to Turiyatita, that's the next level of enlightenment. So understand, the nightmare in your dream state is not as bad as you always think, because just a 3-second nightmare, and you need to know, no nightmare can be longer than 3 seconds. It's a law of life. In the dream, it will look like a long time, but actually, in chronological waking state time, it's only 3 seconds. So, all nightmares are enlightenment in the dream state, because it has pushed you from dream state to the waking state, which is a level of enlightenment as far as the dream state is concerned. I should call there are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed to the dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you are pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you are pushed to Turiya, it's called awakened enlightenment. From Turiya, when you are pushed to Turiyatita, it's called living enlightenment. The body which is fueled only by Sushupti, Jakrat Swapna means deep sleep, dreaming, and little waking state once in a while because of cup of coffee. The body which was being dragged, functioning only with these states, if even little Turyatita is mixed, it is like a wow. Today I'll put little Turyatita. You will see the kind of a alchemy change in the system. God, what is going on? What is he doing to my system? I'm just changing the fuel. Multiple things will happen. One, a thorough healing of the body. All the repaired parts get healed. All the friction disappears. Ability of your mind to see, perceive, cognize Jiva, individual self, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. Ability to cognize Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Ability to connect with the Jiva, Ishvara and Jagat becomes high when you are fueled with the Turyatita space and state. That is why these 25 states of consciousness, knowledge about it and experience about it is very important. There's a beautiful verse by a great saint Tirumular. பொன்னை மறைத்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் பொன்னில் மறைந்தது பொன்னணி பூஷணம் தன்னை மறைத்தது தன்கரணங்களே தன்னில் மறைந்தது தன்கரணங்களே. I'll give you the translation. If you see the jewel, you will not remember the gold. If you remember the gold, you will forget the jewel design. If your body is fueled by deep sleep, waking and dream state, Jakrat Swapna Sushupti, It will all be about karana. Karana means eyes, ears, tongue. The action-based organs projecting the universe. This organs projecting the universe does not let you experience your original Turiya Turiyatita state. When I add this Turiya and Turiyatita like a juice into your being, it can be added just like a juice. I can pour this tea on your head like that. I can pour that. One good thing, the tea will overflow. This will get into your system. Turiya and Turiyatita. When the Turiya and Turiyatita gets into your system, the karana, the organ-based projection of the world dissolves into your original state. So the original state becomes a reality. Then the organ-based projection universe. Listen. Organ-based projected universe, as long as you are perceiving it, you are pursuing it, it will all be love, hatred, good, bad, right, wrong, jumps in the life. But when Turiya and Turiyatita is added to your biomemory, bioenergy, suddenly you will realize yourself is a much deeper and higher reality than the organ-based projected universe. Understand? If your stomach is experiencing acidity, you will feel whole world is enemy, demon. You don't need big demons to come and attack you. Just little acidity is enough. And the kind of a tantrum you throw, a simple hunger and food is not immediately available. How many go crazy? Raise your hand. True. It's true. Organ-based projection, perception of the universe. That is like a crude oil run tractor in a village Kacha road, which has higher ups and downs of any best roller coaster in the world. If Turiya and Turiyatita is added into your system, suddenly you will feel like you are flying. The whole inner space is lubricated. Turiya and Turiyatita is the important fuel with which your body need to be filled if you are interested in experiencing Kailasa.
Sorry, yes. Swamiji revealed about the 25 states of consciousness, right? The Sushupti, Swapna, Jagrat, Turiya, Turiyatita. These are the 5 main states of consciousness. Now, our body and mind goes through these 5 states of consciousness in different phases. Now, the permutation combination of these 5 states of consciousness forms the 25 states of consciousness. You may be wondering, why is this relevant? Like, what exactly is this 25 states of consciousness about? This is literally like a map that helps you determine which state you are in and which state you would like to head towards. Nithyananda Ma, Sanghavasini, Ananda. Okay, there's also there's someone called Freedom Heart. You could please put your name, full name. Yes. I encourage all of you to ask your doubts, your questions, and we will be taking it and we will be answering them as well. So you all can ask any questions, doubts that you have. Yes. Now, the 25 states of consciousness, each of them are like an indicator of what state you are in. Like, for example, let's say your body is physically in Jagrat, the waking state, but your mind is in, let's say, the deep sleep state, Shushupti state. So each of them correspond to a physical state of our existence. For example, when your mind is extremely tired, but your body is in wakeful state. When your body is in Jagrat, mind is in Swapna or Sushupti. That is what is called as sleepwalking. Because in sleepwalking, the eye consciousness in you is very less. You don't have the awareness, but your body is active. You can walk, you can do your things that automatically your body is trained to do. So sleepwalking is when your body is physically in the state of Jagrat, active, but your mind is in the state of rest. Right? Your mind is in the state of deep sleep. Now, the same thing, let's say when your body is in the space of deep sleep, like completely tired, when your body is not awake, but your mind is extremely awake and active, the eye consciousness exists, you're in coma, which is where you can feel everything, you can feel hunger, but you can't eat it because your body refuses to move. Your body falls into a Shushupti state. So the whole life is a permutation, combination of the different states we experience in our life through our activities. You all can see here, this is the exact chart that Swamiji was showing us. So when you have eye consciousness and you have thoughts, you're in Jagrat state, like right now. You all have the eye consciousness and you all have your thoughts. That's Jagrat. Now, your eye consciousness, but without the thoughts, that is Turiya, where you know you exist, but there are no thoughts. That is Turiya. When you are having without eye consciousness, but you have thoughts. For example, let's say the dream, all the dream is without eye consciousness with thoughts. That's why when you are in a deep sleep, if someone calls you, when you're in deep sleep, when someone calls you, you will not know. When you're in deep sleep, if people around you are talking to you, if they scold you, you will not know anything because you do not have the eye consciousness, but you have thoughts. The dreams happen in you. Understanding? So without eye consciousness, with thoughts, it's in Swapna. Without eye consciousness and without thoughts, you're in Sushupti, deep sleep. Now, these 4 states of consciousness, these 5 actually, these all form the 25 states of consciousness, as you all can see here in this. So the 5 states, actually what you all see in the vertical line is the 5 states. What you all see in the horizontal line, 5 states. The vertical line is mind, the horizontal line is body. So the crisscrossing of these 5 states and of consciousness with each other forms the 25 states of consciousness. The horizontal line is a state of mind, logical. The vertical line is a state of the heart, emotional. That throws a tantrum whenever on what mind decides or desires. Now listen very carefully. Some of the most important truths that Swamiji revealed in this session. Why it is important for us to understand this is because these 25 states of consciousness is like it's like a map, it's like a chart based on which you will know in which state you are existing on. What is the state of consciousness that you're existing on? You will know what will determine your further future course of actions. It will help a lot in understanding this. Okay. Anyways, so what Swamiji was saying is, see, what you desire by your logic mind, what you believe is the tantrum throwing child, which is the heart. You will never get what you desire. You will only get what you believe. You will never get what you desire. You will never go by the logic. Your logic decides, oh, I should venture into this, I should get $1 million. But what your heart believes is what you will get. All these 25 states of consciousness is the 25 dimensions or faces of you. You can't say just because you're in Sushupti, tiredness, you are bad. No. There is nothing right or wrong, good or bad in this. It is just the state of your existence. Your ability to have power over your internal and external things makes a certain state good or bad. If you have power over your external and internal emotions, then you are good. That is good for you. If you are powerless and you let the external situations take power over you, then it is bad. Now, Swamiji told, right, your focus needs to be on being powerful, not on changing the states. Whatever state of consciousness that you exist in, you becoming powerful about that state is what matters. That is what determines whether we are in the right state of consciousness or not.
I hope all of you are understanding the explanations and revelations that Swamiji explained elaborately to us. See, these 25 states of consciousness, understanding this would bring in-depth understanding even about yourself that you have. There are 4 levels of enlightenment. From deep sleep, when you are pushed into dream state, it's called dream enlightenment. From dream state, if you're pushed to the waking state, it's called waking enlightenment. From waking state, if you're pushed to Turiya, it's called as awakened enlightenment. From Turiya, when you're pushed to Turiyadita, it's called as living enlightenment. Now, we'll do a quick thing. Actually, that living in every day, we all experience that pushing from dream state to waking state. Many times you all have faced where you're sleeping, you're actually still sleeping, or sometimes you're dreaming, and you hear the person who's waking you up, their voice in your dream, or you hear some conversation in your dream, and it looks like in the dream they're talking. Suddenly in the dream, you get a realization, hey, wait, am I dreaming? That realization pushes you to waking state. How many of you have experienced this? Whenever we sleep and wake up, that's how there is something pushes. Sorry, I'm seeing in the mail Zoom. Are all of you able to hear us? I hope all of you are able to see us and hear us. Yes. Okay, great. Yes, Everardo, Alfaro, like alarm. Something like that. See, Guru is actually the alarm for us. Now, when an alarm comes, actually, sometimes in your sleep, you hear the alarm and then you wake up. That reminder, right? So that is what makes us to move to the awakened state. Swamiji actually says, you can never experience or dream of yourself dying ever. And every nightmare is only 3 seconds long. Any nightmare you have, it can maximum be there only for 3 seconds or 30 seconds, like very short amount of time. After you wake up, you cannot be in a situation. I have actually, okay, how many of us have dreamt of things like where you're almost attacked, almost even something like a tiger is chasing you, it's almost going to kill you. But then, and it's situations where like you even think that you're about to be killed, but you wake up. Because you can never dream of yourself dying at all. That pushes you to the awakened state, like to the next state. Anyways, now let's take a few minutes and write any 5 instances where you know that you are powerless in one of these states of consciousness. Take a few minutes and just any 5 instances where you know that you are powerless. And if any of you have any questions also, you all can feel free to ask. Any questions any of you have, feel free to post it now and make sure you put it as question in caps and post your question. Vinudha Nagaraj has posted, I'm not sure if this question is already answered. They're asking if we are not manifesting correctly, does it mean the third eye is not completely open or do we need more practice? It's neither of these. It's just that you need more practice to tune yourself to the space of oneness. The more and more you do the power manifestation, more and more you're tuned into the space of oneness. So there's no practice required to manifest the power because there's no trick involved in it. You don't have a logic behind it. You can learn again, practice again if to strengthen a particular skill, but it's not a skill. This is your own power that's manifesting. You're only doing it multiple times to strengthen the oneness frequency from which you can manifest this power. Yes. And why is Swamiji chanting Mahavakya? Is Mahavakya about Swamiji? This Mahavakya is not on anything. See, Mahavakya, it's more like a password. The password for us, Swamiji has, see, enlightened beings, enlightened masters and avatars put a huge amount of energy and some cognitions, powers into a code. Whenever we hear where they say, for example, Arjuna was given the revelation, he was initiated with Pashupatastra, or he was given the knowledge of Brahmastra, any astras. These are not physical weapons, understand? These were like a code. The moment they utter that code and visualize that code, it becomes an astra and goes and destroys the person or destroys the thing that they want to destroy. These astras were by a code. Same way, there are mantras that actually won't make any sense. Like the meaning would be, there would be a meaning, but not really to what extent the mantra is powerful. Mahavakyas are like that. For example, Tattvamasi, you are that. If you take it like just plainly, it just does not make sense. But when the Guru utters and gives that as a Mahavakya for you, you can use that for your enlightenment itself. That's how Shvetaketu became enlightened. When the Guru uttered Tattvamasi, Shvetaketu, Tattvamasi, and he became enlightened. He realized who he is. You are that, you are that. Understand, you using Mahavakya, you can experience immense oneness and manifest all these powers. Swamiji has literally created like a software, and the password for the software is the Mahavakya. The Mahavakya itself does not have any clear meaning. The Mahavakya, the sounds are designed in such a way that you, just by chanting that continuously, the higher frequency initiations will also start manifesting through you. And why is Swamiji chanting? So that Swamiji can initiate all of us through that. Do these instances in the exercises only have to be when we felt powerless in the dream state or anytime? Anytime, ma. Basically, just to identify in what all ways, in which states of consciousness, like for example, you had slept for a long time, but again in the morning, you were extremely tired and sleepy and you were very powerless about that. Like this, any 5 instances, just identify. I'm just going to project the slide. Nithyananda. I hope now all of you have already written the 5 instances. Now, let's all enter into the next session. So we all understood about the 25 states of consciousness. We learned about 14 lokas. Then we now learned about the 25 states of consciousness. Next, we're going to learn about 11 dimensions of the universe, like how you say length, breadth, depth. And then that's what we are experiencing. And we know very little about time and little about space. What are these 11 dimensions of the universe? Recently, scientists have also discovered, saying that our brain can see up to 11 dimensions. So what exactly are they? Let's listen now to the revelation from Swamiji.
I'll introduce the different dimensions of the universe. Before introducing, I'll tell you the purpose why I'm introducing. Understand? You need to logically, rationally, intellectually know all the possibilities available for you. If you know all the possibilities available for you, your life will not be silly. Listen. If you know $1 billion is in your bank balance, will you be fighting with your neighbor for the $1 coin or 2 cent? Oh, I think it is mine. No, my kid dropped, it is mine. Come on, let's fight and pick up the gun. You will not go for that if you know your possibilities. Understand, life is all about getting matured. Taste getting matured. Your greed getting matured. Fears getting matured. Needs getting matured. It is all about you getting matured. Please understand. At the age of 7, you want to play with a car toy. At the age of 17, you want a car. Then by 25, different style cars. Your desire is getting matured. That is what society calls as growth. But here I am telling you, not just only this level, even in this level, if your desire gets matured, even in your conscious level, you have conscious maturity happening. For example, depth of your existence. Listen carefully. Everyone tries to ask me what technique I should do. No, technique is not solution. I am not here to give you technique. I am here to give you depth of personality. Every time people ask me, if I don't manifest powers, what technique I should do? No technique. Your cognition about you need to be changed. That's all. That is the permanent technique. That is the permanent solution. Not that you will close your eyes and put your squeaky and somewhere and look here, there and chant some sound and you will blow your nose. Depth of self, universe and God. Your identity you are carrying is too silly. It may be, oh, I'm a successful businessman. How can Swamiji say I'm silly? I'm a successful social leader. I'm a successful political leader. I'm a successful educationist. Understand, in that the I you carry is amazing, but not the titles you carry after that. If the I is carrying depth, if the frequency of that I is powerful enough, the adjectives, the afterwards the titles added will not be adding glory to you. Understanding about this 11 dimension will make your existence frequency intense. Understand, life should be like everything around you should be just vibrating with you. The moment thought comes, an idea comes, a cognition comes, the whole nature should cooperate and make it happen. Introduction to 11 dimension itself is to show you your multiple possibilities. Actually, I am interested in you, not your identities. That is why when people try to come and tell me, Swamiji, I am this, what can I do for your mission? I tell them, first, your consciousness, let you make it to the higher frequency. Taste what I am teaching, what I am standing for. Substantially, even you will not be able to doubt. You to that level, experience the depth of your consciousness, you should feel you have become too big. Wow, existence is really nice. The way I exist now feels great. Depth of personality is joy. Depth of personality is bliss. The consciousness you are carrying, the chit you are carrying, should be constantly manifesting powerful cognitions and power. That is the biggest help you can do to me. Because I am interested only in that. I am not interested in political revolution. I am not interested in social revolution. I am not interested in anything. I am interested in few people sitting around me, sipping a cup of coffee and manifesting powers. That's the only way I visualize me. Whenever I find time, still even now, that's what I do. I'll catch few of these devotees. Whenever I have time for myself, I'll catch them and make them sit. All right, I have a cup of coffee and I'll do some aushadha. Like this old lady is cooking in the home. I'll tell her, get this ginger, get this pepper, get this salt. I'll be playing with it and do some process and take this aushadha, now manifest power. When he decided to become many, to celebrate himself, all the dimensions of this universe opened. Understand, your whole life is nothing but you deciding. See, at one point in your mother's womb, you decide, Ekoham Bhagavān. Only then you open the womb where you are residing for 10 months and come out. But after that, everything is mess. That is different. Listen, many times you will hear me saying, whenever you have a problem, always see how your ideal, your guru will handle this. I used this as a technique when I was young. I always used to connect. Whenever I have a problem, Annamalai Swami was ideal for me. Ramana Maharshi's disciple. First thing I'll say, how Annamalai Swami will handle this? Of course, after Arunagiri Yogeshwara happened, he became the ideal. Then I'll always look how Arunagiri Yogeshwara would have handled this. Have this one understanding how Sadashiva will handle this. The moment the one became many, all the problems you have, we also started having. Don't think he does not have a problem. Yes, all the organizational problems you have, relationship problems you have, everything you have, yes. He solved it. You have not, that's all. If you understand this one principle, let me repeat once more. For example, this cup. Inside this cup, there's a space. That is aham. The space inside the cup is connected to this cup. This whole thing can become multiple, but the space itself cannot become multiple. Anything which has become multiple, as the source of oneness inside them. Listen carefully. Anything which has become multiple, as a source of oneness in them, oneness has not become many, only one became many. Aham associated with oneness, one associated with oneness has become many, but continue to be filled by the oneness. I'll introduce the whole 11 dimensions completely and answer all the questions you have about 11 dimensions. Please listen. The normally what you perceive in your day-to-day life, the length, breadth, depth, that is one dimension. Then only breadth and depth exist in one dimension. Listen carefully. Only breadth and depth exists in certain dimension. If you want me to give an example, there will only be visualization and cognition, no verbalization. Some dreams, sometimes in the dream you will be seeing. Only visualization, only cognition, no verbalization. How many of you have experienced that kind of dream? And even this object, its breadth and the depth can be left and length can be moved out. Then what will happen,
Really. Length can be moved out. Then, if you put your hand like this, you will see object. If you put your hand like this, you will not feel the object. I'll explain further. Materialization happens from this plane. Understand? Any object gets dismantled and goes into this plane, and in this plane only the movement is possible. Then again it gets assembled. I think this will give you a much better example. If this length is taken out of this object, to any length this can be shifted. If your ego is taken out of you, you can just become Sadashiva. Ganga is flowing, one bamboo is floating on it. Because the bamboo is floating, you call this side Ganga, that side Ganga. If you lift the bamboo, it's Ganga. Same way, this length makes this object not to be moved in length. Defined length differentiates this object from the space of length. Your defined degree makes you dumb to all other subjects.
Listen, one end of the rope in the microcosm, Pindanda, is the verbalization dimension. Quantumly the same functions, the other end of the rope, in the Brahmanda, macrocosm, as length dimension. Same way, what functions in the microcosm as visualization, in the Brahmanda, in the macrocosm, that is only is breath. Listen, now third statement is very important. What functions in you as cognition, how you cognize yourself, individual inner image, in Pindanda, microcosm, how you feel about you, that same only, that cognition, inner image, vibrates as the dimension of depth in the macrocosm. That is why your inner image matters for your life. What you attract, what you manifest, how you live matters, I tell you. Never allow lower inner image in you. There is nobody has a right to judge you. Even your guru has only right to help you, not judge you. Listen, even your guru only has a right to help you, not to judge you. Even guru does not have a right to judge you, then who else? Even he does not have a right to judge you. He only has a right to help you. He only has a right to remind you. He does not have a right to judge you. Never accept low inner image. That is your arrogance. Do not fall into the arrogance of accepting inner image. You always think, no. Inner image is very humble. No. Weak inner image is arrogance. Don't call it as humbleness or meekness or goodness. No. Don't ever give any good word for it. Having lower inner image is abusive arrogance. Ignorance coupled with arrogance. Understand? Alcohol coupled with sleep tablets. Alcohol coupled with antidepressants. After that you will never get depressed. Because you are depressed. You will be inside the earth. How will you get depressed? Lower inner image can be established only in arrogance. If you do not have arrogance, lower inner image cannot sustain itself in you. Understand? Only if there is a fertile sand, land, a seed can have a grip and grow. Same way, the arrogance is the fertile land for low inner image to get grounded and grow. Do not accept lower inner image. All arrogant people will be having lower inner image. These are all some of the ultimate laws of life. All womanizers will be frustrated people. All arrogant people will be having low self inner image, low inner image. A romantic guy will never be womanizer. These are all the laws of life. Romance is such, gives so much of fulfillment, he will not even look for the second person. Even first person he will not look, because he will be in the first person. He will be in the first person. womanizer will be most frustrated fellow. These are all some of the ultimate laws which can never be changed at any time. Low self inner image means quantumly you are sending the signal to the macrocosm to keep you in the lower depth of the cosmic dimensions. Understand? The kind of a frequency you send from here, the way you are dealing the rope in one end, are you pulling or pushing or burning? One end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is with the cosmos. Listen, one end of the rope is in your hand, the other end of the rope is in the cosmos. The macrocosm quantumly operates into microcosm. Your verbalization directly affects the length dimension of the cosmos. Your visualization directly affects the breadth dimension of the cosmos. Your cognition about you directly affects the depth dimension of the cosmos. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. You quantumly function with the macrocosm. Whether you want to function, you don't want to function. Whether you want to drive or don't want to take control of the vehicle you are sitting in. Car is already moving in 120 km speed. Listen, you do not have a choice now. No, I'll wake up after 2 years. I think I will attend to all this and then wake up. No, no choice. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. By the time you wake up, you may not be able to make up. You are already in the car and the car is going in the 120 km speed and unfortunately you are in the driving seat. It's like one person is saying, my grandfather died peacefully, but people around him only died a horrible death. Yes, why? Because he was on the wheel and sleeping. He died peacefully. The people were around him. You are on the wheel. You are behind the wheel. You are in the driver's seat. Wake up now to your length, breadth, depth, rope, visualization, verbalization, cognition. Even if you don't wake up, the earlier signals you send is doing its job automatically. Understand? If you don't wake up now, don't think the car is going to stop. The earlier automated gear system in which you are put, it's going to be running in that. How long? Sometime till the fuel is over. It runs like that and stops. That is what I call unconscious death and birth. You take another one, janma, without waking up. Appa. The Sanatana Hindu Dharma elaborately describes the 11 dimensions and the beings exist in the 11 dimensions: length, breadth, depth, time and space. These are the 5 unit dimensions, and the permutation combination of that 5, length, breadth with the time space, breadth, depth with the time space, length, depth with the time space, the various permutation combinations of these 5 basic dimensions forms 11 dimensions of the universe. Listen. Knowledge and understanding, even if it is intellectual, knowledge and understanding of this 11 dimension makes many of the suffering caused by others and the sufferings you cause to others redundant. Only a person who understands 11 dimensions of the universe can be non-violent, can be really non-violent. The ahimsa. 25 states of the consciousness is what you perceive, you go through. 11 dimensions of universe is what universe perceives, it is going through.
So if you change your state of consciousness, you'll automatically change the dimension you're in.
Yes,
and vice
sure.
versa.
When somebody moves to Turyatita, you will never be in length. Naturally, you will be more and more in length, breadth, depth, time, space. Surely change of consciousness leads to change of state.
But will the change in state actually lead to a change in consciousness as well? If you
Yes,
go,
both. See, when you change, world changes. When world changes, you change.
But will the change has to be regressive? Let's say you achieved Theta Theta. There's no way to go back to being deep sleep.
I should tell you, the regressive possibility completely disappears the moment you even you enter into Turiya. After that, no regressive possibility. Till Jakrat, there is regressive possibility, but not after the Turiya.
When I'm in a relationship or I'm having a meaningful conversation with somebody, is it just the state in which I am there that will define the quality of relationship or conversation I'm having? Or is it that in that state, what is the extent of length, breadth and depth I have? That will decide.
No. Actually, the state in which you exist, that decides. A length, breadth, depth is always liquid. It just gets altered the moment you shift that state. Just a simple remembrance of the Guru. The intimate touch, that experience, remembrance, your whole energy will be shifted. The length, breadth, depth will be different. That is why we have in Sanskrit Smaranat Mukti, just by remembrance liberation. So you don't have to bother about length, breadth, depth of that dimension, that space. The space you are in matters.
So the 5 components of these 11 dimensions, are they anyway related to the Panchabhutas? Because they seem
No. 5 elements are, all 5 elements are within the, see that space is different, this space is different. The space in Panchabhuta is Vyoma. The space in this 11 dimensions is Akasha.
Okay.
Vyoma is different, Akasha is different.
Are the 25 states of consciousness, 11 dimensions and 5 actions which are creating the matrix are only associated to Bhuloka? No. The whole spindle, the standila, Meru standila, on which all the 14 lokas are situated, are under this matrix. Other than the Kailasa, which is beyond this matrix, which is the space of Sadashiva, where the matrix is irrelevant. Everything else falls under the matrix. It is already inside these 25 states of consciousness and 11 dimensions and 5 actions. And the next question you are asking about the analogy we can do with the movie Matrix and our fictive reality in the so-called real world who is supposed to be Neo. See, actually this, you can't exactly match who is Neo and who is Agent and all that. Roughly we can match. Neo is a seeker who is struggling and getting enlightened. Morpheus can be roughly matched as Guru. But it's not necessary Morpheus has to die. And only roughly can be matched. What is the artificial intelligence? Yesterday this was a question. What is that machine's artificial intelligence? The common understandings which are not real but accepted as a system by all of us, like a concept of currency. It's not real. It's a paper. But all of us agree to work with that. The realities made by us but not existentially real. Currency, passport, citizenship, ownership, paper. All these are the artificial intelligence. All these are the machines which are sucking us. Understand? You are nothing more than 120-volt battery for this matrix. And don't think matrix is going to start. It's already started. The moment created reality is playing 51% of your life, then the existential reality, you are under matrix. See your life, the decisions you take, the actions you perform, the life you live, is 51% is based on the existential reality or based on these comparative realities. Non-existential but created realities which are almost made to believe by us as existential reality. Please understand. A disease is an existential reality. Medicine for it is an existential reality. But currency is not existential reality. Grain is existential reality. Hunger is existential reality. Currency is not existential reality. Separate these two. Land is existential reality. The passport you need to live there is a created reality.
dimensions that exist. And all these 11 dimensions put together, makes up this whole universe. And our brain can cognize not just length, breadth, and depth, not just 1D, 2D, and 3D. We can cognize up to 11Ds. We can cognize up to 11 dimensions. And it's entirely like the whole universe, everything that we see. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The permutation combination of all these 5 put together forms the 11 dimensions of the universe. And every one of us that are here are experiencing this exact 11 dimensions, all 11 dimensions being awakened in us today through the initiation. And once again, to remind all the participants that are here today, we have a very, very special initiation where you can meet your ancestors. Yes, you can meet the deceased people. Let's say some of your near and dear ones have passed away and you want to see them, you want to convey something to them. Today, initiation, Swamiji is going to be taking all of you directly to the Pitraloka, the parallel universe, where you can meet your ancestors. So please share this with your friends, invite all of them, whoever wants to join for today's session. Please don't forget, you can welcome all of them. Yes, now let us enter into understanding this in detail. Length is the logic dimension of the cosmos, all the logic dimension. Breadth is emotion dimension, where when the length, the logic is added with emotions, that is breadth. Depth is cognitions, your beliefs about life, how it becomes reality. All of that is cognitions. And the time is upon which, the unit with which you measure the length, breadth, and depth. The scale against which you measure the length, breadth, and depth is time. The place where all these 4 happen, the place where all these 4 dance upon is space. Length, breadth, depth, time, space. The permutation combination of all these put together is what makes up our universe. Understanding? For all of you understanding this? So whenever the universe, the construction of every atom in this universe, what we perceive is broken down, it will be breaking down into these unit dimensions. These are the basic unit dimensions. And these all put together forms the whole 11 dimensions of the cosmos. Understanding? Any of you have any questions so far? Yes, if you all have any questions, please feel free to ask. Okay, question. I once dreamt of dying due to electric shock. I remember it clearly because all my life I heard you cannot die in your dream. Does that mean anything? Was it some different kind of consciousness? Ma Vinita Nagaraj is asking this question.
Okay, so as I had mentioned earlier, Ma, you would never be able to see, you may experience, let's say, in your dream, you experience that you were electrocuted and you are dying. But the death part itself, you can never experience it in your dream. What you had experienced would have only been till the point where, like, you died. Not after that. Are you understanding? The point till where you died. That's all. That much you can experience in your dream. But after that, the part of where you are going through the dying, like going through the process of death and dying, you can't experience it in your dream because our dream will be very unconscious, right? So you won't really be able to experience the process of dying in your dream. Are you understanding? Okay. Any other questions any of you have? See, the death is not just, it's not like a button, switch on and off. Actually, whenever anyone goes through death, it is not a second, like how they show in movies. Oh, a person is dying, they go to the hospital, they're admitted, and then like in one instant, just they're dead. No, you actually go through death it's like there's a period of time because slowly, part by part, your body goes through the death. That's why we did the death process, remember? Where the step by step, the process of dying happens, and then you face all the best experiences you've had in this body, or will face all the worst experiences you've had. You will literally do a full review of your entire life. Your whole life will play like a movie in front of you. And then after that, you remember the karmas that you have not yet exhausted, which you wanted to exhaust, but you would remember the karmas that you wanted to exhaust, but you were not able to exhaust, and go through deep pain. And that's how layer by layer, Swamiji has actually elaborately described this, how there are panchakoshas, the 5 layers in your body, how like step by step the death happens. So that's why you can never die. What you can remember in your dream is only the process of the death, like you're about to die. That much only you can do. And after that, you won't be able to cognize.
And actually, the moment all the nightmares, the worst nightmares, Swamiji says, can only be 3 seconds. No nightmare can be more than 3 seconds. Every nightmare can only be 3 seconds because beyond that, you cannot process. Your brain can't process death. So you will wake up. Always you'll wake up with the nightmare, like whenever there's a nightmare. Okay, Mark Xiangying Zhao is asking, is there a written version of the 5 dimensions, 25 forms, 25 states of consciousness, 11 dimensions of the consciousness? I heard from the teacher that I couldn't organize it all at once. There is a text version that you can read and understand slowly. Actually, Ma, I suggest there is a like a table, but I suggest that as opposed to the table, you listen to it from Swamiji. There are a lot of videos on YouTube where Swamiji speaks on this 25 states of consciousness elaborately. If you could please listen to that, Ma, that will really give you an in-depth understanding.
Actually, Ma Vimala, you're asking this question, Ma. When we die, do we die in all the worlds? As I've read the same error. Actually, honestly, I'm curious of this. This one question even I'm also having, because Swamiji says breath is the same across all the 14 lokas. So this one part even I also have as a question. You can ask Swamiji today during the darshan. You can post this on Twitter and on YouTube, so that when Swamiji is revealing, and you can get an answer directly from Swamiji.
And also, there's one more question. Sorry, there's a lot of questions. Okay, see, one thing, please understand. These 25 states of consciousness, 11 dimensions, all of these are the unit or different scales, or different building blocks out of which the whole universe is constructed. The way you cognize the occurrence of the 25 states of consciousness and the way each of the universe is built up, the whole world, it's all the building blocks of this 25 states of consciousness. Okay, there's a question from Preetham A. He's asking, I got a dream of meeting my deceased father 2 days ago. Does that mean we can travel to Pitruloka in our dream, or our ancestors can travel to our Bhuloka for whatever loka where our consciousness goes in our dream? Yes. I'll tell you, somebody's given a very interesting answer. The deceased people, spirits and ghosts can influence your dream. Not only ghosts, even the people, the soul that has left the body. All the ghosts, see, we are all 7 layered. The ghost is only 5 layered or 3 layered. I forget the exact number. So Swamiji said that because they are less powerful than us, because the components that they constitute is less, they do not have the physical dimensions. So they can only influence you. Many people say ghosts come and kill. Actually, ghosts cannot kill. Ghosts cannot kill you, as in they can't pick up something and kill you, but they can influence your thinking, they can influence your actions, they can agitate you, trigger fear in you, etc. So that ghosts can do. And ghosts can influence your dreams. Not just ghosts, any spirits, people who have left the body, they can influence your thinking. So Preethamaya, when you're posting that you met your deceased father, that means that soul is trying to establish connection with you. In your dream, actually they appear and they actually try communicating to you. Swamiji said this is possible, and many times ancestors do that. In fact, you will see today we are having this special initiation, right, where you will go to meet your ancestors. Swamiji will be taking us all to Pitruloka. We'll all be traveling to Pitruloka, and you can actually see the ancestors. Swamiji said that many times when you meet or offer Maheshwara Puja, when you go and meet them after Swamiji's liberation, you will actually see once more your father will come back in your dream. He will tell you that how complete or how fulfilled he is, and that after the blessings. So today we are actually having that initiation. You can meet your father not just in dream, you will actually see him and you can interact with him.
And also see, there are 2 things in this. One, there is the ancestors coming to meet you via your dream, establish a connection to you via your dream is possible. The second thing is, it might be our own incompletions projecting also. Both of these are possible, because both of these can happen. Now, if you want to experience the complete completion with this, and you don't want to feel powerless in your dream, see, you meeting someone is not powerlessness, but if that is creating a deep incompletion in you, in your dream, if you feel powerless, then that powerlessness in your dream state should be completed. And the initiation today can really help you with that. Get your father's picture today and be sure to be in the darshan. And you can also invite any of your family members, if you have any siblings or people who are connected to your father deeply, and you can get them also, let them all sit with you during the darshan. Get the picture. If they can attend the sessions, that would be great. At least get them to sit, and they will all also experience completion. So definitely get them. And I also saw one other question. Akashaya had posted, Akash Jeronimus had posted saying, sometimes I dream that I'm awake, but that my body is frozen. Usually this happens in a scary dream. How would I look at this dream for the current exercise? Okay, few things. First, in the dream state, if you see, the way things happen, it's not in a logical way. It's very haphazard. It's not really, there's no logic. If you see, there won't be a proper logic to this. And there won't be any, like, for example, you'll suddenly be dreaming that you're sitting and writing an exam, and right next to your child will be sitting. And then you're like, it's like the timelines are confused. Suddenly you're a child, and right next to you, your child is sitting, or you're then getting married. And like, it's like so confused way, because it's, your eye consciousness is very low. How many times you all have felt in your dream if I am awake, definitely I would not be talking like this or taking this decision. In your dreams, it will be like, why did I take that decision? That was so dumb. And you feel like, no, if I'm in a clear consciousness, I would not be taking this decision. Just raise your hand if you have felt this. See, that's because in all of our dream state, the identity I is very low compared to the thoughtless state. See, whatever is happening, the I consciousness gets extremely low. And that is what you are, that is why you experience that space to be so haphazard. Don't try to make meanings out of that. Instead, focus on if it is creating certain, see, why we react like that in the dream. It's many people go through this. Wherever it's like a scary dream, you just won't, like, you'll feel like, oh, no voice is coming out. I just feel like I can't even move. I can't even shout, or I can't even, like even run from that. You'll feel completely frozen. Don't try to like look at why that is getting created. Instead, you question why dream at all and go to the source of the incompletions that are causing the dream. Swamiji says, if you are in complete completion, there will not be any dreams. Dreams will not even happen. I hope I answered your question. All right. How to differentiate between incompletion and real connection in the dream? Preetham A. If a dream is a vision, it will be in color. I know immediately all of us will be like, all my dreams are in color. Actually, we dream only in black and white. We add color to our dream later. Have you seen like, these videos in color theory, how based on the background, if an object is gray, you actually add your brain directly adds some color to it based on the lines on top of it and the background color. How many of you have seen such videos where sometimes like a particular object appears white in a different background and pink in a different background, or green in a different background and blue in a different background? They call this as color theory. You add that color, you're not seeing the way things are as it is. Why so much? Even scientifically, we see images in a reverse manner. Your brain after that inverts it again. Like right now, I'm thinking that I'm seeing this camera straight. But when the light enters and goes inside, it actually casts a reverse image because of the lens that's there inside our eyes. So we only see a reversed image, but it's our brain that inverts it and sees it. We learn this in science. Why I'm saying about this is because you will see the things that we are seeing are what it's appearing to be, but not what it is. You need to, more and more you're establishing yourself in completion. The real things will start being more, the reality will be more and more clearer to you. Right now, the way you can differentiate is in your dream. If your dream is in color, you're having a vision to be very clear. The colors will be so vibrantly clear. The dreams, normal dreams, don't have color in them. It's always in black and white. It's so fun to see so many questions. Like, I really enjoy.
Yeah. Even if many of you had some questions that you wanted to ask, please feel free to post. Go ahead and please post your questions. If any of you had any questions that you wanted to ask, please go ahead and feel free to ask your questions. There's also one more question from a participant. If dream is in color, what does it mean? If dream is in color, it means it's a vision. So if you had Swamiji in your dream, or if dream is color, it's in vision. All dreams always happen in black and white. We add colors to it later. All of our dream always happens in black and white. If it's in color, it's a vision. Diagjuan Shen is asking, is the Earth's core world the same as Kailasa parallel universe? See, Bhuloka itself is a separate universe. Understand? Kailasa, like yesterday Swamiji said, Kailasa's portals exist here. But Kailasa is a very clearly established parallel universe which is up there. So it exists there with the same intensity, frequency. It exists in you also. It exists everywhere also. But Kailasa itself exists out there. It's the highest, one of the highest lokas. How to differentiate between incompletion and real connection in the dream? It's a very beautiful question. Understand? If the dream triggers, agitates any pattern in you, even joy, if it creates a certain reaction in you, when you remember it, any kind of attachment to the dream, it's a incomplete. If the dream puts you into the existence of higher planes, reminds you of something experience, like whenever you have some dreams, you feel like very strange. You feel like it's something, you are neither happy, you're nor sad, you're neither scared, nor you're intimidated. You're just cognizing it. Correct? Have you had such experiences? You're like, it is an experience for you. All of them are a vision. This is the scale to measure. If your dream is triggering, agitating either joy or sadness, any kind of attachment to that incident, that means it's an incompletion. Like you may dream as if you're eating nice rasgulla and gulab jamun, and it creates a lot of this thing in you. Understand, that means it's still a dream because it's coming, your pattern is getting agitated. Suvit Surendran is saying Swamiji saw Swamiji in vivid color in dream and stopped having nightmares. Beautiful, Aya. That means it's a vision. See, if Swamiji comes in your dream, it's a vision, especially if you see it in color. And understand, Swamiji tells all your nightmares, you cannot experience any nightmare for longer than 3 seconds. So understand, even your worst nightmares that you say is less than 3 seconds. Yes, any other questions? That's all. If any of you have any other questions, please ask. Morning, many of you had asked, so if any of you want to top up your questions also, you can do. Oh, sorry, in the female side, there's quite a bit of questions. Muscle asks, she's saying, when we die, we have 4 arms, legs, or we merge to Swamiji, our body. We cannot eat where people are good in higher lokas. Isn't there any place where we can have normal body, people are good and we eat, we have art? Life like here looks like if people are bad. Ma still odds. If you want to experience everything like Bhuloka, then come back and take one more birth in Bhuloka. Why are you trying to create one more earth in higher planes? Listen, every loka is unique. You cannot have the choices, what you create. Each loka has its own Sanatana Dharma. It functions by its laws. If you are, see, that's what Swamiji tells. It's a very beautiful story. I have to tell this. So, there was one king who wanted to meditate. He suddenly decided he has to become a monk. So, he says, he goes to the Guru and he says, look, I want to be a king, but I want to experience monkhood for a brief part of my life. So the Guru tells, look, you're a king. You better be a king. Don't try to become a monk and all. It will not suit you. You just be quiet and be a king. The king says, no, I want to be a monk. I want to experience it. The master says, all right, go meditate in the forest. So the king goes to the forest and he decides, I will not have anything. I'll have a normal life like a monk, and he will decide and he'll sit and start meditating. In 2 days, he will not be able to bear the mosquitoes that comes in the night, and he'll constantly feel very disturbed about it. So he'll get 2 servants to come and fan him when he's doing the thing. And then moment he brings 2 servants to fan him, the place is not enough. It gets a little crumpier. Food is not enough because they have to share for the 3. So he says, all right, let's get the cook to cook for us. The moment kitchen comes, the smoke is constantly disturbing him from the cooking of the food. So he decides, let's build a small structure for me to meditate. Now, because the cook, food, everything, place is not enough, he tries to expand the structure. Slowly, he adds like that. And very soon he builds a big house. He wants people to protect, so he brings his army. He shifts his whole kingdom to where he came to meditate. That is how we human beings do. You want to go to higher loka, but you're asking everything the same as Bhuloka, then take birth in Bhuloka itself. Each thing has a function. Each loka has its own Sanatana Dharma. You can't, see, of course you have the freedom to create life as you want. But we human beings, everywhere we go, we want to leave a mark of it being something to us. Don't operate from that mind. Enjoy everything as is. When you are in a place that is cold, enjoy the cool. When you're in a place that is hot, enjoy the heat. Don't ask for cool when you're in hot. Don't ask for hot when you're in cool, and always don't ask for what is not. Just enjoy what life gives you, and you'll experience the higher dimensions through that itself. Okay, Mark Xiang Xing is asking about humans evolving. Seema, please understand, there are 2 things. One is evolution of human beings. From monkey to human beings exists. That's true. There's also called a conscious descent. That conscious descent is happening where from the higher planes, the consciousness is descending. So both happens. For human being, we have not just evolved, we've also descended. Paramashiva comes down, one of his own extension comes down, falls into delusion, and that's how human being forms. Right? And you're asking if apes evolved into adults. Why are apes still apes now? The time frame with which you are measuring, the frequency of evolution might be different for different species. And the cycle of birth and death continues. So each consciousness, based on where its stage of evolution is, based on that, the births happen. It is not like once and for all apes should be redundant. Each birth, for example, if a person is living, if there's a consciousness, which is extremely low consciousness, likes to always only eat and sleep, that consciousness automatically gets attracted to the body of a buffalo. If there is a consciousness that only likes to, kill, like a lot of rajasic, that automatically gets attracted to the tiger body, lion body, and lives. So based on what consciousness is, based on that we assume the body. So the monkeys, apes consciousness is designed for the body that chooses that kind of a type of the consciousness that chooses that body is there in that. So from there the evolution happens. You're understanding? So it's not that just because million years ago we evolved, it's not that there should be no apes in planet Earth now. Make sense? Ma Vimala is asking, Ma, sometimes when I'm awake for a split second, I go into micro sleep. I see myself somewhere among others. When I realize that, I'm back to myself wide awake. Can one fall asleep and dream so fast? Yes, it happens. That means the incompletions triggered in your inner space is in that higher frequency. Ma Vimala, if you notice, even the number of thoughts that comes in your inner space constantly interferes will be very high. What you're saying is not a spiritual experience. Actually, it is there is non-engagement or this thing with life. So I'm just giving an honest answer, Ma. See, that experience happens when you are continuously not participatory in life. That puts you back into the space of dream. You understanding, Ma Vimla? So understand this one truth. Whenever you are having this experience where you're saying, okay, I'm just falling asleep constantly, look in. At some point in that situation, you're resisting life. Either tiredness or boredom is manifesting through you. It is not a spiritual experience. If you're falling asleep, Swamiji says dream is an incompletion. If you're having dream, that means you're still entertaining, cherishing patterns. So every night before you fall asleep, do 42 minutes of completion. You will see that the inner chatter, something goes in as kacha, 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 it keeps happening inside our inner space. You just need to bring that down consciously. Make sense? Understanding? Yes, thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. I'm happy that you decided to completion. Ma Kirti Puneka, the same answer applies. See, it is not always. See, we don't try to find out meanings for your dreams because dreams are itself. See, when you know it is a dustbin, you don't need to analyze what's in the dustbin. It's just garbage. You need to throw it out. So there's no point because I'll tell you why. When you try to analyze dreams, you're only trying to understand or analyze your incompletions. It is not of any value add to you. Instead, focus on when you're living the life, how best you can live it. You're understanding, Ma? Dream states do happen, but it is the different incidents. Your desire, what you want to fulfill versus unfulfilled desires, right? Versus your fear. All these put together becomes your dream. But dreams do have meanings. I'm not saying no. Sometimes dreams do have significance. Like, for example, in Hinduism, if you see a snake in your dream, there's a significance. If you see something like a vision in your dream, some god in your dream, there's a significance. Like something might show a future event. That's all true. But all I'm saying is don't try to sit and analyze that incompletion. Yes, Ma Virupaksha, I'll speak slow. All right. Now let's all enter into the exercise. We will now be understanding further of what Swamiji revealed.
Nithyananda, everyone. Nithyananda. It is very nice to be here with all of you today. And now, after we have understood from Swamiji about the 11 dimensions and about the different states of consciousness, now we are going to be moving on into the power manifestation. Now we are going to be manifesting the power of length, right? And length is the power where we are going to be using. Yes. So in this session, we're going to be manifesting the power of length, and here we are going to be scanning the height of different buildings. So here, this is basically the power where we connect to Swamiji, and the space we carry, we are going to be using the energy which comes from that space, right? Swamiji very beautifully explained how our beyond the length, beyond the breadth, and beyond the depth is the space which we carry. So we are going to be connecting to that space inside of us, and through that space, through the Paramashiva, the space inside of us, we are going to be commanding our length. We are going to be declaring and being able to bend the whole physics of length. So we'll be able to, now we are manifesting the power of scanning the height of buildings, but there is actually much more to this power of length. Length is anything in the logic dimension. Means it is the first layer. It is like, it can be a math question, it can be any science equation, it can be any random question in the world, or it can even be understanding and making new concepts. It's anything related to the mind and anything related to logic, anything which the brain can understand in the logic dimension. So this is the dimension of length.
Yes. So this is going to be really interesting. And beyond our logic, we will be manifesting this length power. And as all of you just hold on to this powerful cognition, it is my space, right? And this space comes from these very powerful cognitions and initiations which Swamiji gave us in the last satsang, like how we exist in the 11 dimensions. So these initiations, please understand, when Swamiji is delivering these powerful truths, it is not just words. Swamiji's words are energy. They are very powerful initiations happening to each one of us wherever we are. Swamiji is beyond time and space, right? So cognize that, hold that space, that all of us have been initiated into very powerful truths, cosmic truths. And whatever are your clicks, hold on to that, the powerful cognitions which clicked with you. Hold on to that, hold on to those clicks, the space inside you, and we will enter into this power manifestation.
Yes, so I request all the participants to get your pen and paper so that as Swamiji reveals the answer to you, you can write it down. This is the power of length. So now we're manifesting the power of scanning the height, but any other thing which Swamiji reveals also you can scan. Like Swamiji might show how many stairs are there in the building, or Swamiji even might show how the building is, when it was constructed, what is this building, the name of it, the significance of it, right? When we scan through our third eye, we get much more detail than what our normal mind, our normal brain would give us. And just holding this, yes, I request all the participants to get their pens and papers. And just holding this cognition that the space you carry, that the smell of that, the flavor of that is what comes out of you as energy, right? The length, breadth, and depth inside you is not who you really are. The space is who you really are. And that the whole space outside you means Paramashiva, me, you, all of us are in the space of oneness. So all of us are in that one space. So just connecting to that space inside you, you just have to connect to Swamiji, and you'll see that you get the answer to this question very easily. So I request everyone, if you're ready, you can put yes in the chat, and we can start the power manifestation. The question is already projected. As all the participants can see, we have to scan the height of the building which is projected. So I request everyone to sit straight and connect to Swamiji. Just hold that space inside of you. Chant the Mahavakya.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
As Swamiji is showing the answer, all of you can start telling it down. You might see numbers or you might even see pictures. Whatever Swamiji shows, you can start writing it down. And I also request all the participants not to miss a single detail which Swamiji shows, because everything which comes through your third eye is the answer. And whatever you're able to see first, just write that down. The moment you are seeing an answer, the moment you see the number or the color picture, whatever Swamiji shows, write that down, because that is what is the answer from your third eye. Because after that, that is when your logic will start coming in, that is when your mind will start coming in. So the first answer which comes in your third eye, in your inner space, is only the correct answer. So as Swamiji is showing the answer to you, you can even start putting it in the chat.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, and even if any one of you are feeling, if any of the participants are feeling that you're not able to manifest or it's completely black, no answer is appearing, then just recognize the powerful cognition which Swamiji gave, that the space which we carry, the smell, the flavor of it comes out of us like energy. When we carry a powerful space, that is what manifests and reflects out of us. When we carry an impossible space or a powerless space, that is what will manifest. So even if you don't see a clear result or a solid evidence of it, it is still manifesting, and the whole space inside and outside you changes as per your cognition. You manifest your reality. So just continue to hold the cognition that I am manifesting, Swamiji is manifesting through me. Even if you don't see it clearly as a solid thing now, when you keep holding this cognition, at that time you will see the reality outside you also manifest according to that. So just recognize that you should hold this powerful space and chant the Mahavakya. You see that the answer will appear very clearly, because the answer which Swamiji shows is always clear. It can even appear in golden letters, or it will even appear in black. However Swamiji shows it to you, you will be sure that it is the answer. Just don't have any doubts.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Yes, so many of the participants have posted the answer. So the answer for this power, this round, sorry, is this is the Rube Jet Rooted Lighthouse in Denmark, and the height is 23 meters, 75 feet long. Yes, so this is the answer for this round. If any of you got 23 meters or 75 feet or a grey color building, anything which is related to this, if you saw it was in Denmark or if you saw it was a lighthouse, all of these answers are correct. Yes, so that was a really nice manifestation. The great round of applause for all the participants, all of you who were able to manifest. If you got grey color tower or whichever part of it, whichever aspect of it you got correct, that's great. And even if anyone feels that you were not able to manifest yet, then we are going to be doing one more round now. So just hold this cognition that yes, I am Paramashiva, I can manifest, and intensely sit and decide to manifest. You will be able to manifest in this round.
Yes, so let's all get ready for one more round of manifestation.
So I request everyone to chant the Mahavakya, connect to Swamiji, and please scan the height of this building. As Swamiji is showing the answers to you, all the participants, you can start typing out whatever Swamiji shows, whatever numbers you're able to see. You might see some numbers, you'll see some numbers in your survey. So whatever Swamiji shows, you can start typing that out. Yes, I can see few of the participants are starting to post. I request everyone to post whatever Swamiji shows you. It can be a number, or it can even be a color. You might see it as an image, or you might see it as an image, or however Swamiji shows it to you, you can type it down in the chat. And make sure to type down every single detail, because whatever Swamiji reveals is correct, and you will see that the answer will be correct when you type down every single thing which Swamiji told.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
So now we are going to be projecting the answer. So if anyone else has to quickly put their answers on the chat, you can do that, because after this, whatever answers which anyone posts won't be counted. Yes, so we can see the answer now.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, so this is the Chindia Tower in Romania. The height of it is 27 meters and 89 feet. So whoever got Chindia Tower, whoever got Romania, whoever got 27 meters or 89 feet long, you have gotten the answer correct. So a big round of applause for all of you.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so now we will be learning from Swamiji about the number universe. What is it all about?
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, so it was a great round of applause for all of you who manifested and who has gotten either of these rounds correct. That's great. And if anyone still feels that you haven't evidently manifested yet, don't worry. We will continue to be having more and more power manifestation sessions. And it is really fun to manifest power. So don't feel that, oh, I can't manifest. Every single one of us can manifest. Swamiji says, anyone who has a head has a tail. And now we are going to be learning from Swamiji about what exactly is the number universe. What is the numbers all about?
I'll try to explain step by step. You can grasp with your logic. See, there is multi-layer universe and you. The first layer of you is your ability to logically understand, like a 1 plus 1 is 2. Your simple logic. That is your first layer of you. Length dimension. Understand? 1 plus 1 is 2 is your simple logic. There is a whole universe belong to that simple logic, that number. Actually, if you see deeply, whole universe is nothing more than a number. Just number. Just number. See, everything around you can be reduced to a number. Anything you see, perceive, grasp, cognize can be reduced to numbers. Whether great strategic decisions you make, it all boils down to number. It is just statistics, numbers. Everything from your life, death, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you understand the whole universe can be just reduced to numbers? If you understand, this whole universe can be just reduced to numbers, raise your hand. Otherwise, I'll explain more with more logic and more examples. Whether it is your body, health, parameters, wealth, relationships, strategies, decisions, everything about life can just be reduced to numbers. Your basic logic, number, can be expanded to the whole universe level. Just like your basic logic is one dimension of you, one aspect of you, whole universe as number as one part of itself. Your logic, numbers, and there's a one parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. Number based identity of you. Number centric universe. How many of you are able to grasp? Actually, if you see all planets, everything can be just reduced to numbers. If you see the olden day mandalas and yantras in Agama, it will all be only number. About for Surya, there will be one number. For Chandra, there is one number. For Buddha, there is one number. For each planet, there is only one number. How many of you have seen that? That number is nothing but the multiplication or subtraction of the Surya proportion. The sun is the center, and based on the sun, that proportion, that is what is the number given to all the other planets. That's all. Whole universe. Whether it's a DNA strand or this whole Milky Way, everything can be just reduced to numbers. How many of you are able to understand? If you are able to understand what I am saying about this number universe, raise your hand. People who understand everything is number become wealthy just like that. Wealth is nothing but understanding number. That's all. Hey, that's all. I am telling you. If your brain is able to be friendly with the number, I challenge you will become wealthy. People who have incompletion or anger with the number does not want to keep number in the memory, remain poor and die in poverty. Just understand number. In our Gurukul tradition, you are supposed to memorize the number rhythm. We call it Vaipadu. I don't know the English word for it. That number rhythm. It will go up to 100 into 100. You have to memorize. Nowadays, the kids feel, oh, it's all just waste of time and energy. After all, we have a calculator in our watch itself. Our cell phone has a calculator. Your cell phone being comfortable with the number will make the cell phone company fellow rich, not you. It's like one fellow was going on the horse, going around Arunachala Hill. The horse got mukti, not he. Only if you walk around Arunachala Hill, you will get the mukti. If you are going on a horse will get the mukti, not you. If you are using your cell phone for mastering the number, for handling the number, the cell phone company fellow will become rich, not you. Your brain getting comfortable with the number is one of the basic lesson in Gurukuls we teach. Understand? Whole thing is number. Brain, which can quickly grasp numbers, handle tables, will always lead to wealth. Try it, you will see it. The whole universe of numbers, whether DNA strand or the Milky Way, both have their numbers. Whether your DNA strand, your gene, your one cell, or this whole universe, everything as a number, it can be just reduced to a number. Everything you see is just number. Ramanujam, the mathematician, great mathematician Ramanujam, he mastered this number universe. Number universe Lord is Lakshmi. That is why he says, Namagiri Lakshmi reveals all the mathematics and the number secrets to him. They asked, Ramanujam was interviewed, they asked him, how you just like that reveal the answers and solve the problems. He says, Namagiri Lakshmi, Namagiri Tayar. That Namagiri Lakshmi reveals it to me. Means the number universe was open to him. He was Sahasravatani in the field of number. Your aspect of number, understand, it's actually your own aspect. Listen clearly, listen carefully. Your ability to breathe deeply is the aspect of these huge storms. If you can breathe deeply, you can create a storm in the universe. If you can increase your blood pressure, you can create tsunami in the ocean. You are universe. If you think you are connected to universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can become one with universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you know you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. I finished the whole philosophy, the philosophical problems of Hinduism in this one statement. If you think you can connect with universe, you are Advaiti. If you think you can manifest as universe, you are Visishtadvaiti. If you think you are one with universe, you are Advaiti. If you know universe is one with you, you are Paramadvaiti. That's all. This four is the whole philosophical problems of Hinduism. Number is one aspect of you. Number universe is one parallel universe. Listen. Even if you miss one statement I am uttering, you will miss the whole essence. I really want you to know, how many of you understand the number is one aspect of you and the whole universe can be reduced to numbers? These two statements. Raise your hand. Whether it's your genetical code or DNA code. Actually, Paramashiva has put a barcode on you. That is what is your genetical code and DNA code numbers. He has put a barcode. Just like how you guys put the barcode on all products. Go to mall and see, even the fruits have barcode. Same way, Paramashiva has put a barcode on all of us. That is what is our DNA code. That is what is our genetical code. For this whole universe, there are codes, numbers. I tell you, if you can play with the number, actually, I'll give you one small example. I can just alter the number in my mind and raise my pressure, blood pressure, or lower it. If I just meditate on 11 ones, blood pressure becomes normal. If I just meditate on 9 nines, blood pressure just goes up. Hey, these are most important secrets I'm revealing. Any of you have a blood pressure related problem, just meditate on 11, means 11 times. That 11. Try to utter that in your own mother tongue. How many crore, how many lakh, how many million, what is the number of 11? Your blood pressure will become normal. Too simple. Just decide the 1111 be my brain code for now. Simply your whole pressure will be normal. When you want to handle something very stressful, like you need high adrenaline, you are going to handle a very stressful meeting where you are going to face many cunning people, strategic people who are there out just to cheat you. You are going to handle that kind of a difficult people. Just meditate on 999. 9 nines. You will be fresh with a high adrenaline for a high adrenaline meeting. Listen. Number is a life. Just number is a life. Number is the first parallel universe. Number universe is the first parallel universe. Only Vedic mathematics has the longest numbers defined linguistically. Not just through digitally, linguistically defined. The Vedic mathematics has the linguistically defined names for 201. 200 times if you put 1, Koti Antara Koti is the number. 200 times you can put 1. There's a linguistic description for that in Vedic mathematics. Because the brain of the Vedic rishis capturing the number and converting them into the linguistic, means the language, processing and expanding or subtracting or playing with it, convert the longest digits into language through the linguistic understanding, names and convert them back to the number. It passes 4 plus 4 is 8 and the 8 again becomes the number called 8. This flow. Be wealthy, nothing can be done. This is the wealth guru. Wealth guru means ability to grasp the number and convert them into language you know. It can be Sanskrit, English, Tamil, your mother tongue. Raise your hand. This capacity, this guru is wealth and it grows in your brain if you consume more ghee and curd and no meat. Listen, person who can play with the long numbers digitally and linguistically will not fall sick because the ability of brain handling number and language simultaneously increases the brain's capacity to automate all the automatic actions needed to happen in your body to keep your body and mind healthy. One of the conclusions I am giving you is our grandparents who knows the table by heart 100 into 100, they'll tell simply in 1 second, live long, healthy, because your brain, when it develops the capacity to convert the number to language and process it in language and result gets converted again back to number. This capacity, the brain simultaneously develops the capacity to give command to your liver, kidney, intestine, everything to work synergetically. Synergy of your brain to work with the number, work with the internal organ is one and the same. Your health and your ability to process the number is directly connected. The Iyengars, who eat so much ghee, curd, they will have huge stomach. You will never hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will have huge bellies. You won't hear them having heart attack and dying young. They will be living 90, 100, comfortably pulling that huge belly. They will defy all your medical science because their brain knows how to synergetically command all organs. Hey, listen. All medical understandings about the belly, fat, everything, these Iyengars and Ayers will defy. Just because of this one capacity. I tell you guys, any one of you, do little research. Put your 3 months time and research on your brain's ability to convert the number into language, your mother tongue, process it, and get the result in your mother tongue and convert it back to digit. Digit becomes your mother tongue, gets processed, and the result again becomes digit. This capacity and your health is directly connected. Any of you guys do research on this and establish, you will get a Nobel Prize. And I am giving you the theme for a Nobel Prize. Nobody ever looked into this. Listen. Healing the body, keeping the body synergetically healthy without any external medication is possible just by making the man's capacity to handle number into his mother tongue and process it and convert the result from his mother tongue back to digit. Understand? Your brain's capacity to convert the digit into mother tongue, process the digit in mother tongue, and the result of that process converting that result again back to digit. This capacity and synergetically keeping your internal organs healthy. These two capacities are directly interconnected and one raises the other. One works on the other. Lots of health secrets can be revealed, discovered. Lots of modern day pharmaceutical mafia's myths will be destroyed. How many of you understand this? Iyengars and Ayers having such big double-sized pot belly live for 100 years, defying all the myths of the modern day science. How many of you have seen it? Raise your hand. Not just one or two. Go to every Indian village, you will see Iyengars and Ayers with huge pot belly, living for 100 years, healthy, without going to any hospital, defying the whole modern medical science. Listen, what I am saying is one revelation from parallel universe. Your brain's ability to play with the number and your mother tongue is the same ability, synergetically commanding your internal organs and spontaneously, simultaneously making them alive, aligning each other. Your ability to convert the digit into mother tongue straight makes your liver active intensely. Your liver is responsible for 500 various actions in your body. This capacity, pitta, it's called pitta. Pitta means ability to play between digital and verbal, digit and words. This capacity to play is called pitta. In Sanskrit, you will be surprised. The liver fluid is called pitta neer. In Ayurveda, see, in Veda, there are 6 Upaveda. Jyotisha, which is number, and Ayurveda, health. These two are from same unit. Because our guys know number and health. Ability to play with the number and ability to be healthy is one and the same. Both are from same root. If you understand astrology, you will understand health science. If you understand health science, you will understand astrology. Whole thing is just number. Number is the first parallel universe. Jyotisha Ayurveda interconnection itself is just number. Listen, just meditate on 1,000 crore. You will become fresh now. 1,000 crore. Don't try to skip. Don't try to escape from the number of zeros. For 1 crore, how many zero? Then actually you have to calculate for 1,000, 3 0. For 10,000, 4 0. For 1 lakh, 5 0. For 100 lakh, 7 0. And then 1000 crore means 7 plus 3, 10, 0, 1, that 10. Without skipping, without brushing it aside, just sit and meditate on 1000 crore, you will become fresh. Because the number, digit, becoming mother tongue, thinking through in your mother tongue, again becoming digit, makes your liver fresh. Liver, L-I-V-E-R, your liver, is responsible for simultaneous, spontaneous, synergetic trigger of all the internal organs and keeping you fresh and alive. Then just think, crore. Don't try to skip. Don't think, what am I going to do? Thinking of crore and crore. Whenever I need to calculate, I will pick up calculator or a cell phone or Apple Watch I have. If you are thinking your Apple Watch is enough for you to calculate numbers, the Apple Watch company fellow will become rich. If you depend on your brain, not only you will become rich, I tell you, listen. If you can handle larger numbers in your head, you will be beautiful. Because the symmetry of the body and ability to handle the number is one and the same. Hey, listen. Beauty is not related to shape of the body. It is related to symmetry of the body. Symmetry means how it flows in the eyes of the other. How it flows in the eyes of the other. That is the symmetry. Capacity to handle larger numbers makes you beautiful. There is so much in the number. I tell you, number universe is the first parallel universe. The statements I am making, all of them are absolutely logical and truthful. If you want to be beautiful, trust your ability to handle, process numbers than beauty parlors. Beauty parlors may make some small changes in you, but the game of playing with numbers internally will make your internal organs alive, fresh. I tell you, if you can play with the numbers inside your brain, it is equivalent to doing 1 hour yoga. 10 minutes without getting tired, without skipping, playing with the numbers in your brain is equivalent to 1 hour yoga. You will trigger all your internal organs to be simultaneously, spontaneously, synergetically activated. Loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. If you trigger your brain, listen, brain is number, throat is mother tongue. If you sync both and trigger them, that will straight trigger the liver and make the liver work synergetically, spontaneously, simultaneously, and balance your whole internal organs, body, make you best, healthy and beautiful. Alison Asami is asking, are there any books you recommend on the topic? There are no books available. It's all my revelations directly from Vedas and Upavedas. There are no books available to give you this precise essence. It's like I have understood and grounded. It's like a 10-ton sugar can. I crushed, took the essence, made it into sugar and just feeding into you. I grasped the whole Vedas and Upanishads and Upavedas. took the essence I am sharing with you. The foundation, fundamental principle I am trying to establish now is the first parallel universe called number universe. Number universe. By meditating on larger numbers, you can alter your genetical code and DNA code. Listen. I want you to know, this is not for pride I am telling you the truth. See, the mitochondria cell energy, all of you know that mitochondria cell energy, which can be studied and clearly understood, number. The medical science can tell you the mitochondria cell energy of each one of you. If you just do some blood test, it will reveal. We did a lot of researches. People had 600 times their mitochondria cell energy go up after my initiation during the inner awakening. We have studied and we have the papers, double-blind study. We can share it with you all. And that same doctor did mitochondria cell energy number of mine, which was 40,000 times more than any normal human being recorded till now. The human beings, mitochondria cell energy, largest number recorded as on now. Mine was 40,000 times more, not 40,000 percentage, 40,000 times more. It is just if you meditate on larger number, your mitochondria cell energy just shoots up. And mitochondria cell energy shooting up makes your body healthy, energetic, alive, fresh, and heals it completely. Somebody is putting the message. Swamiji reading Brihendragama, where Paramashiva describes the structure of Brahmanda. That experiencing I am experiencing now in this session. Renaissance, I am making the Brihendragama into an initiation, experience for all of you. So internalize it, receive it. You may think, how? If my brain thinks about number, my mitochondria cell energy will go up. It will. It will. And next, listen to this next. Not only if you think about larger numbers and internalize them, your mitochondria cell energy will go up. Even if you are touched by somebody who thinks large numbers in his brain, his mitochondria cell energy will be transmitted to you and your energy will go up. That is why Krishna says, wherever wealth is there, Shri is there, I am manifesting. Wherever wealth is there, I am manifesting. This whole thing is number. Brain grasping the digit, converting it into your mother tongue, a natural flow. Mother tongue is natural flow. In Ayurveda, thyroid gland and mother tongue have the same word. If you know Sanskrit, a little bit of Ayurveda, you will understand. Thyroid gland and mother tongue, for both in Ayurveda, we have the same word. Your brain able to convert the digit into your mother tongue, process it in your mother tongue, and convert that result from your mother tongue back to digit. That capacity, when it is expanded, it triggers your health spontaneously, simultaneously, synergistically. I am giving you simple revelations. You can process high complicated numbers and send that energy to somebody, that person will become healthy. You can process some crooked, complicated numbers in your brain, just straight throw that arrow on somebody, that fellow will immediately die. This is the science of astras in Hindu tradition. Listen, when Arjuna, Karna, all these warriors go to war, they don't carry all the weapons like physically. They carry the codes, barcodes of each of the weapon. So they will just utter that barcode, process that, release it, and straight it goes and kills the enemy. How many of you are able to understand what I am saying? They carry the barcode number of the weapons. When Brahma appears and gives Brahmastra to Vishwamitra, he reveals the barcode, password of Brahmastra to Vishwamitra and goes. It is all just barcode sharing. Password sharing. When Drona teaches Brahmastra to Vishwa, his son, Drona reveals it to his son, he just gives the barcode, password. It's like how the Indian politicians, they save all their money and put it in the Swiss bank. And that bank account number only they know. When they are about to die, they will tell that number secretly to his son and die. Or they will tell, hey, in the puja room, my grandfather's photo is there. Behind that photo frame, I have put that bank account number. Go and open the frame and see that is the bank account number. Take all the money and enjoy. And they'll die. That's exactly what Drona does to Ashwatthama. Barcode number, cosmic barcode number. For each of these astra, passcode is revealed. That's all. First, Ashwatthama will be prepared for his brain to have this ability to process large numbers for good or bad. The capacity will be built in Gurukul. Once the capacity is built, he will be given the number. That's all. To process the barcode. If you understand this, you will understand how the Ramayana Yuddha, Mahabharata Yuddha, all that happened. I can just process a number in my system and send it to you and make you healthy. Manifest enlightenment. Raise your consciousness to the higher level.
Just visualizing one set of numbers is equivalent to you doing 1 hour of yoga. How cool is that? Swamiji literally can give us even the most profound sciences, like the best analogy that Swamiji gave. It's like Swamiji took 10-ton sugarcane and condensed it, and gave it to us as just one sugar candy. That is exactly how Swamiji reveals to us. It's just profound, isn't it? The whole experience, the whole experience that Swamiji has transmitted to us. What did you all click with in this number universe? Can I request each of you to share with us? What about number universe did you click with? What did you learn? And let me start with a quick question, okay? What is the exact set of numbers you're supposed to remember to reduce your blood pressure What is the exact set of numbers you're supposed to remember to increase your blood pressure? Let's see. Come on. Can I request each of you to post in the chat? You have posted different answers. Correct. Many of you have posted the right answers. 11, 11. Okay, I'm going to tell 9 times 9. Okay, means not 9 times 9, not that 9. Like the number 9, you have to visualize it 9 times. So the 9 nines, if you visualize, then you get the whole blood pressure high. Your whole dopamine energy will go high. If you visualize 11 11s, you will immediately reduce your BP. So if you visualize this is the exact permutation combination that Swamiji gave. The whole universe belongs to simple logic, nothing more than a number. Like Swamiji said, right from a fruit in a grocery store till the human DNA, everything is coded with numbers, like a barcode. In supermarkets, you'll have whether shampoo bottle, toothbrush, or if it is some big food items, or if it's a big sofa, any furniture you want to buy from a mall or a supermarket, all of it is having a barcode in it. It has a number in it. And everything is coded with a number. This whole universe, everything can be reduced to a number. And you all should know an interesting fact. All the numbers are not just like just a digit. They are represented by an energy being or devata, deity. Every number is represented by a deity. Can I request each of you to type out what you have understood from this session? I'll surely take the questions. I request each of you to type out what you understood first. Yes, I'm seeing many of you have posted your understandings. Beautiful. And there are a lot of questions pertaining to number universe. Don't worry, we'll be taking all of those questions. Everything in universe can be reduced to numbers. Okay, great. I see many of you have posted the understandings. Okay. And Maguru Prasadini. All right. I see many of you have posted. I have a request. All the participants, as much as possible, be actively participative in this. Understand, the more and more you share in the 100% of the learning or experience that happens in us, 25% of your learning happens through listening. The next 25% of the learning happens through internalizing it. The next 25% of the learning happens by you sharing, you doing the nididhyasana, you enriching others, you sharing this truth with others. And the last 25% of the learning happens by you living those truths. So you talking, you posting in the chat is part of your internalization. It will make you internalize and analyze the truths that Swamiji has revealed. So each of these truths directly are from the Vedas and Agamas and has a huge impact inside your inner space. Okay, I have some questions pertaining to numbers and I'm just going to take that. Ma Nithyananda Jnana Yogini is asking, Ma, could you explain by example how we can visualize numbers? Okay, it's a very beautiful one. I'll tell you all an example, okay? Right now, the moment we say, okay, if I say one apple, can you all visualize one apple? If yes, you all can put yes in the chat. You're all able to visualize. Okay. What if I say 2 apples? You can visualize? Try visualizing 2 apples. You can? Okay. Now, what if I ask you all to visualize 5 apples? You're still able to? Okay. Now, try visualizing 25 apples. You will only always, beyond 5, you start trying to visualize only as groups. You can't really cognize. The moment I said 25, you are automatically trying to group, okay, first 5 apples, then 5 apples, 5 apples, 5 apples, or 3 apples, 2 apples, 3 apples, 2 apples, and some permutation combination, you try to get the 25. At once, your inner space can't visualize the whole 25. Are you catching it? How many of you noticed it? Beyond 5, correct. The moment I said anything beyond 5, you automatically try. Even if I said 10, leave 25. Even if I said 10, what do? 2 times 5 you will put. Only then you will visualize 10. You don't directly visualize 10 in your inner space. Beyond 5, as long as I said 5, all of you were able to catch, all of you were able to grasp it. You said, okay, yes, I can visualize this, I can visualize that. The moment I said beyond 5, even 10, let alone 25, even 10. The moment I said something beyond 5, automatically your mind tries to hold a coordinate for it to compare, for it to calculate. Exactly. Ma Vinita is saying I did 5 rows of 5. Exactly. See? That is why we all, Swamiji tells, even when Swamiji says 25 heads of Paramashiva, we all don't cognize and visualize 25 heads of Paramashiva. Because
one thing I just want to add in this, it's not possible for us to visualize all these numbers together. Swamiji says, in only now, we can only visualize up to 8. More than 8, we won't be able to, our mind cannot visualize. The visualization of numbers is literally you going number like a digit by digit by digit without getting tired of it. If you want to visualize, see, you can't, when Swamiji says 1 crore or 100,000, you can't visualize 100,000 visually as a whole. But you can visualize the number. Put 1, 0, 0. The problem is when we skip the zeros. We skip, we tend to, if we say 100 crore, you simply see, it's easy, 1 million, easy. Beyond that, 100 million, you might struggle a little and then you can visualize it. But if it goes as 1 billion, it's difficult. Am I right? You need to, when Swamiji says 25 heads of Paramashiva, visualize one by one by one. Don't just group them. Don't just skip a head and then like go to the next head. No. One by one. Visualize that you are having 25 heads. Can we write down, see it for a while and then visualize? It's not about visualizing just the digits and visualizing that digits as an image. See, we all are good with visualizing images. So like I see something. I can, okay, as a photograph of it, I could try visualizing. But number is not equal to the image. Are you understanding? So what you need to be doing now is, you need to visualize one by one by one. Visualize your 25 heads, your 1 head, and then visualize 1 more head, 9 heads in the first row, 7 heads in the second row, 5 heads in the third row, 3 heads in the fourth row, and 1 head in the fifth row. Visualize this. This is the 25 heads of Paramashiva. Actually, the first time I learned this when Swamiji explained this during the Number Universe session. Like in a flow of conversation, like Swamiji is revealing, in that flow, like so coolly Swamiji is saying 9 heads, 7 heads. I was like, oh my God, Swamiji calculates like that. He just calculates it so fast, visually. Swamiji is so good with numbers. We all take time to count things, right? Swamiji will just remember, like he will remember it visually in a photographic level. And I should share this incident that happened. So one group of sannyasis and program participants were blessed to travel with Swamiji and they all go to a temple. So it's like a new temple. They all are going. They land. The temple has, I think, about 10 or 12 entrances, where, like 10 or 12 parking lots. They didn't know this at the beginning. So they got a tourist guide and then they have planned. So see, where any time Swamiji goes to temple, that's it, like the whole crowd will rush to Swamiji, right? So they're going and they wanted to do it like fast and quickly come out so that the crowd does not like, it doesn't overcrowd over there. Program participants are all there. Everybody comes and then Swamiji gets down from the bus and comes. So Swamiji is going, the sannyasis are going with Swamiji and they go. Finish the temple, they finish visiting the full temple. Swamiji explains the significance of the deities. Everything is done. So now they want to return back. Tourist guide goes away somewhere. They lose track of him. And now they're stranded in the temple. None of the sannyasis know which is that parking lot. They thought there's one parking lot. They go and ask, where is the parking lot? The people in the temple are asking, which parking lot are you asking about? There are like 12 to 13 parking lots. Everybody freaked out. Swamiji is there. It's getting crowded. People are all rushing to take blessings from Swamiji. And it's getting crowded and crowded. Now they need to go, leave from there. They're trying, the time is ticking. They're trying, they're going here, going there. Nothing seems to work. They didn't know what to do. And one of the sannyasis try going to like a particular parking lot, and then they come back. Swamiji is asking. So Swamiji is here blessing people. Like people just rush, come to Swamiji, fall at Swamiji's feet, and Swamiji is like, busy blessing each one and attending to each one. And Swamiji needs to, now the whole group needs to go out of the temple. Swamiji sees this thing going on, some restlessness going on, and Swamiji calls the coordinator and asks, what happened? They're freaking out. They're like, sorry, Swamiji, we forgot where is the bus, which parking lot we parked it in, and it's so crowded and we have no idea where the bus is. And then Swamiji said, that's it, right? And then it's like, okay, go and ask, where is Mahalakshmi parking lot? They just go and ask the people, the temple people, and then they guide the way. All of them come. Everybody is like, right now there's pin drop silence. Nobody has, none of them were even talking. All the sannyasis, like the group that were with Swamiji, who was supposed to be the main coordinators, all of them were completely silent because they've done it's like a mess, right? Like Swamiji was standing there for a long time. And then they find the bus, as it was exactly there. There was a parking lot named Mahalakshmi parking lot, and they got it, and they all got the bus, immediately. They all went. Next, for 10 minutes, complete pin drop silence in the bus. Swamiji is also just sitting. Usually, whenever Swamiji goes to temple and comes, Swamiji will be in extreme samadhi, like high samadhi. You can literally see it. Then Swamiji was sitting, gazing through the window. One of them mustered up some courage and went to Swamiji and was like, Swamiji, we are sorry for what mess we did, but how did you just Swamiji was in a rush, because everywhere it's crowd. And as soon as Swamiji got down from the bus, nobody told which parking spot this is, nothing. And directly Swamiji went to the temple. The coordinators were there in the temple much more before Swamiji landed there, and after also, so the entire time they were there. So they're very curious. How did you know that there was this parking lot named Mahalakshmi parking lot and exactly knew where we had parked, Swamiji? And then Swamiji just smiled and said, I just traveled back in time and then I just remembered, went back in time and looked around for the details. And I just saw that there was a board named Mahalakshmi parking lot. So I told you guys that it's Mahalakshmi parking lot. Everybody were laughing and smiling because for Swamiji, it was like, oh, I just went back, turned the time back, went there, looked at the board and came back here and told that. And his visualization, it was like a photograph. Every moment, it's like we see in anything, we see only less than 10% of the 100% information. But Swamiji sees the entire 100% of information. Usually we only see 2% to 3% information. That's why in a room you're sitting and let's say you're having a conversation, very a nice conversation you're having with your close friend. Let's say you're in a restaurant and you're meeting your best friend after a very long time. You're so involved in the conversation. You would not even hear the music that's playing in the restaurant, nor would you have heard the kid that is just crying right next to you in the other table, nor would you have heard, or nor would you remember the smell of other dishes that's there and it's coming inside you. All this information are continuously available to you, but you perceive only 2 to 3% of that information. Swamiji receives all the 100. Swamiji will just go anything you ask. In one program, Swamiji actually did this, where participants are sitting and Swamiji was saying, that I'll remember someone was asking, Swamiji, I have only attended one program. Will you remember me? And Swamiji smiled and said, not just I'll remember you, who has attended one full 21 days program. I remember every devotee that has come and taken darshan. I remember every single one of them. Even one darshan, if you have gone and received from Swamiji, Swamiji will remember every single one. And Swamiji will remember where each one was sitting. Actually, Swamiji did this where participants are all sitting, and Swamiji said that now you guys reshuffle and sit. I'll tell each one of you where exactly you guys are sitting earlier, and actually play it like a game with all the participants. And of course, Swamiji was right. See, understand the way the photographic memory that Swamiji has. It's not just photograph, it's like 100% information is available.
And why? Swamiji can grasp large amount of numbers at the same time. Like, let's say if we have 10 sacks in front of us, we can count. But if we have 100 sacks in front of us, we need to count it. Like, just by seeing, we can't tell, right? We need to say, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll just say 5, or we'll maximum do 10, 20, 30, like that. Correct? Swamiji, just by looking at something, he will be able to say exactly 100 are there. That large inner space that can grasp the information, that can store the information, is like abundant in Swamiji. And if you just constantly visualize, Ma Vinita is asking, can we write it down, sit for a while and then visualize? You see, when you just grasp your inner space, just close your eyes and continuously visualize that number. Start with that. Like, even if you try, you may keep forgetting it. It may keep like going off, slipping off. Again and again, come back. Don't go to writing. Then you will, like Swamiji said, then the calculator or your notebook will only become enlightened. You should become enlightened. And yes, Nithyananda and Jnana Yogini, same answer for you as well. Yes, it's hard. I like to play with numbers to experience. That's why it's interesting for me. Actually, till Swamiji said, I never cognized numbers this way. This was a phenomenon. Like, Swamiji gave the whole Nobel Peace Prize thesis. Swamiji said, if anyone finds the ability to translate numbers in their mother tongue and to be able to convert it to another language, and their brain, the way they see numbers will open up a new page in the history of maths. The way math has been perceived so far will completely change. It is because of these concepts, these truths, these sciences that Hindus have. Hindus made like a huge contribution to the field of maths. Zero was invented by a Hindu, Aryabhatta, which changed the whole game of maths together. Mathematics was introduced to the world by Hindus. Understand the science of number. Ma Vinuta, you're asking, is it same as numerology? Numerology is a branch of this. See, this whole thing is not numerology. It's beyond. What Swamiji revealed, you will not find it anywhere. Because Swamiji has done Akashic readings on the existing scriptures, and he's given like Swamiji said, right? What else can be a better analogy? He has given 10-ton sugarcane, like completely squeezed, all that taken, the essence is given in one candy, sugar candy. So it is, numerology is a part of it. Swamiji took astrology, numerology, all numbers and agamas, Vedas, everything, and juiced it nicely, squeezed it, took the essence and gave it to us as one piece of, candy. So this consists of everything, but this alone is not that. You're understanding? Yes. Any other questions pertaining to number universe? Actually, very, very shortly, we are all going to be having the darshan starting. Today's darshan will be at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We request all of you for this whole initiation today, where you're going to be meeting your ancestors, where you're going to be traveling, meeting your ancestors. Please do invite them. Take a few minutes. We request each of you. Today's session is too important and none of them should miss. So please make sure you're inviting them. And Pavanaya is asking, Question: does that mean there's a word universe as well, like a number universe? That's a question to ask Swamiji. He's the one who knows all universes. Like Swamiji told, frequency universe exists and number universe exists. But as of now, Swamiji has not yet revealed about something called the word universe.
See, even the understandings we are having about number universe is only from our limited understanding. What is number universe? How it exists? It's something huge for us even to be able to cognize it, understanding. So whatever we can talk is we can repeat the words from our memory of what Swamiji said. Like it's still all of us are only contemplating and trying to digest about it. See, even to have the amount of understanding, little bit, even now we only have like 1% of understanding about parallel universe, vertical time zones. Swamiji revealed about this so long before. Swamiji had spoken on the subject much earlier. But even this limited level understanding for us to get, it took so many years. Like from 2000, like I was just watching videos, where in 2016, 2017, I don't ever remember of these words where Swamiji is uttering parallel universe. In 2013, Swamiji had spoken about how Anahata Chakra, the Vaikuntha is the parallel universe of your Anahata Chakra. It's directly connected. And I was like, oh my God, I never ever even registered this term parallel universe till 2022 when Swamiji did an entire webinar on it. But Swamiji had spoken about it multiple number of times. It takes so much preparation. Swamiji prepared us so much, and slowly one by one, Swamiji is giving to us. Even though many of these Swamiji had revealed long back, like even the concept of vertical time zones, 14 lokas, I feel more and more we listen to it. It took us so many times of listening again and again and again to even catch 1 to 2% of what Swamiji is actually revealing about this. Even now, it's for all of us, we are just talking from what we are understanding. There is so much more. Like right now, when I'm rereading any of the Puranic stories, it just feels so different. Like how when I was reading about Vishwamitra creating an entire loka for Trishanku, I felt like, oh my God. So when we say loka, it's not just one like a piece of land that's floating. It's actually universes together. Because even Trishanku's loka, Swargaloka is part of Swargaloka. Yamaloka is part of Swargaloka. Swargaloka is part of Swargaloka. Vishnu lives as an Aditya in Swargaloka. Ashtadikbalakas live in Swargaloka. Everybody lives in Swargaloka. And it's not that everybody is living in one palace called Swargaloka. It's like entire universes together. So the way we will understand and cognize all of this would be just so amazing.
The truth's right, number universe, frequency universe, the way every time I see this, and then I like try to just see how will Swamiji be seeing this world. Pavanaya, you were asking today, right? Even 1 second, if we can get to see the world like Swamiji, I'm like, just imagine the way Swamiji said. Swamiji does not see us as human beings. Like he doesn't remember when Swamiji enters into high samadhi. Swamiji does not see us with hands, legs, eyes, nose, nothing. Swamiji will see us as energy balls, like balls of energy. That's all. Swamiji said it'll be like a light ball. And that's how Swamiji will be seeing us. So each one, it's going to, like each of the revelations that Swamiji is given is just phenomenal in itself. Swamiji has, Fabio Bruno here. Swamiji has given a lot of revelations on astrology and astronomy, so many things, Ayurveda, there are a lot of satsangs. So, and these courses are available in Nithyananda Hindu University as well. So you can sign up to be part of Nithyananda Hindu University and you can access these courses. Hugo Pavlik, he said, I found it funny when Swamiji told, when Paramashiva made you, he simply puts a barcode on you. It's true. The genetic, like Swamiji said, is a barcode on us. And the way you see, the way you understand, see, even the words of the units of numbers, like we have 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, we have trillion, and then we have 100 million, etc., etc., and then we have billion, all these kind of numbers. In Hinduism, we have numbers for up to 10 billion, billion. We have different numbers, akshoni, like each one ashtoni, like that. We have different numbers, which is a unit to measure a certain numbers, which we can't even fathom. Like they'll say, we had 800 crore. Till that, they have a proper number. They don't say 800 crore. They actually have a proper number for that. The way we cognize is completely different. So humanity is still a lot to catch up with that. Okay. Now, we're all going to be we're all going to be learning about a very beautiful truth now. We all learned about number universe. In the next session now, we are going to be learning about how the 25 states of consciousness are mapped to the 14 lokas, the 14 parallel universes. How does this mapping work and what can we learn from it? So we are going to be seeing that in this session. Let us enjoy the revelations.
Sometimes people ask me, what's the difference between various states of consciousness and various planes of the universe? Understand? If you go to dream state and come back, what you see in the dream state, what others see in their dream state will not be same. Both of you may be sleeping in the same room. But when you go to dream, the world will be different. When he goes to dream, the world will be different. But conscious planes, the multi-dimension planes of the universe means like a Tapoloka, Satyaloka, Kailasa. If he gets into Kailasa and you get into Kailasa and come back, description will be same. The scene will be same. Listen carefully. The various states of consciousness is more like the subjective truths. Planes of the universe means subjective truth becoming reality in the universal plane. Understand? How? Now all of you experience the same in this Jakrat plane. This wall is same for all of you. This mic is same for all of you. The interpretations about the mic will be different. The knowledge about the wall will be different. Perception about the wall will be different, but wall is same. Understand? Truth is same. The facts you derive will be different. So this is the plane of Bhu. If you enter into the planes of Swa, Tapa, Satya, exploring those planes through the various states of consciousness, I should say, if we need to send a rocket, to Mars, the fuel we need to fill is states of consciousness. If we need to reach Kailasa, we need to fill our being with Turyatita. The fuel is the states of consciousness. The place to reach, the plane, is those lokas. Sadashiva has given a very elaborate, detailed science. He has not left us orphans. Understand? If you leave your cell phone to your child and tell the child to call whenever he or she needs, and you have the capacity to appear the moment even he tries to type your number, you can't say you left your child orphan. No one can say your child has been left orphan. He has left us his cell phone number, and he appears even if you start typing the number. Understand? He left the science to us. He has not denied it to the humanity. He has not denied it for the human beings. When the science is available, it's our responsibility to explore it. Of course, it's my responsibility to make it user-friendly for all of you. Yoga has religion, that is Hinduism. It is from the Hindu culture, Hindu tradition. Yoga has evolved. Hindu thought current. Yoga has evolved. It's a gift we gave it to the world from the Hindu thought current. The original Vedic and Agamic description, definition of yoga, 3 levels: the science of exploring various powers, science of exploring various states of consciousness, science of exploring various dimensions of the universe. Understand? Some of the planets, the base material of the planet is diamond. You should know some of the planets are 80% diamond material. When we have access to the planets and able to transport, what will happen? Nobody can describe. Whether diamond market will collapse or value of our wealth will go up, we don't know. Access, possibility, opens new doors which can't be described. You do not know the result and end result. You do not know what all other doors can open through this. Same way, access to the multi-dimensions of the universe, you do not know how many new possibilities and doors open. And not only Hindu tradition talks about access to other lokas, other planes of universe, it was a very common practice. In Hindu tradition, human beings having access are those beings contacting human beings. I don't even want to say in the modern day people are not doing it. No, we have enough of people who are doing it even now. The body which is fueled only by Sushupti, Jakrat Swapna means deep sleep, dreaming and little waking state once in a while because of cup of coffee. The body which was being dragged, functioning only with these states, if even little Turyatita is mixed, it is like, oh, wow. Today I'll put little Turyatita. You will see the kind of a alchemy change in the system. God, what is going on? What is he doing to my system? I'm just changing the fuel. Multiple things will happen. One, a thorough healing of the body. All the repaired parts get healed. All the friction disappears. Then, ability of your mind to see, perceive, cognize Jiva, individual self, Jagat, universe, Ishvara, Sadashiva. Ability to cognize Jiva, Ishvara, Jagat. Ability to connect with the Jiva, Ishvara and Jagat becomes high when you are fueled with the Turyatita space and state. That is why these 25 states of consciousness, knowledge about it and experience about it is very important. When the Turya and Turyatita gets into your system, the Karana, the organ-based projection of the world dissolves into your original state. So the original state becomes reality. Then the organ-based projection universe. Listen. Organ-based projected universe, as long as you are perceiving it, you are pursuing it, it will all be love, hatred, good, bad, right, wrong, jumps in the life. But when Turya and Turyatita is added to your biomemory, bioenergy, suddenly you will realize yourself is a much deeper and higher reality than the organ-based projected universe. Listen. What we call parallel universe, unmanifest, avyakta, the delusion component of Mahadeva, Throbhava, cannot be exactly translated as delusion,
It should only be translated as ununderstandable, ununderstood, or unknown. Throbhava is not, the precise word is not delusion. Precise word is unknown. The various permutation combinations of the 5 units, 5 unit principles is length, breadth, depth, time, space. 5 tattva, principal tattvas. The various permutation combination of these 5 principles forms 11 dimensions. Length, breadth, depth. These 3 dimensions operate in Bhu, the pure space where all other things merge into the space is Kailasa. The 14 lokas. Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Bhatala, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapas, Satya. All those 14 lokas come under these 11 dimensions. Understand this 11 dimension, then I'll initiate all of you. Not just educating, I'll initiate also. Just I need to change the fuel in your body. The fuel with which you are functioning now needs to be changed. You will automatically have your eyes pulled by the third eye during the initiation. I will also teach you guys to teleport and materialize antimatter. See, all teleportation has to happen only through the antimatter. Vibhuti has to become antimatter, only then it has to become a Vibhuti again. So if I just ask you guys to stop in between, that's all. You have antimatter and billions of dollars. Cosmos cannot just brush you aside, push you aside, saying, okay, you throw tantrum, I'll do my job. No. Understand, if you read the Vedic literature, so many references will be there. A rishi is sitting in one forest, corner of the forest, under a tree and meditating. Indra's throne burns. Mahadeva's Kailasa shakes. Vishnu wakes up from his Vaikunta snake bed, rushes to attend. Have you not read these stories? What it means? Your tantrum cannot be neglected. Be a strong seeker, intense seeker. Never allow the worship of ignorance. Never allow worship of ignorance. I tell you, whatever you lost, wealth, time, energy, youth, I am telling you, everything is useless. Gain 10 times, 100 times more. Anything you lost, just if you acquire one thing, seeking. If you stop worshipping ignorance, losing the spiritual seeking is the biggest curse. If you have not lost the spiritual seeking, don't worry, nothing is lost. It means you know how to throw tantrum and make the cosmic mother open the treasury, go down for us. Seeking is nothing but your ability to throw tantrum and get the attention of the cosmic mother. I am telling you, just sit under one tree with a depth and decision of seeking.
Simply Kailasa has to shiver. Kailasa will shake. Don't try to be Ravana, trying to shake the Kailasa. You will be caught under. Just be a yogi. Vishnu cannot sleep there. Vaikunta will have a tsunami. He has to come down and attend to you. Because after all, Vaikunta, Kailasa and all is nothing but a parallel universe of you. Your Anagata Chakra. The parallel universe of your Anagata Chakra is Vaikunta. Parallel universe of your Anya is Kailasa. If you shake your Anya, Kailasa has to wake up and Mahadeva has to appear in front of you. Don't be arrogant out of your seeking. Actually, when you are seeking, arrogance will not even happen. Now when I am explaining, don't see this as arrogance. Very pure, clear, confident and the straight, right guidance I am giving you. It's not arrogance. When I say, if you sit and open your third eye, the parallel universe of the third eye, Kailasa has to shake and Mahadeva has to appear. I am not arrogant. I am just revealing some of the very deep, sacred secret to you. If you sit and open your Anahata Chakra with the depth of seeking, simply the Narayana has to wake up from his Yoga Nidra and appear in front of you. Oh my son, what do you want? Indra's throne will burn. Have you not heard these stories? These are not stories, they are truths. They are truths. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa on this auspicious Nithyanandotsavam, Avatara Brahmotsavam, Avatara Dina Brahmotsavam, second day. Listen. Listen. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me repeat. Surrender is the parallel universe synergy trigger. Means, I'll try to expand. Please listen intensely. Even you listening about surrender, internalizing, trying to cognize, do manana about surrender, even thinking of doing surrender or planning, strategizing to do surrender, everything is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means Paramashiva has already decided and he has picked you up. You are handpicked, chosen. That is why you can even hear about surrender. Shravana about Saranagati happens only if Paramashiva has decided you are his. You belong to him. It is parallel universe synergy trigger. It has multi-layer meaning. It's not that you surrender and Paramashiva accepts. He decided to accept you, then it triggers the surrender in you. The the idea of surrender in you, thought of surrender in you. Kailasa decided to accept your surrender. Only then the surrender idea gets triggered in you. Bhakti, Saranagati, feeling connection, love, all of this towards the divine, Paramashivan Guru, is parallel universe synergy trigger. The sync you and the parallel universe is synced continuously, consciously, spontaneously, simultaneously. Listen. Surrender is parallel universe synergy trigger. Let me expand. Listen intensely. Even you listening, hearing about Saranagati, Saranagati to Paramashiva or Guru, the ultimate. Even you are listening or manana, thinking, or nitidhyasana, manifesting. See, whether you try to listen and cognize or contemplate and strategize to manifest or manifest. Shravana, Manana, Nidhityasana. In all three levels, even you hearing about Saranagati, listening about Saranagati is parallel universe synergy trigger. Means only when Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, he triggers the idea of Saranagati in you. Don't ever think you decide to surrender, then Paramashiva accepts it. No. Understand the principle of time in parallel universe. In parallel universe, there is no past, present, future. It's a synergy. Synced energy manifestation is synergy. He decides, Kailasa decides, Paramashiva decides to have you for himself, then the idea of surrender gets triggered in you. Let me repeat. It is not that you decide to do Saranagati and then he accepts. No. He decides to have you all for himself, then he triggers from the parallel universe as a synergy trigger. Saranagati is triggered in you.
revealed one of the most important truths through this. Understanding about the parallel universes and how they are mapped to the 25 states of consciousness. How exactly do we map the existence of the parallel universes? This is a very, very important session in order for the preparation for today's darshan. So we request all of you to please provide your complete listening to this. So let's do a quick recap of the 25 states of consciousness. Basically, the 25 states of consciousness is a permutation combination of these 5 states. The first one is when you are awake, which means you have the eye consciousness, and then you have the thoughts, which means you're in a wakeful state where you're aware in your thinking, you're aware of yourself. That is called the Jagrat state. Where you do not have thoughts, but you have the eye consciousness, you are in Turiya state. The space of Samadhi, for example, whenever you sit in darshan and you experience that absolute oneness, you don't have thoughts, but you have absolute awareness of your existence. That space is Turiya. The next is without eye consciousness, but with thoughts, which means in dream state, you don't really have a proper eye consciousness, but there's continuous thoughts that are happening, which is a dream. So that is why in a dream state, one moment you'll be just writing your exam, you'll be a child, and in the next moment, suddenly you'll see as you're a married man with your child writing the exam. There'll be no time, or there'll be no eye consciousness. You will not have any logic to this. It'll just be your thoughts. Without eye consciousness and without thoughts is sushupti, deep sleep, where you're not conscious, you're in unconscious state. Beyond all these 4, there's a state called Turiyatita, the alive state. Turiya itself, Turiyatita itself means beyond the Turiya state. There is actual no definition for the state because the state is beyond any explanation, beyond, you can't even call it the 5th state. You can call it only beyond the 4th state. Turiya is the 4th state. Turiyatita is beyond the 4th state. You can't even call it any further because this is altogether a different experience that your consciousness has, where it becomes one with the whole universe. That experience, that glimpse of that alive state of consciousness happens in Turiyatita. So here we can see the definition of each of these states. So the most important thing is understanding about the 25 states of consciousness is like knowing you being made aware of the rights that you have, all the rights, the authority that you have to learn about the knowledge. Now, I'm going to request all of you to please take a minute. Can I request every one of you to bring a piece of paper and pen and please draw this chart?
I used to have problems chewing food. I switched over to Invisalign. Now I'm able to eat whatever I want.
Hope all of you have written down. If you all have written down this map, can I please request you all to post yes in the chat? How many of you have drawn this? Mahakailasa, Carmen Maris. Mahakailasa is the highest loka. the parallel universe where it is where Paramashiva resides. Okay, Ma, Martha is requesting for some more time. Yes, we are giving you all time to draw this. Please draw this, because based on this only you will learn the mapping. So I request every one of you to please draw. Have all of you written down? Okay. Swamiji has revealed a lot on these vertical time zones, parallel universes, each of them, what they are, and how we can experience them in our lives. Today, every one of you that are sitting here, each and every one of you that are here with us, we are all going to be receiving this as an initiation today. Please understand, very, very shortly at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are all going to be receiving the most powerful initiation. And I'm as excited as each of you are here for the special revelations that Swamiji is going to give us on vertical time zones and something very unique about the experience of Charya Pada, Kriya Pada, Yoga Pada, Jnana Pada to experience these vertical time zones. How excited are you all for today's session? How much excited are you all for today's session? Can I request each of you to please post in the chat?
No, yesterday was a blast. Oh my God. Swamiji as Sorry for that.
Vimala is also saying she's very excited.
Sorry for that. Yesterday, Swamiji had so powerfully revealed to us. Like I felt it was just especially the way how Swamiji was, right, as Bhagavān Simhagna Murti and revealing to us the deeper truths from Agamas. I mean, when I say the word Agamas, the understanding or the feeling that I used to have before was this, like how Swamiji makes it so juicy and something that you need to celebrate it with. Kriya Pada. Swamiji did not explain it as just mere rituals, but as a way that you can connect with God. And the statements that Swamiji made, right? Like, for example, connecting with God, God exists with his companions somewhere in the distant parallel universe, and his reflection is there inside of you. Wow. So many times I have listened from Swamiji, where Swamiji had told about how all of us are a reflection of Paramashiva. But when Swamiji explained it so visually, it was so powerful. I know yesterday I saw so many messages from various participants who were posting, saying how they were enjoying the darshan, enjoying the revelation. Right? May I request all of you to share what all do you remember from yesterday's revelations? What all were your clicks? And what are you eagerly looking forward to from today's revelation? Especially given that we are going to be experiencing astral travel, where you are going to literally get teleported to the parallel universe and experience your parallel universe existence and relate with the departed souls, the near and dear ones, probably your grandmother, grandfather, your mother, father, sometimes your children, or your best friend, even your pets, anyone that was so close to you, but unfortunately passed away. And you really want to connect with them. You really want to relate with them. They don't exist anymore physically. And they have left their body. They're deceased. Today is a day where you can get to connect with them, meet them in your parallel universe, where they exist in Pitraloka or whichever loka they are in. You are going to be meeting them, coming face to face with them, experiencing tremendous completion with them. What a boon, what a blessing. Ma Angelika is asking, what happens if Maheshwara Puja was done for them? Are they still there? To all those who do not know what Maheshwara Puja is, it's actually a very, very powerful offering where, see, there are various rituals recommended for the souls that have left the body. If someone dies, there are specific rituals like Pinda Tarpana, offering Shraddha to them. And there are specific rituals like this that are recommended to be done as a ritual in the Kriya Pada, in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, so that you can connect to their parallel universe existence and the soul can travel freely without any like baggage pull or load pulling them back for their happy departure and a safe journey. You offer specific rituals and for you to experience completion of them. The most powerful of them all, the most extremely powerful is offering of Maheshwara Puja, where the avatar, who is equivalent to the liberation capacity of Brahma Kapala, the skull of Kala Bhairava, which can just digest anything and burn your karmas, and Vishnu Pada, the feet of Mahavishnu, which can immediately grant you liberation. The equivalent of that is the master's stomach, especially an avatar who directly connects to the Pitraloka, and every soul to whom you offer Maheshwara Puja to, Swamiji accepts that Maheshwara Puja. He will be eating the offering, the food, and directly liberating the souls, connecting with those souls and liberating them. So this ritual is called as Maheshwara Puja, and this happens during every Paurnami, every full moon day, and every Amavasya. So every 15 days once we have this ritual, and Swamiji himself accepts the offering and does the Maheshwara Puja and liberation to them. For all those who have offered Maheshwara Puja, the souls are directly liberated. So you don't need to worry. They will not be there in the waiting lounge of Pitraloka. But let's say that your mother has passed away and you want to very deeply connect with her. You want to experience her. You can keep her picture today, and let's say you have offered Maheshwara Puja already. Swamiji would have liberated her and she will be in Kailasa, and Swamiji will make the connection happen.
We should never have let AI out of the box.
The creator.
How complete she is, how blissful she is, and you will even feel, you will be able to physically see. We have so many participants that have had this as an amazing experience. Like I remember Ma Agamapriya, who literally physically saw her grandmother and experienced the completion. Like that, there are so many participants just sitting here who had this as an experience when Swamiji had conducted this process earlier. So all of you have that amazing blessing today. I request you all, please take a few minutes now. We are just a few minutes away from the darshan. Anyone who have lost their near and dear ones recently, please kindly invite them and get them to come and sit down right now and attend this darshan. Understand, for you it might be a simple phone call, but you are doing a huge favor to their very consciousness.
And also, most importantly, today's initiation, understand, just making them aware of the knowledge about vertical time zones is like, see, it is like if you are not even aware of the freedom that you have, the options that you have in life, that is the worst punishment or the worst crime that can be done against you. Imagine If you are the owner of a rich estate, like hundreds of crores, and you're making a huge business, but from your birth, you're not even made aware of it, and you're only brought up as a clerk, given 100 rupees per month, and you also feel very happy. Ah, look, I have 100 rupees, I can buy whatever I want. But what can you do with that money when you're making crores and hundreds of crores every day? You being denied of the freedom and the choice you have is the worst thing that can happen to you. Not even knowing that this is accessible. That is the most important. Now, if you notice, only the moment Swamiji reveals, right? Just knowing the 14 lokas, the access that we have, it empowers us so much consciously. We know, oh, Bhuloka is there. Even if not Bhuloka, there is Pitruloka. After I die, I'll go to Kailasa with Swamiji, and my ancestors are all in Pitruloka. We know exactly the whole freedom that we have to access. That itself changes the confidence that we have about ourselves. So understand, you taking this one step, reach out at least to a few people. Now take a few minutes. At least reach out to 5 to 10 friends. Bring them to today's initiation. Today is too important. One, if any of them are struggling, they have just lost their near and dear ones, and they are still suffering because of that. Or if they are someone who is very interested to know about aliens, who is very interested about astral travel or cosmos and all these physics things, or any of these related astrology, astronomy related, you can bring all of them for this session. This is going to be very, very powerful. Yesterday, Swamiji had revealed to us some of the most important truths, be it about the vertical time zones or the Charya Pada, Kriya Pada, Yoga Pada, and Jnana Pada. And Swamiji was revealing about how extraterrestrial beings, like Swamiji said, we can't call them aliens because we think only we exist and everything belongs to us, we alienate others. Swamiji said they're all extraterrestrial beings. In Hindu Puranas, there's no concept of aliens because we all don't think they're someone alien to us. Just like how we belong to Bhuloka, the Devatas belong to Devaloka. And the Asuras belongs to the lower lokas, Atala, Vitala, Sutala lokas. Each lokas, the beings of the extraterrestrial beings exist, who run their whole lokas, and each vertical time zones functions with their Sanatana Dharma. Swamiji had so powerfully revealed these truths to us. So I request every one of you to take a few minutes. Please call right now and invite your friends, your family members, someone. Ma Valini Subaya saying she's very excited with so many gifts that's going to come. That's wonderful, Ma. Can each of you take a few minutes and invite 5 friends? How many of you really want to take responsibility to share this knowledge with others? Could you all put in the chat? How many of you really feel responsible now that you know this knowledge exists? How many of you really feel responsible to share this knowledge with others? Could you all post in the chat? Yes. Okay, I see people are posting yes. Understand, the best way you can take responsibility for this knowledge is by sharing the science, the possibility of the science with others. Okay, I see Ma Valini Subaya, Ma Nithyananda. Ma Valini is saying she's already sharing. That's wonderful. Ma Nithyananda, please let us all take that responsibility to remind. Very, very shortly, Swamiji is going to be here to give us this powerful revelations about vertical time zones and parallel universes.
Around 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to be having the darshan. So please make sure that all your friends, family members are there right now, because now the main preparation is going on, and make sure you're ensuring that they are here. Understand this darshan. Tell them to also get a picture, explain to them, give them the context, and let them sit with you and let them have a glimpse of what amazing initiation we're receiving today. So make sure you're inviting them. Let them not miss out on this amazing, amazing boon. Actually, we had yesterday, there was a person who was, one of the participants was saying about how they felt that, left out when they didn't know about the death meditation and the initiation Swamiji gave. See, even though people are there connected to the Sangha, many people, due to, they're probably busy and they're missing out information. Each one of you here that are receiving the gifts, if each one of us take the responsibility to share this, understand so many people, how you felt blessed to be here. Yesterday, when Swamiji is revealing such an amazing, powerful revelation, how blessed did you feel? So many of you were posting, right? Saying that you really loved it, you're grateful. Take this blessing and to others. Reach out to as many people as possible. Ensure that they are here right now. Please take a few minutes. And meanwhile, as all of you are inviting your friends and family members, we are going to watch a short documentary on what exactly is this vertical time zones. This is a very important one. Even if you had missed the vertical time zones or parallel universe session in the morning, this would give you a very good insight as to what this is, so that you can prepare for the satsang and the session and the darshan. So we request you all to please ensure now that the family members or your friends, whoever you want to invite, are joining right away. Please ensure that they are here so that they do not miss out on any of these amazing gifts.
And for today's initiation, please make sure that you are having the pictures of your Pitrus. See, today Swamiji is going to be revealing in the session. We are going to be having a very powerful session. And along with that, even traveling to the Pitru Loka, you'll be able to visit the different Loka. Today we were learning about in each Loka who are the citizens, right? Swamiji was revealing. And also Swamiji was telling about the Charya Pada, Kriya Pada, Yoga Pada, Jnana Pada. The Agamas, what Paramashiva has revealed, are called Agamas. Swamiji was telling yesterday about the Vedas and Agamas, right? Agamas means, the verse beautifully goes, Agatam Shiva Vaktrebhyo Gatam Chagirija Mukhe Matam Hi Vasudevascha Tasmadagama Uchyate. Means, it comes from the Paramashiva's own mouth, goes into the ears of Girija, the Devi Parvati Parashakti, and it is applied to govern the whole universe by Parandhama Mahavishnu. And this is called Agamas. Understand, Agamas elaborately describe the different aspects in life through which you can reflect Paramadvaita with Paramashiva. Charya Pada is where through the lifestyle we can experience that Paramadvaita with Paramashiva. Like for example, in Agamas, we have elaborate description how a person who is looking for enlightenment, with what should he brush his teeth with? A Grahastha, what stick should he use to brush his teeth with? Each of the details are given, how you should dress, how you should sit, how you should walk, where all you should apply basma, what should be your attire for puja. Everything is elaborately given as Charya Pada, means lifestyle practice. Next comes Kriya Pada. Kriya Pada is where you do the different ways to connect with Paramashiva, the rituals, be it Homa, be it puja, all of that. And the next one is Yoga Pada. Yoga Pada is aligning your body and mind through yoga in oneness with the divine. Jnana Pada is living enlightenment, the sciences that Hinduism reveals. Swamiji very beautifully tells, Paramashiva, when he reflects in your lifestyle, he reflects as Charya Pada. Paramashiva, when he reflects in your emotions, in your feeling, he reflects as Kriya Pada. Paramashiva, when he reflects in your thinking, in your cognitions about life, he reflects as Jnana Pada. Paramashiva, when he reflects in your body, he reflects as Yoga Pada. Today, Swamiji is going to be revealing some of the most important sacred secrets about these four padas and about the vertical time zones and parallel universes. Ma Angelica Aghora Shivashakti has posted her experience of Maheshwara Puja. She's saying that my auntie came to me after the puja in a dream. She was glowing in bright red. She told me how happy she was, and I'm so happy to know she's in Kailasa, happy after the puja. Wow. Actually, there are tons of experiences like this. Today, you will actually see the moment if you meet your ancestors whom you have offered the Maheshwara Puja for, they will all tell you how happy they are and how they're living in, at the lotus feet of Swamiji so blissfully. You will be able to meet your ancestors. All our ancestors, like we all learned today, they all exist in the Janaloka, in the Pitraloka, which is in the Janaloka. So that is like the lounge, the waiting lounge for them all. And Swamiji liberates them from all the baggage and all the this thing. Like they moved from normal waiting lounge to the VIP waiting lounge. And the beings who are offered Maheshwara Puja liberated, they all directly go to Kailasa and live in the lotus feet of Swamiji's. So understand, every beings, these parallel universes are true. These sciences exist. And the beings exist, the ancestors exist in each of these planes. So it is important that each of us share this science with our near and dear ones so they too can benefit from this. And we request every one of you reach out. We have about 10-15 minutes now. Take your time now and invite your friends to join the darshan that is starting very shortly.
And now, as all of you are inviting your family and friends, we are now going to be playing a small documentary on the existence of parallel universe.
Since the beginning of time and space, Bhagavān Paramashiva, the all-powerful, all-pervasive, and all-knowing ultimate superconscious existence, revealed in the Vedas and Agamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, the truths about himself and the manifested universe and its multidimensional and simultaneously existing dimensions and worlds, also known as parallel universes or vertical time zones.
Trutyani pratyayasyaartha kalo maya samudbhavaha. The Kala Tattva, which gives rise to the knowledge of various time zones and parallel universes such as Truti and others, is originated by Ananteshwara from the impure Maya.
Bhagavān Paramashiva mentions that as we experience the various higher states of consciousness, we simultaneously experience the various time zones associated with them. We get transported to the parallel universes and experience the other dimensions of our own existence, of our own personality.
Listen, Subarloka is all about stable bliss, absolute health and stable bliss. Maharloka is all about the highest peak possibilities. Jana Loka is the place where you can exist in multiple bodies at a time. You experience oneness as the super reality. Tapa Loka is that last struggle you go through. Sometimes you know you are Paramashiva, sometimes you just slip off, but again you say, I am Paramashiva. That space is the Tapoloka, an absolute surrender. Whether I am remembering, I am manifesting Paramashivatva, or I am deluded, I surrender both to Paramashiva. When you take that decision, you are lifted to Brahmaloka. You move to the Brahmaloka. The deep surrender lifts you to Brahmaloka. Then from there you move to Parandama, Vaikunta, and Kailasa, then Mahakailasa itself.
The key to unlock these parallel universes is hidden in the spine of the human body.
Human beings, only human beings on this planet Earth are empowered, hardwired, capable of migrating to parallel universe. Understand? Your spine is not only hardwired, capable of fuel, charged to lift you off to different parallel universes.
सुकृतान् मानवो भूत्वा ज्ञानी चेन्मोक्षमाप्नुयात् चतुरशीतलक्षेषु शरीरेषु शरीरिणां न मानुष्यं विना यत्र तत्त्वहानन्तु लभ्यते. Of the 8.4 million bodily forms, the human body is the most important, for it is this form in which one gets knowledge of the essence. This knowledge of essence cannot be attained in any other form other than human.
The possibility you have need to be told to you. Understand? Even though animals have spine, because the majority of the time they spend horizontally, the spine is not capable of getting fuel with a subtle fuel called ojas. The ojas need to be filled in your spine and the kundalini need to be ignited for you to reach parallel universe and different vertical time zone spaces.
When our state of consciousness is raised, we start experiencing these higher lokas, allowing the various possibilities and powers available in these universes to start expressing in our own human body.
Recently, scientists have discovered that the human body, particularly in the brain, naturally produces light in the form of biophotons, and that when our state of consciousness is lifted, the brain moves from producing a normal 20 photons of light per centimeter square per second to more than 100,000 photons of light per second. That shows us
this exact experience of the biophotons where it increases multifold. It is literally a significance of your ojas being awakened, your kundalini shakti being awakened and your ojas being awakened, and you will directly reach the parallel universe. You'll be raised to the parallel universe. This is now scientifically also established with the quantifiable research on the increase of your biophotons. And you have the possibility where your brain can also access those higher dimensions. How many of you are understanding this? How many of you are getting, yes, I feel I'm getting it. How many of you are getting like that? Please take a moment and put it in the chat if you are able to understand and click with it.
And actually, today what Swamiji is going to be revealing to us, right, about the vertical time zones, parallel universe. Today, so many of you had posted different questions. We all had a question and answer session, and each of you had shared your clicks. And at the same time, many of you had asked questions, even about the frequency universe, the number universe, what Swamiji had revealed. Correct? Today, during the session, when Swamiji is revealing the truths, first thing, please, I request every one of you to make sure you take notes, like as Swamiji is revealing, just type out, take notes of what Swamiji is revealing. And second, please feel free to post your questions. not just prayers and boons. Of course, we all can post all our prayers and boons requests to Swamiji. But in addition to that, please feel free to post questions. Today, so many of you had such unique and amazing questions. You all can post it to Swamiji. And during the session, of course, Swamiji is going to be revealing something deeper today. Even what Swamiji is revealing, if you would like to request for revelations on particular aspect, or if you have some doubts and you would like to request Swamiji to reveal deeper into that, you all can post that questions and Swamiji may answer these questions as well. So I request all the participants to, during the darshan, post all your understandings, clicks, and also post questions. So you all can maybe write the word question and just post a question. So along with your prayers and boons, you can all also post the questions. And Swamiji may choose to reveal deeper based on the questions as well. And I am very, very excited. We are as excited as each of you are to listen to what Swamiji has to tell. Even listening just one glimpse of what Swamiji told yesterday, the revelations was just phenomenal. Be it about the extraterrestrial beings, be it about traveling to the 14 lokas, and the reflection, the permutation combination, the charya, kriya, charya yoga, and charya jnana. Like that, Swamiji was revealing something very, very deep and very profound. So let us all get ready to receive the truths. Can I request each of you to post how many of you have invited? How many of your friends have you all invited today? So many of you are posting your experiences. That's very nice to see. How many of your friends have each of you invited today for the session? Okay, there's someone called Maha Bhairavajnana. Okay, if you do not have the picture, no problem. If you can post your name, that is fine. Just post your name. Swamiji will connect you to them to meet them. Okay, Ma Angelica has posted how many she is invited. Ma Martha has posted. Ma Anna has posted. Come on, all the others. Ma Devika Rani. Okay, I see Ma Maha Sadashiva has posted. Come on, all the other participants. Ma Vimla is saying, I'm able to comprehend like in science book, Ma, but not sure about conscious level. Listen very carefully. What you learn about the world, what you learn about the astrophysics, everything is a brain candy level. Because what scientists have found is only very limited, because our understanding of the whole universe, what scientists know or understand as a known universe, the entire known universe and still yet to be known universe, that whole area is covered under one loka, Bhuloka, it's finished. These, whatever we are learning, whether how the planets are discovering new galaxies, and recently one more Big Bang was found, each of this is only limited to the known universe. Whatever you learn about them in your normal textbooks is a brain candy level. Understand, Ma, whatever Swamiji is revealing to us is not just, Swamiji is not just theoretically telling us. He's not saying, oh, these all exist, that's all it is. No. Swamiji directly maps it to us, gives us the benefit of accessing these lokas. So many of them are posting their experiences of meeting the ancestors. Imagine, like, otherwise normally we think once they are dead, okay, we'll carry that guilt lifelong. Each of these are not just words, they are initiations, which means even beyond your listening, your hearing ability, your consciousness imbibes it and experiences it. That is the only reason we manifest powers, because our consciousness becomes aware of its extra possibilities that exist. So, Ma Vimala, listen very carefully. When you sit in the session, even if you don't understand it, please be informed your consciousness experiences it and lives it.
I just also wanted to answer NT has posted about how in one other enlightened master's book, he read about this description. See, understand, all these are real. The experience you posted about the light of thousands of suns, these are all given in the Agamas. The unique thing that Swamiji is doing as is one of the amazing contributions is whatever is given in the scriptures. See, there are some masters who have had it as their personal experience. And there are some masters who are able to transmit it to a small set of people. But it is Swamiji who has the 16 qualities and qualifications that are needed for giving the initiation, where Swamiji is from the authorized Guru Parampara, and he himself has experienced it, has the ability to transmit it, and has the ability to transmit it with the most authentic rituals and with the authorization of the right Acharya Abhishekam, and he transmits it. Actually, if you see, whatever revelation Swamiji gives, Swamiji does not just give us just the truth alone, but he gives the references where from the scriptures, the Shastra Pramana, the revelations as per the scriptures, and the Apta Pramana, how great yogis, the masters, Hindu scientists, adepts, who have experienced these revelations and manifested it as their own experience. And the Atma Pramana, Swamiji's personal experience, Pratyaksha Pramana, where the empirical science, so far whatever science is able to catch up, mapping it to that and making us understand it. And Sakshi Pramana, giving all of us that as an experience. So every one of us today are going to be receiving such a profound science. I see amazing like experiences like all over the Zoom, and he's giving that amazing experience to us for us to be able to experience it. And I also see one other question Dikshuan Chen is asking, is the Earth's core world the same as the Kailasa parallel universe? Swamiji has spoken about the existence of a civilization that exists in the core, which is under the earth, which human beings right now do not have. The modern day human beings do not have direct access to it, but there is a civilization that exists. Very recently, just 2 years before, the scientists have unearthed a profound reference for this, where they saw how earlier, till 2 years back, the whole world believed, scientists believed, that the core of Earth was solid. But just 2 years back, the experiments proved that it was not solid, and there seems to be something existing in the core of Earth, and it is molten, and they're having some studies done upon it. So science is still catching up. Somebody has already revealed about this, but you're asking, is it the same as Kailasa parallel universe? Swamiji revealed Kailasa as a universe exists in the vertical time zone, planet Earth, and the core of planet Earth is only still part of the Bhuloka. The Bhuloka is what all the known universe is all together, whatever we know as a known universe. Planet Earth, solar system, our Milky Way galaxy, Andromeda galaxy, and all the galaxies together, the known black hole, everything scientists are able to even imagine is all still under the Bhuloka. So Kailasa exists like this. There are 14 lokas, and Kailasa exists beyond these 14 lokas.
And there's another question from
Martha Amanda Watson. She's asking, each family member must do Maheshwara Puja, correct? Or if one person does, is it like karmas of each must be released? Is that right? Yes. Okay. Ma, the Maheshwara Puja, if you offer, when you offer, or you can offer up to 10 of your Pitrus, 10 of your ancestors that you want to liberate for. But if you want to liberate your independent karmas so far, You can offer Maheshwara Puja to yourself, but you cannot offer Maheshwara Puja to another person who is alive. If that person wants to get rid of karmas, as you have asked, their karmas, they can offer Maheshwara Puja to themselves, which will ensure a liberation in this birth for them. So you can offer Maheshwara Puja for any number of your ancestors who have passed away. You can offer, that's not a problem. But for someone who is in the body, you cannot offer Maheshwara Puja. Only a person who is not in the body, you can offer Maheshwara Puja for. If someone has passed away, you can offer. If someone is alive, only they can offer Maheshwara Puja for themselves. You're understanding, ma? There are a lot of questions on Maheshwara Puja. We'll just share with you all. Maheshwara Puja, for all of you that are eager to offer, Maheshwara Puja is a very powerful ritual, Hindu ritual, one of the oldest Hindu ritual, where when you offer the Pinda Prasada to the Guru eats and liberates all the ancestors. It's a very, very powerful ritual. And actually, I'd like to share with you all an incident because of Angelica had posted, right? She posted her experience. So that reminded me of a very powerful incident from one of the participants of Inner Awakenings. And I have to share this. All of you will enjoy this a lot. So there was one participant who had lost, he's from Tamil Nadu, Chennai in India, and he had lost his wife. And his wife had left the body. He was very, very closely attached to his wife. Like he could literally not live without her. But due to unfortunate circumstance, he'd lost his wife. So he had come for attending Inner Awakening, and in Bidadi, Swamiji was conducting the physical program. So he had one practice though. After his wife had left the body, since he was not able to live without her, like he was very, very attached to her, he would always go to some medium to meet his wife. So that medium is like, they help connect to the spirits. So he goes to one of the medium and he used to always connect to his wife through that particular medium. And she used to respond and he used to get proper answers from her, like, which means he verified that it is his wife that he's connecting to. And only the things that he will know, he had verified with that. And he was sure he's connecting to his wife through the medium. So after that, he came to attend the Inner Awakening. And in the Inner Awakening, he learnt about Maheshwara Puja, where just by offering the puja, Swamiji will liberate all the people who are deceased, like people who are not in the body anymore. And he was really in love with his wife and he wanted to offer this puja for him to give the liberation to his wife. So he offers a Maheshwara Puja and Swamiji liberates, Swamiji accepts a Pinda Prasada and everything gets over and he's liberated. But he was very curious. He really wanted to know. Nobody, his family members or nobody had an idea. He was in Bidadi, which is in Karnataka, a totally different state. And the medium that he used to connect to his wife was in Tamil Nadu. So he neither informed his family members or anyone about the Maheshwara Puja he was going to offer. Right after offering the Maheshwara Puja, he wanted to go and test, right? So he goes back to his hometown and he wants to connect to his wife using the medium. So he asks the medium to connect and the medium connects to the wife and he asks his wife, "How are you?" The first thing the wife tells, she says she was so happy. She was completely peaceful. And the wife, through the medium, pointed out to the Swamiji's picture on his mala. The devotee was wearing the mala, right? So he pointed out to the dollar, to the Swamiji's picture that he was wearing, and the wife pointed out and told, "He liberated me. I am resting at his feet and I'm very, very peaceful." This participant was filled with tears. He had no words. He was like, "Oh my God, nobody knows I offered Maheshwara Puja and there is like no chance." And precisely, she didn't say anything. She said she was so peaceful, she was so happy and fulfilled, so complete. And the conversation made even this devotee so complete. After that, he felt no more, he didn't feel the attachment towards her and he felt so fulfilled with his relationship with his wife. And the wife pointing out Swamiji's dollar. She said, "I am living at his feet." When he came back to the Adinam after this incident and he shared this to Swamiji, and Swamiji said, Swamiji laughed and Swamiji said, of course, the moment I offered Maheshwara Puja, I liberated her and she's living at my feet. Don't disturb her. Let her be liberated and be peaceful. Understand, with Maheshwara Puja, you can give this experience any unfulfilled relationship you have, people who have left the body, the attachment, anything that you're feeling. One Maheshwara Puja is enough for that ancestors to completely get liberated. See, today we are meeting the ancestors, which is true. Today we're all going to travel to the Pitru Loka and meet the ancestors. But liberation for the ancestors happens through Maheshwara Puja. Since so many of you are asking about Maheshwara Puja is the most powerful ritual that you can offer, through which you can liberate your ancestors. You will literally hear them. After you offer Maheshwara Puja, next season come back on this initiation and you can check with your ancestors how they are feeling. They'll come and tell you how liberated, how joyful they are. Ma Angelica had posted, right? And even Ma Agama Priya had shared her experience. So many of them have posted how they felt complete after their ancestors would come back in the dream and tell them that they are fulfilled and they're happy. Understand, it is not a joke. It is an actual experience. Each of you can experience this. For you to know how you can offer Maheshwara Puja, the link is there in the chat. The support desk team is actively posting and they're all available to you all. So please go ahead. You all can click that link and sign up, and you can get to know further details about Maheshwara Puja, and you can offer the upcoming Maheshwara Puja.
If you are interested, you want to know more about it, please let us know in the chat, and the support desk team would connect with you right away and will support you, help you. And even if you have such amazing experiences, do share with us, and the support desk team will guide you further as to how you could record it and share it with us. Wonderful. So lovely to see so many of you posting this. And I know all of us are eagerly waiting for today's darshan. Now it's time. Let us all get ready, prepare ourselves to receive the darshan. We are now going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavān Sadashiva Murti, whose darshan we are going to now be receiving.
शाक्तेनानेन सकलो विज्ञेयो निष्कलः शिवः क्षित्यादिकुटिला प्रान्तः मन्त्रसिंहासनस्थितिम् शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काङ्क्षम् द्वात्रिंशल्लक्षणान्वितम् पद्मासनस्थं पञ्चास्यं प्रतिवक्त्रं त्रिलोचनम् दृक्पिक्षेया विशालाक्षं ज्ञानचन्द्रकलान्वितम् धवलेशानवदनं पीतं तत्पुरुषाननम् कृष्णाघोरमुखोपेतं रक्ताभोक्तवक्त्रकम् सुश्वेतं पश्चिमस्यैकं सद्यो जातं समूर्तिकं नागोपवीतिनं शान्तं जटाखण्डेन्दुमण्डितं शक्त्यशिशूलखट्वाङ्गं वरव्यघ्रं कराम्बुजं दक्षिणे रथवामस्भैडमरुं बीजपूरकम् नागाक्षसूत्रं नीलाब्जं बिभ्राणं पञ्चाभिः करैः दिव्यगन्धानुलिप्ताङ्गं दिव्यपुष्पैरलङ्कृतं हारकङ्कणकेयूरैः मुद्रिताम्बिरलङ्कृतं सञ्चिन्यमूर्तेरूपरि शक्तिमात्रं विजृम्भणं लिङ्गाकारोपमर्देन भावने लिंगतां त्यजेत. The next is the Dhyana Shloka of Satyojata Murti. Satyojata is Sadashiva's aspect of creation. Kundendu Shankaspatikavabhaso Vedakshamala Varadha Bhayankaha रक्षश्चतुर्वक्त्रौरुप्रभावः सद्योऽधिजातं वतु मां प्रतीच्याम्. The next is Vamadeva, Sadashiva's aspect of sustenance. Varakshmala bhayatankahastah Saroja kinchal kula samana varnaha Trilochanas-charu chaturmukho mam Payadudityam dishi Vamadevaha. The next is Aghora, Sadashiva's aspect of rejuvenation. Kutharaketankushashula-dhakka Kapalapakshakshagunadhadanaha Chaturmuko Neelaruchistrinetraha Payadhaghoro dishi dakshinasya. The next is Tat Purusha, Sadashiva's aspect of pulling out of delusion. Pradipta Vidyut Kanakavabhaso Vidyavarabhitif Kutara Panihi Chaturmukhastat Purushasthrinetraha Pracyam Stitho Rakshasu Mamajasram. The next is Sadashiva's aspect of Ishana, the face through which he performs liberation. Veda bhayeshtankusha kushashashtapashaha kapala dhakkakshara panihi sitadyutif panchamukostvatan mam ishana urdhvam paramah prakashaha.